Please be seated. Honorable members, in the interest of safety, in the chamber, please keep your mask on and stay in your designated area. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Decision of question on consideration of recommendation of a person to fill a vacancy on the Electoral Commission.
Honorable members, I wish to remind you that on Tuesday, 7 June 2022, the required majority for decision of the question on the recommendation of the person to fill the vacancy on the Electoral Commission was not obtained. The question before the House is that Mr. Vuma Glenton Mashinini be recommended for appointment to the Electoral Commission. Are there any objections?
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Objection is noted.
We will call for a division, please.
Honourable members, in terms of section 6, subsection 2, paragraph C. Paragraph C. Yes, honourable member?
Please note the objection of the EFF.
Okay. That will be noted. Let me repeat, honourable members, in terms of section 6, subsection 2, paragraph C of the Electoral Commission Act of 1996, the person nominated for appointment to serve on the Electoral Commission must be approved by the majority of members of the Assembly. Although a division has been demanded, we are still required to record our support for the nomination, and the House needs a clear majority of 201 members who must support the nomination. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
That we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against a party vote may do so by informing the chair. We're just waiting for the table to confirm whether we do have a quorum present. I recognize the Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC.
Honorable House Chairperson, my apologies. I just want to alert you to the fact that members are still struggling to connect, not only for ANC members, but all members.
We have opened the voting. I'm waiting for the table to confirm whether there is a quorum present. If there is a quorum present, we'll proceed.
Chairperson, may I ask why you've opened the voting? Because you did close the voting. At the time of closing of the voting, there wasn't a quorum present. May I ask in terms of what rule you've reopened the voting? Because that strictly according to the rules is not allowed. Even if
Honourable members, I'm waiting for the table to confirm whether we do have a quorum present. A quorum of more than 201 members is on the platform. So we'll proceed. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. Is there a problem, Honorable Mazzoni?
Yes, House Chair. House Chair, I believe at the time that the bill stopped reading, there was not a quorum of 201.
No, Honorable Member, I cannot determine that from here.
Sir, I absolutely know, and I place no blame
Yeah.
on you whatsoever. What I ask is if you could please check with the IT department if when the bill stopped, that the quorum was in fact 201. That's all I ask.
Yeah.
you.
Okay, we do have the table staff here that keeps me informed of what is happening. I do not have the numbers in front of me, unless you want me to open the procedure again and start afresh to ring the bells for another 5 minutes. You want me to do that? Okay, let's proceed, Honourable Members. Order. We do have a quorum present. The question before the House is that the House approves that Mr. Vuma Glenton Mashinini be recommended to fill a vacancy on the Electoral Commission. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will remain locked and members are not allowed to enter the virtual platform until the vote is concluded. Whoops. Could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform? And also kindly indicate if they vote for or against the question. Are the party whips ready to record the votes of the members who are present? The ANC. Chief Whip?
Sincere apology, House Chair.
That's right.
We're still adding up numbers. The ANC is in full support. Here in the physical or in-person attendance, ANC is 53. On the virtual platform, ANC is 152, totaling up to 205. We support fully. Thank you.
Order, honorable members, order. The Democratic Alliance.
Chairperson, I have no idea how many members there are on the virtual platform because I haven't received the.
Order, honorable members, order. We're in a voting process. Yes, please take your seat, Honorable Papu.
One of the people are interfering with me speaking with the chairperson.
7 in the House.
7 in the House, but I have no idea how many people are on the because I haven't been informed yet.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Order, honorable members, just remain calm. Just remain calm. We're dealing with a very important question before the House. The EFF.
House Chair, we are 10 on virtual and we are 8 in the House. 18, we all vote no.
You vote against. The IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We are 8 on virtual, and I think I'm here. That makes it 9, voting for.
The FF Plus. The FF Plus. The ACDP.
House Chair, we are 2 on the virtual, 1 in the House voting against. Thank you.
The UDM.
House Chair, 1 on the virtual platform, voting in favor.
The ATM. ATM. Good.
House Chair, 2 on the platform, voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP. The NFP.
House Chair, 1 on virtual in support. Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson. NFP 1 on virtual in support.
Thank you. The AIC. The AIC. Go. The PAC.
PAC is 1 and is voting in favor.
Thank you. Al-Jama. Al-Jama. I go back to the Democratic Alliance, to the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Fikes has informed me that there are 10 members of the DA on the virtual platform. That means there's a total of 17 of us voting against.
17 voting against. Is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? Is there any member? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Thank you, honorable members. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the result of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 219 voted in favor, 38 voted against. The question is thus approved. Mr. Vuma Glenton Mashanini is accordingly recommended to fill a vacancy in the Electoral Commission. Order. The Secretary will read the second order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements, on Budget Vote 33, Human Settlements, and on Revised Strategic Plan for coming medium-term expenditure framework, period, and annual performance plan.
Honourable members, I wish to remind you that this report was debated at the mini plenary on Budget Vote 33 on 5 May 2022, and there will be no declarations or votes taken. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the report be accepted by this House. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? Yes, Honourable Member.
Note the objection of the EFF.
The objection of the EFF is noted. Are there any further objections?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
It's noted. Are there any further objections? There's no further objections, and with those objections, the report is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriation on second adjustment appropriation 2021-2022 financial year.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Chair, thank you very much. I move that this House adopt the report. Thank you.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There's an objection from the EFF. Are there any further objections? With those objections recorded, the report is thus agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
First reading debate, second adjustment appropriation 2021-2022 financial year bill.
Thank you. I now recognize the Acting Minister of Finance, the Honourable Gungubele.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker of the Honourable Chair of the National Assembly, Honourable members, fellow South Africans. Thank you for the opportunity to engage the House on the 2022 Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2021-22 financial year. The Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2021-22 financial year give effects to the adjustments to the appropriation of money from National Revenue Fund for expenditure approved in the 2021-22 financial year and provides for the matters incidental thereto. The provision of an adjustment appropriation bill is an important piece of legislation in our country. It allows the state to react with agility to deploy financial resources to cater for the adjustment due to significant and unforeseeable economic and financial events. On that note, Chairperson, I would like to outline the global and domestic context under which this debate is set. A global economy with Russia-Ukraine conflict, resulting in higher fuel and food prices and mounting inflationary pressure. This is in addition to a local economy that is experiencing low growth and high unemployment, recovering from COVID-19 pandemic and the riots of July 2021, and most recently the floods in KwaZulu-Natal and parts of the Eastern Cape and the Northwest. This second adjustment appropriation bill, Chair, is necessitated on two grounds. The first is an additional deployment of financial resources towards sourcing of vaccine against COVID-19 pandemic. This includes a further 500 million to the National Department of Health to pay for COVID-19 vaccines and associated costs of logistics. Again, we must encourage all South Africans to vaccinate and get booster shots. Secondly, the appropriation bill, honorable members, is about deploying financial resources to SASTRIA. This adjustment is due to financial impact of 2021 July civil unrest. It is indeed a fact that 2021 was a difficult year for our country as we struggle to navigate our way through and mitigate the adverse economic and social disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. We were faced with unanticipated violence, looting and destruction of public infrastructure that took place in July. SASTRIA is a non-life insurer founded to cover losses, including those arising from public unrest and civil disobedience. Since its establishment in 1979 and its 43-year experience, SASTRIA has never experienced an event on the scale of the July unrest. Thus far, SASTRIA has emphasized that it has always been able to honor its financial obligation. Public unrest, strikes, rioting, and acts of terrorism are encompassed in the risk covered by SASTRIA's short-term insurance. Government has reaped dividends amounting to 12.8 billion from SASTRIA. However, in 2021, SASTRIA faced its gravest challenge yet as a result of the July unrest, which resulted in 32 billion worth of claims. This honorable chairperson left SASTRIA technically insolvent and unable to satisfy its financial commitments nor sustain its regulatory obligation, such as minimum solvency cover ratio of 100% mandated by the Prudential Authority. Our goal as government is to ensure that SASTRIA is financially stable. In the current financial year, the government has given 22 billion to SASTRIA to assist in settlement of claims and guarantee that the insurer has adequate capital to fulfill regulatory requirements. This comprises 3.9 billion through Second Special Appropriation Act 2021, 11 billion through adjustment budget, and 7.1 billion through Section 16, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act to respond to unforeseen and unavoidable events. Beyond the financial responsibility, SASTRIA will also revise premiums, evaluate reinsurance agreements, and explore opportunities to expand its customer base to bolster its ability to respond to risk. Honorable members, it is important also to state the current socio-political context in which SASTRIA is operating, the macroeconomic conditions of low economic growth, rampant inequality, and high unemployment are taking place in tandem with the report from the Zonal Commission on State Capture. As indicated during the budget speech, corruption is a major blight on the economy. It dilutes limited resources meant to serve the people of the country, weakens the capacity of the state to deliver, renders us fiscally more vulnerable, and erodes public trust in the state. Therefore, it must be eroded at all costs. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Chair. I now hand over this to the Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Buthelezi.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen, as we debate this bill, allow me to pay tribute to the young people of this country who in 1976 and beyond said, I quote, "this far, no further," unquote. With oppression, repression, and exploitation of the majority by a minority who exploited hospitality of the owners of this country. I'm talking about Mutaung, Mukherane, Musoloti, Kulu, Zondo, Pai, Ndwandwe, Mahlangu, and many other martyrs. By the way, all those people were hanged. These are the young people who paid the ultimate price when they were hanged in Pretoria and Central Prison. Let their death be not in vain. The African National Congress supports the 2021 Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill. The bill, honorable members, gives effect to the adjustments to the appropriation of money from the National Revenue Fund for expenditure approved in 2021-2022 financial year. Also, adjustments are required to authorize expenditure approved in terms of Section 6 of the Appropriation Act 2021 and Section 16 of the Public Finance Management Act. This bill proposes additional allocations of 500 million rands for the requirement of the Department of Health, Vote 18, to continue funding for the COVID-19 vaccine program authorized in terms of Section 6(1)(b) of the Appropriation Act 2021. It also remembers proposed additional allocation of 18.1 billion rand to National Treasury, Vote 8, to provide for recapitalization of equity to the South African Special Risk Insurance Association, SASRIA. This was authorized in terms of both the Appropriation Act and PFMA. Honorable members, these provisions of legislations allow the executive through the Minister of Finance to authorize use of money from the National Revenue Fund in instances like the July unrest which engulfed many of the provinces of Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal, also COVID-19 which wreaked havoc in our communities and businesses. When this intervention happened in 2021, the situation was as follows. According to the quarterly labor force survey, unemployment rate was at 34.4%. At the end of Q2 2021, the highest unemployment rate since the start of QLFS in 2008. The official unemployment rate among the youth was 44.2% in Q2 2021. This included 11% of university graduates. Many people were sick, hospitalized, in ventilators, and many succumbed to COVID-19. As you know, honorable members, the Parliament lost its members too. The President of the Republic, His Excellency Ramaphosa, summarizing the situation in his sworn address, observed, I quote, "For many, the fire was symbolic of the devastation caused by COVID-19 pandemic, by rising unemployment and deepening poverty. It spoke to the devastation of a pandemic that over the past 2 years has taken the lives of tens of thousands of South Africans, put 2 million people out of work, and brought misery to families," unquote. This statement aptly captures the state and the mood in our country. Honorable members, as if that pain was not enough, lightning struck again with unseen ferocity. The July Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal unrest resulted in over 400 people dead. According to the survey by DTIC, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, 312 businesses in the manufacturing, 444 in retail, and 240 in the services sector were affected. Combined cost of damages was 7.4 billion rand, and lost orders were 16.8 billion rand. The cost to economic growth, employment, and opportunity cost of resources that had to be diverted are huge. But again, the wounds of apartheid, racism, bigotry, and exploitation were laid bare. Most businesses that were not insured by both SASRA and other insurances were those owned by Black people in townships and in rural areas. The third reality by DTIC was that, I quote, "most adverse production effects would be temporary, but some operations may not resume. This means there are people who will never be able to get their jobs back." Our government did not throw its hands to the air. On the contrary, it led from the front and championed the fight against this devastation. This includes this House in particular and Parliament in general. This Parliament made resources available to fight COVID-19 and effects of the July unrest to individuals, families, and businesses. it is no exaggeration to suggest that the previous battles we have won indicate that we are about to win the war. Therefore, members, the bill in front of us, the second adjustment appropriation bill, continues with that fight and it must be supported. Honorable members, the African National Congress supports the 2021 second adjustment appropriation bill to save lives and livelihoods. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker is the Honorable Van Minnen. Before the members start, the member has 4 minutes according to the speaker's list in front of me. The clock indicates 3.
Thank you, House Chair. Appropriations should be an efficient vehicle for moving money within a fiscal year. It is governed by constitutional provisions, by various pieces of legislation, and follows on a broad oversight and consultation process. However, instead of understanding what the National Revenue Fund is and how withdrawals are governed, the ANC merely thinks it has an uncle in the furniture business with money stuffed into cushions for some eventuality for when it needs cash to pay for the results of its ongoing internal wars. The National Revenue Fund is not cash crusaders, and the ANC needs to understand that it cannot continue with its unlimited withdrawals to fund its ongoing self-enrichment at the expense of the people and the economy. Among the appropriations this year is the transfer of 18 billion rand to Sasria to cover insurance claims stemming from the July 21 unrest across parts of the country that saw destruction, looting, and rioting, resulting directly from ANC internal difficulties and factionalism, and for which the people of South Africa are now having to pay. Sasria is an economic enabler, but instead of enabling economic growth and the fiscal health of South Africa, as is intended, it instead is merely an enabler of the ANC. How many times must South Africans pay for the ANC failures? How many times must ANC destruction be repaired by hardworking men and women who've spent 27 years under the heel of ANC rapacity? Then there's the 500 million being utilized for the extra COVID vaccines. COVID-19 vaccines have proven highly effective and helped save thousands of people's lives. It has also enabled the economy to reopen, companies to rehire, and workers to go back to work. But it's also a matter of too little, too late. Too much time has been wasted and too many business and economic opportunities squandered by a leadership too busy swapping deck chairs on the Titanic. In contrast, the Western Cape government has been and continues to call for an end to lockdown, has worked tirelessly to show South Africans there is an alternative to the ANC. The Western Cape is one of South Africa's economic powerhouses, has the lowest unemployment in the country, and contributes over 15% to the country's GDP. Exports from the Western Cape to key overseas markets surged in 2021, despite the challenges of the Cape Town Harbour. And the reason the Cape Town Harbour is a problem is because the ANC insists on Transnet controlling it, meaning that it has fallen to the bottom of the log at number 347 out of 351 harbours in Africa. This increase in exports occurred at the height of the restrictions, which saw some governments closing down basically their entire economies. Key among this was the ANC, who pursued a raft of bizarre and destructive measures that did nothing to support this nation at this time of crisis. And this brings us to the cost of living, which is destroying South Africans who, instead of living successful, enabling lives, are merely trying to keep their heads above water amid the wreckage caused by the sinking ship of state, staffed by friends, family, and small, good-for-nothing parasitical parties destroying state institutions and buildings. It is very clear and obvious to anyone not looking at the economy through glasses clouded by the grime of dodgy ideology, and instead focused on the clear blue water of the Western Cape, that our national fiscal position would be better if the ANC had opened the nation earlier and not constrained the vehicle of economic development with the dirty petrol of illogical restrictions and lockdown. However, the fact remains that after 28 years of ANC misrule, instead of an uncle in the furniture business, the shop is closed and the warehouse has been looted by card-raising friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Paulson.
I'm happy. I serve a glorious God. I serve a glorious movement, the Economic Freedom Fighters. The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects the second adjustment appropriations bill. The second appropriations bill is a money bill introduced by the Minister of Finance in the National Assembly to request us as members of parliament to give money to the South African Special Risk Insurance Association, known as SASRIA, and money for COVID-19 vaccine. As the EFF, we have consistently warned that parliamentary processes are outdated and need to be reviewed. We need to look at how Parliament can be more responsive. At the moment, the parliamentary program and the calendar only serves to rubber stamp executive bills and adopt reports to cover up government incompetence and adopt bills to allocate money when government and state entities have already spent the money. We need a process to deal with money bills so that we do not pass bills when money has already been spent. Chairperson, let us now deal with two allocations in the second adjustments appropriations bill. Let's start with the 500 million allocation to the COVID-19 vaccine. Initially, the Department of Health was meant to spend 6.6 billion, but instead spent 7.7 billion, which meant a shortfall of 1.1 billion. The Treasury has already come up with 637 million rand, and the additional 500 million rand is meant to cover the difference. What is not said here today is that the 7.7 billion spent on vaccines was negotiated in secret, and as members of parliament, we were denied access to the so-called negotiated terms of the purchase. What is also not being said here is that even when there was Sputnik 5 from Russia and Sinovac from China, those were going to cost far less. The incompetent cabinet of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, misguided by SAPRA and controlled by the white capitalist establishment, was hell-bent on Western vaccines.
Honourable Paulson, will you just hold there? Let me hear why this honourable member is rising. Yes.
I'm rising on Rule 82. That must refer each other.
Speak into the mic. I can't hear you, honourable member.
I'm rising on Rule 82. That we must speak each other in respectable terms. Refer to the president with another name, which is not his. Thank you.
Yes, honourable Paulson, let us refer to each other in our proper names. Do not add other things to this, please.
I'm very happy that when I said Ramaphosa,
no, honourable Paulson. Honourable Paulson,
was referring to
Honourable Paulson, I made a ruling in this regard. You must now continue, and if you do it again, you'll have to withdraw the remark. I'm just cautioning you at this stage.
What is not being said today is the Department of Health was incompetent and the government reactionary. South Africa's vaccine program was late, and as a result, hundreds of people who were supposed to be with us have passed on, death that could have been prevented. The second one is SASRIA. The 2021 July unrest proved that SASRIA model is also outdated, just like the parliamentary program. SASRIA is a state-owned company that provides insurance that covers against special risks such as public disorder, strikes, riots, and terrorism. If SASRIA could not cover the losses of individuals and companies that suffered from the 2021 July unrest, as it is supposed to do, but cannot, it means its operating model is not appropriate. Like the ANC is not appropriate. We must review SASRIA. SASRIA must provide insurance for special risks without depending on the fiscus when there are special events. But also, it is time for SASRIA to offer insurance to all South Africans. SASRIA must offer affordable insurance to Black people who are exploited and discriminated by white-owned companies. We should be debating recommendations about reworking the SASRIA model to create an insurance company that will offer affordable insurance. The EFF rejects the second adjustment appropriations bill of this corrupt ANC. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, honourable member. The next speaker is the Honourable E.M. Buthelezi. Is the Honourable Buthelezi on the platform? Honourable Singh?
Honourable Chairperson, it seems not. He was informed. Can I proceed from here?
You may proceed. Okay. Now, can you come to the podium if you are here, Honourable Singh? come to the podium, and let's do it from here. Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and I'll take under 4 minutes. Chairperson, we live in desperate and uncertain times. The events that gave rise to this appropriation bill could not have been predicted and exposed weak points in government's preparedness in respect of infectious disease pandemics and civil unrest. This second adjustment appropriation bill provides for government budgetary allocations for the procurement of additional vaccines in the fight against COVID-19 and in further enabling state-owned short-term insurer, SASRIA, to provide insurance relief for persons and businesses who were affected by the July 2021 unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. We remain firmly within the grips of COVID-19, even with the trajectory of the disease now heading towards becoming endemic. We should not for 1 second become complacent, thinking that the worst is past. This period must therefore be used to build further resilience into our health and emergency response measures to deal with future coronavirus outbreaks as, when, and where they occur. COVID-19 has exposed the weaknesses inherent in our healthcare systems, and these must be strengthened. Chairperson, by the end of November last year, and in relation to the July unrest in the provinces of Gauteng and KZN, SASRIA had received just over 14,000 insurance claims, totaling some 32 billion. The largest claims coming from retailers, shopping malls, and warehouses. The above unrest and resultant damage have only further weakened our already limping economy, and countless jobs have been lost as a result thereof. Government is doing all it can to recompense losses incurred by business by financially backing SASRIA insured claims through the second appropriation bill. Chairperson, this appropriation budget is to be welcomed as it shows government's intention to assist business and restore investor confidence in South Africa. However, government must also focus on improving coordination in our intelligence structures, which played a huge role in the unpreparedness of the security cluster's response to the July civil unrest. The IFP supports the second adjustment appropriation bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Wessels.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. House Chair, at the core of this second appropriation adjustments bill is the question concerning the effectiveness of government, its planning, and how the budgeting process works. If one goes and have a look firstly at the reason for the need for this 18 billion rand for SASRIA, one cannot talk about and debate this adjustments appropriation bill without reflecting on the reason for the unrest, the reason for the looting, the reason for what happened just about a year ago in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. And then this side of the House can sit here and just throw their hands in the air and think that they are not responsible for the looting, the corruption, the destruction of livelihoods and properties. Your inefficiency to prevent, to actually see it coming, to actually act, to not just sit and just see it happening and then want to appropriate funds to solve the situation is at the core of the problems of this country. The fact that you just sit back and you just watch as spectators. Let me say, Honourable Chairperson, you are not spectators. You are the ruling party, although you can't rule. Although you can't govern, you are supposed to be governing. Your criminal intelligence, your intelligence services should not be keeping your executive safe. It should be actually doing its job in preventing crimes from happening, in preventing what happened last year from happening, and that's where your government failed. Then if one looks at the vaccines, Honourable Chairperson, there is about 7 million doses of vaccines set to expire now. That's the money we're appropriating now. But it's a lack of planning, it's a lack of efficiency by government that's leading to money that's going to waste. What we are appropriating here, Honourable Buthelezi, Chairperson of the committee, is wasted in less than a week's time. We're appropriating 500 million rand, that's wasted because those vaccines are expiring because of a lack of efficiency by the Department of Health, a lack of planning, a lack of seeing what is coming. 'n tekort, agbare voorsitter, aan om oor die bil te kan sien en te kan sien wat gaan gebeur. U kan nie net agteroor sit en dink dat alles net in weelde gaan wees nie. Daar is probleme en u moet die probleme kan voorspel en u moet kan optree. Maar soos altyd, agbare voorsitter, oorskry u arrogansie, u intelligensie. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, this bill proposes the allocation of additional funding, mainly the 18 billion rand to SASRIA. Now, we all know the July 2021 events, the disorder, riots and unrests led to extensive damage and accounted for 70% and 30% of the losses KZN and Gauteng for SASRIA. And the ACDP agrees that the support provided to SASRIA as the payment of claims is important to support the recovery of businesses, especially small, medium-sized businesses who have been hard hit by the unrest. But what we are concerned about is that to date, very few people have been held responsible for this widespread wanton destruction and tragic loss of lives. And taxpayers are yet again having to foot the bill for this orchestrated insurrection. Now, the expert panel report is incisive, and it found that whilst the looting, destruction, and violence have come and gone, what they found is that little has changed in the conditions that caused the unrest, leaving the public worried that there might be similar eruptions of large-scale unrest in future. The question, many argue, as the panel found, is not if and whether more unrest and violence will occur, but when. And there's also worry that the violence has left behind a sense of uncertainty and vulnerability because of the ineffective response of the security services. That is the panel's finding. And an appetite for lawlessness by those who might feel emboldened by the apparent lack of state capacity. Perhaps the most significant input made, which the panel heard, the panel says we heard this several times, that what appears to be factional battles in the ANC have become a serious source of instability in the country. Now, that is a panel that was requested by the president to investigate the unrest, and this is a severe indictment on the majority party. And again, the question arises, why should taxpayers then foot the billions of rands needed to recapitalize SASRIA when the majority party itself, as found by the expert panel, has become a serious source of instability? It is obviously crucial that the findings of the expert panel are implemented to avoid a repeat. Lastly, the ACDP takes note of the 500 million rand allocation to the Department of Health for COVID-19 vaccines, and we wish to emphasize that we are opposed to mandatory COVID-19 vaccines and oppose any attempt through the recently published health regulations to introduce a vaccine mandate through the back door and to discriminate between those who have been vaccinated and those who haven't. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kwankwa.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The United Democratic Movement supports the Second Adjustments Appropriations Bill. Isizathu soko mhlali ngaphambili into yokuba kudala sayithetha lento ukuthi kwakudala isasanduqala lencoko ukuthi qala isazria Chairperson Buteles niyayazi ukuthi yasiqhatha even nakwi-page yayo it talks about ntoba it was inspired by abantu abatsha, by courageous young people who shaped the course of history of South Africa, referring to the Soweto riots of 1976. Kanti it was not inspired by that. Ngabelungu ababesoyika i-violence abantu bamnyama ngelo xesha sasilwela inkululeko. Ababezama ukukhusela amashishini abo against thina, the riots that were taking place at the time. Now, the crux of the matter, and the reason why I'm raising this point is because ukusukela oko the establishment beSAZRA uzotsho, we have never done anything to try and reposition it, to try and make sure that i-reach abantu abaninzi nabahluphekileyo nabasezilokishini kuba iSAZRA ibingazukunida ubhayibhelwa out by government. If it actively ithengise lento, ithengise a package of insurance that is affordable enokwazi accesswa ngabantu bakuthi. Ilento yofumanisa ukuthi nangoku if you're looking at the claims and the amount of money ebhatalwayo out of ilenqa, abona abantu ba-protected banayo le insurance zii-companies ezinkulu, zii-companies ezimhlophe eziyaziyo ukuthi umsebenzi wayo yintoni. For example, nabantu nje besiqhelo, they only come across SAZRA when they take out umzekelo into ezifana nezindlu ne-insurances rather ze-motor vehicles and so on, but I can't do that actively sells it. So mashishini oselokishini angekhayasi. Okwesibini, simane sinika abantu apha ezimali kodwa sithi ngosikhupha imali bailing out nge-taxpayers money. Singatshekisha ukuthi after sinikile noba nguSAZRA lawo ingaba na ewe accept insurance, ingaba na xa imali isiwa kwi-taxpayers intoba ezi companies zingenze ezi claims zithathe le mali ziyifake epokothweni sidenda abantu bakuthi fumanisa ukuthi the socio-economic conditions ebeziworsenishwe by the riots as be worse even after the insurance payouts that have taken place. Asijongi loo nto uqiniseke ukuthi there are conditions at least attached to it. It's the same thing that happened to as a side issue which is not part of this Adjustments Appropriations Bill. Same thing that happened to the loan guarantee scheme where kwakudola out imali kuncedisa companies get rates as favorable, but asingake zijonge ukuthi ingabe eza companies after the accesses resources ziqhubekile ziqesha abantu bakuthi na zikwazile ukukhula. The unemployment rate continues to shoot up, but urhulumente ukhupha imali bailing out businesses in order for them uqiniseka ukuthi zenze into eyiyo. Okwesibili, lo mcimbi wezi-vaccines, the problem with vaccines in South Africa is that asifuni uba nayo incoko yabantu ababulewe kwazi-vaccines ezi-side effects. Sifuna umane sithi ewe ziyabusindisa ubomi. Utheni le nto singazukwazi uthetha ngaba bantu babhujiswe nabo nefamily nabantu abathe besuke yohlaba i-vaccine abakwazi ukulasta iveki.
Your time is now expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The National Freedom Party will support this second adjustment appropriation bill tabled here today. Now, Honorable Chairperson, I want to send a message out to ordinary South Africans. This special appropriation is as a result, particularly to a very large extent, of what happened in the July unrest. What does it clearly tell us? Money that could have been used to improve the quality of lives of our people and deliver services to them are now being redirected as a result of the damages that have been done due to their protesting. Now, there's nothing wrong, Chairperson, in protesting. There's nothing wrong in raising concerns about the delivery of services. But going out there and destroying the very same infrastructure and businesses that are responsible for economic growth to create jobs in this country, now this is the root cause of it. So what I want to say is for ordinary South Africans to understand that you are now becoming the cause of why we are where we are today. That's the first thing. On the second issue of, the issue of vaccines, I want to raise a concern that whilst I too particularly have taken my vaccines, there is lots and lots of concern being raised currently in the country of side effects of these vaccines. The number of people that are now having cardiac arrest, having strokes, and many other illnesses is on the rise. And the time has come to interrogate this, to investigate it thoroughly, taking into consideration that these vaccines were developed, manufactured, and distributed in a very short space of time, not even giving enough time to ensure its efficacy. So whilst we support these are some of the concerns that we want to raise. Thank you very much, Chairperson. The National Freedom Party supports this special adjustment appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Dikhale.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans. The African National Congress supports the second Adjustment Appropriation Bill. Honourable Members, let me start by paying tribute to the young lions of 1976, the young boys and girls who faced the most feared, brutal death of apartheid white minority government with stones and bare fists. We owe our being here to the generation of Hector Peterson and all those who perished at the hands of the most brutal system of our times. The bill, among others, allocate 500 million to the Department of Health. This is to pay for COVID-19 vaccines and related logistic costs. This also to find already allocated to the COVID-19 funds. These honourable members means that 8.8 billion rands was allocated for this program in financial year 2021-2022. Honourable members, they say we are all clever after the event. This is true for some honourable members in the opposition benches who blame the governing party for slow economic growth and high unemployment rates. They have all of a sudden forgotten that this virus shock was unknown when it hit the world and our country. No country has budgeted for it. No country could have foreseen it. However, the ANC-led government was agile enough to mobilize resources at a very short space of time to buy vaccines first for frontline workers, the elders, and last for everyone. I still remember, Deputy Speaker, House Chair, some amongst us standing here saying the ANC, led by His Excellency President Ramaphosa, Minister of Health, Kokta, and the Cabinet had not budgeted for the vaccines. Standing here, they did not want to believe government when it said there were enough resources in the budget to buy vaccines for everyone. It is now common cause that the South African government, led by the African National Congress, has enough stock vaccines for all of us. In fact, we now have oversupply of vaccines. Honorable members, it is because of this ANC government that stood more than 35 million vaccines doses have been administered to about 20 million people. While the second and third waves of COVID were devastating, there is no doubt that the latter variants were less severe. Thanks to the availability of vaccines, honorable members, the doubting Thomases among us should not let our people die, whether in churches or anywhere for that matter. The director of World Health Organization, Tedros, commented, there is no doubt that the vaccine saved countless lives. The vaccines are helping to turn the tide on the pandemic, and the vaccines are now giving many countries the confidence to relax restrictions. They have indeed allowed our own country to open up so that people can go back to work and businesses can start operating. Honorable House Chair, despite the success we have scored, we are not lowering our gas, though. That is why the 2022-2023 appropriation bills allocates the Department of Health a further 2 billion rands for vaccines. It will be amiss of me not to take a bow to all the frontliners workers who defied the odds, demonstrating unseen bravery and patriotism in protecting me and you as we were fighting this stealth disease. The health workers deserve a special mention. Some of our patriots perished in that fight. We shall forever be in debt to them. We join our Minister Joe Parker in gratitude. I wish to take the opportunity to express our gratitude to our gallant health workers who have been and all remain the frontline warriors against the COVID-19 pandemic, just as they have done against HIV and AIDS. Minister Partha, there is no doubt that this enemy will be defeated like the June 16 warriors defeated apartheid. Honorable members, there is definitely vaccine hesitancy in our country, especially among the young people. Let us continue to persuade them to vaccine for their own good, the good of their families, the good for fellow students, the good for fellow workers, and indeed for the good of our country. This is the month of our youth. Go and vaccine. So, honorable members, so that there is no confusion, let us understand what not supporting the bill means. It means that you are not supporting the vaccination of workers. Not supporting the bill means that you are saying no research on vaccine should take place. Not supporting the bill means that you are saying it is right for young people not to be employed. Let me close by quoting His Excellency President Ramaphosa. Vaccines dramatically reduce the chances of severe illness, hospitalization, and death. The ANC support the 2021 Second Adjustment Bill. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Lees.
Honourable Chair, with your permission, I will leave my camera off. I'm in a weak signal area. Thank you very much. Honourable Chair, much of what my old friends, Honourable Buthelezi and Dikeledi, have said about the good work done by frontline workers and so on, we have to concur with. However, the Adjustments Appropriation Bill before us is essentially a rubber stamp to approve funding already authorized by use of Section 16 of the PFMA and Section 6 of the Appropriation Act. This use of Section 16 of the PFMA is yet another abuse of Section 16, as was done in 2017 when Malusi Gigaba, the then Minister of Finance, cynically used Section 16 to pay SAA a bailout of 2.207 billion rand. And Honourable Buthelezi will remember the controversy around that bailout. But fear not, whilst the Minister of Finance has not abused Section 16 to secretly bail out SAA this time round, there is still a further 3.5 billion rand SAA bailout to come in the medium-term budget policy statement. This will bring the total taxpayer bailouts for SAA since 2007 to a mind-boggling 51 billion rand. Mr. Chair, the question is, why has Section 16 of the PFMA not been invoked to provide the comparatively small 1 billion rand funding for the KZN flood devastation? Why was this 1 billion rand promise made by President Ramaphosa, and yet 2 months after the floods, not a cent has yet been provided? The ANC are happy to abuse Section 16 to bankroll a bankrupt, mismanaged and raped SAA, but not to provide funds for the desperate people of KZN. The bold hypocrisy of the ANC is laid bare when they pontificate about spending 14.5 billion rand to save 1,000 jobs at SAA, but not spending 1 billion rand to save the people of KZN. It is an ANC hypocrisy that says that the 1,000 SAA employees are more important than the 800 SA Express employees, the 700 Mango employees, and the 2,000 Combe employees. It is an ANC hypocrisy that says it's more important to provide 14.5 billion rand to an SAA convicted of uncompetitive trading than to provide the 1 billion rand in damages owed by SAA to ComAir. It is an ANC hypocrisy that provides 14.5 billion rand to a lost cause SAA, but not the 900 million rand in ticket sales owed to Airlink by SAA. Mr. Chair, the massive government guarantees of 19.7 billion rand were issued to SAA with absolutely no parliamentary participation, let alone approval. Mr. Chair, I have before Parliament a private member's bill that is completely non-partisan and that is a step towards reining in the issuing of ill-conceived government guarantees. I'm firmly convinced that there can be no rational reason for the ANC not to support this bill. I sincerely hope that they do support the bill. Mr. Chair, the bottom line is that South Africa is burdened with a lame duck president.
The honourable member's time has expired on that bottom line. Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
I now recognize Honourable Mlenzan.
Thank you. Greetings to you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members and South Africans. Let me start by saying the ANC supports the bill. Reverend Shongwan of the Methodist Church of Southern Africa says to me one day, I'm quoting him, our democracy has been undermined by those who claim to be democratic leaders. And my response to him, Mkwati, was that, look, Mfundisi, yisemon enkulu ke, it needs especially right. However, the hallmark of demagogues and charlatans in their ability to sell is the suicidal solutions to poor masses when the nation is confronted with complex and difficult problems is what is always running within their blood. The pages of history are littered with such charlatans, some who led the whole nations to the brink of destruction. The fascists in Europe, such as Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini, who plunged the nations of Germany and Italy, respectively, into devastation of the Second World War, are prime examples of what we're actually talking about. I need not talk about Nongause. Abantu abangamaXhosa would know that the young woman was believed to have spiritual gift, claimed that ancestors appeared to her and said, amaXhosa, to destroy their crops and kill their cattle because by so doing the dead would arise.
I think it's a great thing to put.
But needless to say, the dead did not arise, but abantu bakuthi suffered a lot. The incidents of July 2021, where people were mobilized to destroy economic infrastructure and businesses that served them in KZN and Gauteng based on false promises, were examples of a brief triumph of demagogues and charlatans like the ones who disrupted this House sitting, Chief Whip, only last week in their feeble attempt to steal political power. They failed because, like the fascists of Europe, theirs is a minority cause. And they are no longer happy. Unfortunately, whenever such incidents of destruction occur, it is the state which has to pick up the pieces and repair that which is broken. These incidents of unrest dealt a double blow to our economy. That we were coming from, or were still in COVID-19 at the time. The state-owned insurance company Sasria, which was established in 1979 to manage the property damages during political unrest, experienced the biggest loss in its history. by the year ending 31st March 2022. They lost 27.8 billion before tax as compared to a profit that they used to make of 2 billion in the previous years. The ANC supports this second adjustment appropriation bill because it's an intervention by government to effect adjustment to appropriation of money from national revenue of expenditure approved in the 2021 financial year. This 18.1 million, and we support it because the number of claims to Sasria shot up to 20,000 2021 financial year as compared to 3,000 in the previous years. Government had intervened because of the record level claims of Sasria. A total of 22 billion was needed. 3.9 billion was provided. 7.1 billion provided through section 16 subsection 1, 11 billion through section 16 subsection 1B. This 22 billion has been helpful to Sasria to settle claims and recover FSCR, which had dropped below the minimum of 100% as required by the Prudential Authority. Perhaps let me quickly say, much as we understand that Sasria usebenza kahle, but we are noting that if beneficiaries zakhe are mostly ababantu babonakala namhlanje bengayifuni bana iphunyezwe le bill. How we wish ukuthi abantu base South Africa could be taking care of that. The second part is that you have the unholy, undemocratic alliance and their friends in the one-man-led parties like EFF and ACDP, as well as the remnants of the apartheid fascism in the Freedom Front Plus, who are busy rejecting this.
Thank you. Just
EFF Plus.
Just take a pause. Is that a point of order? Take your seat, Honorable Mlenzane.
Chairperson, the full.
Hello, is that a point of order? Honorable Paulson?
EFF is led by a collective.
Honorable Paulson, that is not a point of order. Take your seat. Go ahead, Honorable Mlenzane.
FF Plus, we don't want to be reminded by yourselves on how you infiltrated our organization as far back as in the underground times in exile and up to now. You are busy infiltrating our intelligence system. However, going forward, we must ensure that the state, in the light of what I've just said, is strengthened in all respects to defend the communities, defend workers, defend businesses across. When we're saying businesses, we are talking of ababantu, abahlala estratweni, begodola phaya, babe aba, bezothi namhlanje abafuna uku-approve le bill, ibe izoncedisana nabo. We are talking of ababantu abatsha, abazizamelayo, abathi nabo, ngenxa yento kokubana in the name yokokubana bemobiliziwe abanye babo. Kunento entsha ngoku chairperson eyokokubana kuthiwe ebantwini siya estrikeni siya we march only to find that ngumtapo. People are now mobilized to disrupt this country, and we want to warn South Africans ukuthi mabahlale bathi kwa. There is no one who is going to wake up as a change in constitutional democracy. Upper we have got a patriotic majority which has got a right to speak out. Don't be this minority at 30 chances. That South Africa doesn't have a constitution. Ufumanise up in the they just wake up, mobilizing people, marching, just because you're not satisfied in the African National Congress and think that tomorrow there will be no ANC. Masambeni so campaign ukwenzela into yokubana abantu bakuthi bathethe voting. This that we have is a constitutional democracy. There's no way abosizawuvumela khona abantu abangathi bagqwethekile nje abavele bavumbuke becingela into yokubana sizavele sithi umongameli makeme ecaleni. Who are you to tell us ukuthi umongameli owenyulwe sithi makeme ecaleni? Who are you? Who are you? Why should we be told by you? The ANC supports this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mlenzana. I now recognize the acting minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I now recognize the acting minister.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Chair. May I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to a very healthy, robust engagement on initiatives and efforts whose attempt is to take South Africa forward. One appreciates the honesty.
On a point of order, House Chair.
Just pause, Minister. What's the point of order?
Thank you, House Chair. It's very disappointing that we are debating the appropriation bill and the National Treasury custodian leadership is not in the House. They are not there.
Please, that's not a point of order. Please take your seat. That's not a point of order. Go ahead, Minister.
It's a sad day.
Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
You are not going to repeat that. You are not going to repeat that, Honorable Ntangweni. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Our understanding in the Treasury is that we are doing everything to make sure that we reduce the liabilities of this country. We reduce all factors that mitigate against healthy fiscal framework that position this country on a recovery path that improves the credit worthiness of this country so that we continue to secure points from investors, ratings, so that we continue to create an environment which improves being a destination for investment. It's only when we pay these liabilities, it's only when we make sure that we're geared to deal with contingencies of this nature. Thank you to honorable members for actually supporting this item with that at the back of their minds. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Are there any objections to the bill being read first time? No objections.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the AFF Plus.
Objection noted.
And the ACDP, thank you.
Objection of the ACDP noted. Objection of the EFF noted.
Note the objection of the DA.
Objection noted. Thank you. The report agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill for the first time.
Second adjustment appropriation bill, financial year 2021-2022.
Thank you. We're now going to invite the speakers, Honorable Buthelezi.
Ngiyabingelela Chairperson namalunga ahloniphekileyo onke endlu. The African National Congress supports Appropriation Bill 2022 B7 2022. Mhlambe ngingakaqhubeki nje bengazi vele ukuthi
just pause Honorable Buthelezi, just take your seat. There's a long pause with the Secretary today. You want to ask the Secretary to read order number 5. It's taking long.
Second Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2021-2022 Financial Year Bill.
Thank you. I'm now inviting Honorable Buteles.
Malunga hloniphekileyo, mina bengazi ukuthi Honorable Mazambane mayiqala ukukhuluma uzokhuluma ngamabhanoyi SAA, ngathi khona inyanga yambulala yase yalahleka. We are talking about adjustment appropriation we Honorable Mazambane uqhamuka uzositshela ngamabhanoyi. Sikhuluma ngeSASRA awusho lutho ngayo, sikhuluma ngama-vaccine awusho lutho ngayo, wena uyayindizela nje. Uyandiza uyabhabha. I dedicate my debate to those visionaries who congregated in Kliptown at the Congress of the People and drafted the historic document, the Freedom Charter. I say they were visionaries because their ideas have mostly outlived them. Their ideas are as relevant today as they were 67 years ago. Even the June 16 generation was motivated by the ideals of the Freedom Charter. Mazambane, ngibuyele kuwena or Mazambane. Sizwile commercial yakho nge-private members bill, kodwa is misplaced. Ayindizele nje lapha efuna kuya khona.
Honorable Buteles. Honorable Buteles. Apologies for you, Honorable Buteles. Please take your seat, your proper seat down there, Honorable Buteles. We apologize, Honorable Buteles. I hope after this, the Secretary will be well settled. I'm going to invite the Secretary to read the sixth order.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Appropriations on Appropriation Bill, Bill 7, 2022.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the report be adopted by this August House. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Objection of the DA noted.
Note the objection of the EFF.
Objection noted.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the EFF Plus.
Objection noted.
Sanokuthi senze commercials, Chair.
The report is agreed to. Thank you. Secretary, we move to the seventh order. Correct this time? The Secretary will read the seventh order.
First reading debate, Appropriation Bill, Bill 72.
Thank you. I now recognize again Honorable Buteles. Thank you, Secretary.
Ngiyabonga Chairperson. Ngiqhubeka ngithi so that abantu bakithi bazi ukuthi uku-oppose le bill ichaza ukuthini. Namhlanje sidila ngebudget. IParliament ihlezi la izothi akuphume imali kuhulumeni iyokhokhela ingane zakithi esikoleni. Ikhokhele ibhedlela. Inike ogogo izimali. Ukhokhela ingane zethu esema-university. Uma i-opposition ithi ayihambisani nale bill, ithi azingenziwa lezo zinto. Ngiyathemba nilalele bogogo ukuthi ena labantu nibakhethi bezila bathini. The main declaration that was made then is that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. This does not suggest that we should be happy about the geographical location. Belonging to South Africa also means equal access to its wealth below and above the ground. Hence, our people were unequivocal in declaring the people shall share in the country's wealth. Also, the land shall be shared amongst those who work it. There shall be work and security. Honorable members, the appropriation bill is still in pursuit of these freedom charter ideals. consolidated government expenditure is 2.2 trillion rand for 22-23. Expenditure by national votes is 1.057 trillion rand. That's what is divided among the different national departments. This represents an increase of 282.3 billion rand compared to the 2021 budget. Chairperson, centuries of colonialism, decades of apartheid, misrule of the benefit of less than 10% of our population, COVID-19 pandemic, July 2021 unrest, the recent storms and floods, all have increased the number of people that need government's intervention for free services. Honorable members, the bill allocates 1.121 trillion rand for social wage based on consolidated expenditure for free services to the most vulnerable. This budget we're saying is redistributive and is pro-poor. Honorable members, according to the quarterly labor force survey, our economy produced 370,000 new jobs in Q1 2022, a positive development indeed. The challenge of high rates of unemployment still remains. The presidential employment stimulus produced 879,000 jobs in agriculture, education, health, and many other sectors. We therefore welcome the 9 billion rand allocation to this program. It will create 513 and 905 new jobs opportunities. Mr. President, we would like to suggest that let us also include the SOCs and agencies within this initiative. ESCOM, Transnet, PRASA, DPSA, NEF, IDC, and other provincial SOCs and DFIs may be good partners of this program. The engineers, accountants, finance, and accounting graduates, artisans may be absorbed by these institutions without added financial obligations. Also, many of law and accounting graduates cannot find placements for their articles. We are proposing that we look at small firms, especially Black and women-owned firms partnerships. This will definitely provide a win-win outcome. Chairperson, the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition is allocated 10.859 billion rand in this bill. This department is very critical for economic reconstruction and recovery plan. It is critical in championing localization, industrialization, Black economic empowerment and economic transformation, and fighting against uncompetitive behavior in business. However, we are saying without fear of contradiction that the resources allocated to DTIC do not correlate to the responsibilities. Upfront, we are calling for more resources to this department, Honourable Minister, when MTPPS is tabled. State SA gives South Africa good news that our GDP grew by 1.9% in Q1 2022, taking GDP above the level of pre-COVID-19 levels. Lest we forget, honorable members, this happened despite the July unrest shock to the economy. These numbers are not just manner, they are reflecting the agility and responsiveness of our government to that dark cloud which befell our country. We agree with you, Minister Patel, when you opined, quote, we have to grasp the lesson that the absence of economic justice places the burden of climate, social, or geopolitical disruptions on those in society that can least afford to shoulder these burdens, unquote. That must be corrected with this budget. We would like to see an addition to 400,000 workers who acquired shares at companies like ShopRite, Baker King, and Imperial. Those were the interventions of a competition committee. Honorable members, these lessons of dealing with unexpected shocks must be put in good use in dealing with KZN and Eastern Cape floods. We urge government to fast track this process. Chairperson, unfortunately, there's no substitute for inclusive economic growth that will ensure that we have more jobs, job opportunities, higher revenue by SARS, higher disposable income. We reduce the sovereign debt, we reduce the deficit, and more importantly, we decrease inequality and poverty. We believe as the African National Congress that government must use its buying power to fast-track localization and broad-based Black economic empowerment. The pushback on economic transformation by the beneficiaries of the largesse of colonialism and apartheid is there for everyone to see. They are using every trick in the book to stop the rightful owners of this country to have access to the land of their forefathers and foremothers. The public procurement bill must be strong on the following, and we urge the honourable members when they look at that bill, that they ensure that the bill enforces a fair and transparent process. Most importantly, it must be unambiguous and unequivocal on preferential procurement for Black people, women and Black people and African women, youth, and in particular Black and African youth. It must be unforgiving on malfeasance and corruption. It must be very strong on localization. That will allow the budget that this parliament passes to be used for economic growth and transformation. Honourable members, let us be very careful and watch against those who want to equate Black economic empowerment to corruption. We cannot allow Black economic empowerment to be criminalized. Corruption knows no color. There's nothing Black in the corruption of Stenoff. The defrauding of the state during the 2010 World Cup Conducive behavior, the mispresentation of annual financial statements by Tonga Tulets for years with the collusion of some of the big auditing firms. We agree with the president in his address to the BBC when he said, I quote, "Now, more than any other time in our history, we need to undertake the task of empowerment with greater intensity and purpose in the face of resistance and those who use the new weapon called lawfare," meaning people always go to court when it has to come to the empowerment of Black people. Let's guard against that. That's what the president wanted. And we shouldn't allow honorable members, asibhekelele sithi ukukhohlakala akunakhala. Abantu abakhohlakeleyo bathola yonke indawo. Kodwa let that not be used to stop transformation, economic transformation. The people of this country have got the right to their economy, especially in the over 2 trillion rand budget of this parliament. We can't be sitting here ngale budget siyayibona iyadlula simi thina sishaya igard of honor yangena iyaphuma kodwa abantu bakithi they are not benefiting from it. Honourable members, the elephant in the room, as we urge you to approve this budget, is underspending, wasteful and fruitless and expenditure and adverse audit outcomes. The ANC supports the bill. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable George.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Appropriations Bill sets out spending from the National Revenue Fund and must be considered within the broader economic context. The budget process is fundamentally flawed and does not ensure that the people's money is spent in the best possible way. The Financial and Fiscal Commission has advised that their recommendations were not properly taken into consideration, especially on rapidly rising debt, endless bailouts to state-owned enterprises, and systemic corruption in the public financial system. I asked the National Treasury how they can award themselves an excellent score on budgeting when our public finance is clearly not effectively managed. The Director General responded that 170 municipalities are financially dysfunctional. That's 61% of all municipalities. We see that dysfunction when the people must navigate potholes, run out of water, and watch their cities and towns fall apart while government wastes and steals their money and pretends that everything is well. A government that is out of touch and doesn't care. The public financial collapse is not only local. National government promised 1 billion rand in relief to KZN after the floods, but doesn't have any money to give them. Government promised a 350 rand grant to the most vulnerable people desperate for some relief of the distress. It never paid them and left them hungry. Government has run out of money and no amount of borrowing can fix what the ANC has broken. Government has eaten away at the foundations of our economic potential, one corruption-riddled bite after the other. The role of government is to provide infrastructure, education, healthcare, a social security net, and a safe and secure environment, a foundation to lift all who live in South Africa out of poverty and enable everyone to become everything that they are capable of becoming. That is the job of government, to lightly regulate where necessary, take action should a market failure occur, and then get out of the way for business to generate the jobs we desperately need. The ANC government believes that a broken, incapable state and bankrupt state-owned enterprises can generate jobs and economic growth. Are you really so far out of touch with reality, or are you just glazed over with greed as you feast at the trough and avoid the hungry eyes of children in KZN and the Eastern Cape who are eating sand and boiled grass and will never know the taste of a piece of chicken or meat? Or the better future promised to us all when we stood in never-ending queues in April 1994 to choose peace over war and freedom over tyranny. That hope was crushed, one failed economic policy after the next. What would they say about $4 or more million US, 63 million rand, hidden in the furniture of a president whose poverty cabinet lets them starve? The Financial Action Task Force has warned South Africa that it needs to improve the prosecution of financial crimes. If there is insufficient progress by October, we will be placed on the grey list of countries that pose a risk to the international financial system. This will have dire consequences on the ability of our banks to transact internationally and on incoming capital flows, a symptom of a failing state. Government can intervene in the event of a market failure, but it should not cause that failure. The failed Black economic empowerment model distorted the labor market by restricting access to jobs on the basis of race and prevented private business from operating efficiently by enforcing rent-seeking arrangements in the name of transformation. The unconstitutional practice of cadre deployment meant that incapable, politically connected cronies mismanaged the public service to the point of collapse. Public sector wages spiraled upwards on the back of political patronage. During the IMF's recent visit, we discussed our growth prospects and they reported their concern over public debt, the public sector wage bill and Eskom. No power means no growth. Eskom has piled up a mountain of debt that bond investors find very attractive because of its perceived risk-free premium yields. They must understand that it isn't risk-free unless it is specifically underwritten by government, and then there is still risk of default as public debt shoots upward. Government cannot borrow our economy into sustainability. Debt repayments are appropriated first and crowds out spending on the basic service that government was elected to deliver. Provincial allocations are reduced while bloated national departments get higher priority. We have a young population and a culture of entrepreneurship that government policy has failed to leverage. Without decent education, all of that potential talent is lost. Our big and growing informal economy contributes to our lower growth rate, and reforms to increase access to finance and simplifying registration and regulatory requirements for new firms can help them grow and bring them into the tax net over time. Our economy needs investment capital to grow. Local business and foreign investors are holding mountains of investable cash, but won't invest it because they do not trust government. Domestic savings needs to be encouraged, and the best way to do this is to reduce the tax burden on hardworking South Africans. Tax is theft when government mismanages and steals the people's money, and hardworking taxpayers whose money is wasted and stolen would have every right to withhold it. This bill does not appropriate efficiently, and we do not support it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I now recognize the EFF. Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I start off by saying that the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects this Appropriations Bill. The Appropriations Bill is a money bill that is introduced by the Minister of Finance, and Parliament passes it to allocate money to national departments and state-owned entities. When we debated the previous appropriations bills, we demonstrated that the National Treasury austerity program is not sustainable. All these budget cuts have an impact on the lives of our people. It is unfortunate that the Parliamentary Budget Office and Financial and Fiscal Commission was supposed to work with the Standing Committee on Appropriations to consider the proposed appropriation bill. and make necessary amendments have turned into national treasury cheerleaders. Our society is facing a deep-rooted problem of gender-based violence and is in serious need of a well-capacitated police service. Because of budget cuts, SAPS had to cut about 600 staff. Soyando police station has one of the highest GBV reported cases, but the police station does not even have clear processes for helping victims of gender-based violence when they come to report. The so-called gender-based violence deaths at police stations do not exist. We personally went to the police station in Nyanga and it is not there. What is shocking is that as Parliament, we passed the Criminal Law Forensic Procedure Amendment Bill and the Cybercrime Act, all of which will need money, not budget cuts. The NPA's budget is being cut by more than 400 million rand purposefully, even though calls have been made for a stable funding to deal with the high levels of case backlog. The people of Hammanskraal in Gauteng, Guyana, and Messina in Limpopo, and many other areas do not have dependable and clean potable water. The people of the Northern Cape and Free State continue to be subjected to bucket toilets. The Department of Employment and Labour is failing to build the capacity to lead the government's drive to create jobs. But the department failed to spend 584 million rand in the previous financial year, and there is no suggestion that the proposed budget will make any difference. Instead, some in the ruling party believe that the government will solve unemployment crisis by depending on the private sector to create jobs. It's not going to happen. There are budget cuts in the Department of Social Development, even when our society is dealing with deep-rooted social problems and is in need of social workers. SASSA is closing more and more social grant pay points, leaving many in the rural areas stranded. They must spend the money they don't have to go and withdraw the social grant. When we stand up here and reject these proposed budgets, we are not objecting to service delivery. We are objecting to the senseless budget cuts. Honourable Chairperson, in addition to budget cuts, we must still deal with a bill that is missing critical funding areas. We have a shortage of teachers in schools and a high teacher-learner ratio, but we still do not have a budget allocated for reopening of teacher colleges. We have a shortage of nurses in clinics and hospitals, and public healthcare has collapsed, but we do not have a budget allocation for reopening nursing colleges. There's no funding for TVET colleges. There's no funding for free higher education, despite all the promises. There's no funding to address housing, roads, and water infrastructure backlog. There's no funding for sports, arts, and culture, despite calls for funding to revive school sports and ensure equal gender pay. We need to do away with rubber stamping treasury budgets and look at the needs of our people to pass an appropriation bill that will change the lives of our people. Until that happens, the EFF rejects the appropriation bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Paulson. Thank you. I now recognize Honourable Ian Buthelezi. Honourable Ian Buthelezi. Not available. I now recognize Honourable Singh. You have extra work today.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I've just been to Home Affairs and it was the swiftest job that they did changing surnames. Honourable Chairperson, in the words of Jean-Baptiste Carr, I quote, "The more things change, the more they stay the same," close quote. It is true of this debate on appropriations, albeit some line items have been reduced and others have received an increase. What is telling is the fact that austerity is not written within this budget. It appears our government is unable to trim the fat when it comes to superficial items that do not serve the greater population. What is even more telling is the fact that the developmental priorities in building a capable state, eradicating poverty and closing the gap of inequality is not embedded within the Appropriations Bill. Chairperson, when I echo the words, "the more things have stayed the same," I can confidently pull a Hansard report on all the appropriations debates held in this House since the first Parliament, and you will see that very little has changed. It is for this reason that to this day, the local sphere of government has been marred in corruption, and those who have continued to steal from the state have been treated with impunity. To this day, monies have been cut to local governments, although it can be argued that this sphere is closest to the people in delivering on the needs of communities countrywide. Chairperson, we have continued to neglect local and rural development, and therefore we continue to neglect the most pertinent needs of our people who are suffering in abject poverty and are suffering homelessness. It would be an indictment on this government if expenditure items are being sent back to National Treasury, when millions go hungry and even more people suffer the dire consequences of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Others fill their pockets with the monies of the state, whilst others have nothing to fill their bellies with at night. Monies that are wrongfully spent or even stolen from the public purse are all monies that could lift our people out of poverty. Chairperson, South Africa needs a hand up and not a handout. What South Africans want is to be and feel safe in their country, and they want to be financially secure and cushioned from corporate and state greed. We must ensure that government sticks to this appropriation sheet, and by the end of the financial year, books must balance if we are to effect real and meaningful change in the lives of our citizens. Having said that, we support this bill, but Honourable Chairperson, I would like to raise another issue that deals with appropriations, and that is the transfer of funds from national government or treasury to provinces to compensate them for damage inflicted during infrastructure damage during the floods. It's a matter of concern that up to now, the monies have not been transferred, and we seem to see that there is some disjuncture in the way both the provinces and the national treasury seem to be dealing with the matter. And whilst we recognize and must emphasize that all money spent must be fully accounted for and must be granted within prescribed prescripts of the Public Finance Management Act, it is not acceptable that service delivery and restoration of infrastructure and restoring the lives of people who have been homeless from all of this is not done expeditiously. So we would urge National Treasury and the Minister to ensure that there is no more talking past each other, but talking to each other between national and provincial governments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. You have become a reliable substitute. I now recognize Honorable Vessels from the FF+.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. House Chairperson, the biggest question is, what is South Africa? Is South Africa a developmental state? Is this appropriation bill and the budget developmental of nature? And let's look at the characteristics of a developmental state. Firstly, there should be a developmental ideology. It should prioritize development. Now, you talk as the ANC government development. That's true. But do you actually prioritize it? Or do you prioritize your own corruption, your own stealing, and your own priorities above that of development? Then secondly, the government leaders should advance this ideology and follow a determined economic strategy. Is there a determined economic strategy? Do you know? Because it's Patel versus Trevor Manuel with the developmental plan versus the economic growth plan. And that is how it's been forever. There's no clear, determined strategy. You don't know what your economic policy is. Not even the ANC in your own organization knows. And then, thirdly, the institutional capacity should be there. Is there institutional capacity? No, because business can't even obtain a simple permit, a trading permit. Then there should be, and this is very important, a meritocratic appointment of officials. But no, you have a cadre deployment system. You appoint people on everything except on merit. You don't appoint people to actually serve the people out there. You appoint people because they are your cronies. And then public servants should be neutral. Are public servants neutral? No, because they are appointed in the Tuli House. And that's why you're not a developmental state. You're more of a welfare state, but you're also not a welfare state, because in a welfare state, education is prioritized. So what are you? What is this budget? And no, Honorable Buthelezi, it's not that we don't want service delivery when we say this appropriation bill is wrong. We want service delivery, because whilst 40% of South Africans are hungry, you protect your own. You spend money on wrong priorities. Let's look at the crime rate, an increase of 22%. But let's look at the budget. The budget increases VIP protection, the protection of your ministers, with 8%. But the police budget increases with 4.5%. How is that correct priorities? How can it be? 3.5 billion rand spent on VIP protection whilst people are murdered and people are hungry. That is why we reject this budget. That is the problem with this appropriation. Maar die ANC juig. En die ANC juig oor hierdie begroting. Maar eintlik is hierdie begroting...
Honorable Vessels, just take a seat, Honorable Vessels. Honorable Papo, you are not going to do a running comment. The speaker is on the podium. Go ahead, Honorable Vessels.
I enjoy that, so carry on. Corruption does not know color. You're absolutely correct. But you are color obsessed. You are obsessed with the past, Honorable Buthelezi, and not with the present. With the present people suffering, with people not having access to education, with a shortage of teachers, a shortage of health officials, but you spend money on wrong priorities. Admit to the problem. Admit to the actual inefficiencies within the organization of the ANC, in the inefficiencies of government, and then we can get somewhere. But repeating the same rhetoric year in and year out.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now recognize Honorable Swart to the podium.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the Appropriation Bill proposes a total vote allocation of 1.57 trillion, which excludes the direct charges of 902.66 billion for this financial year. Now, the economic outlook has thankfully changed significantly since February's budget, and the ACDP welcomes the higher than expected 1.9% GDP growth in the first quarter of this year. However, it must be noted that that is the final quarter of last year's budget. And that increase comes amidst high inflation, rising interest rates, and soaring fuel prices in this financial year, which are weighing heavily on businesses and consumers. Rising inflation is hurting the lower and middle class income households and negatively affects the country's competitiveness and financing costs. Subsequent further negative developments in the second quarter from 1st of April have created new significant downside risks to the growth outlook. And these factors include the global economic fallout from the protracted Russian-Ukraine war, the economic effect of the KZN floods, persistent load shedding, and heavier borrowing costs for business and consumers as the Reserve Bank's interest rate rising cycle continues. And let us not forget that a weakening currency also has a devastating impact. Eskom and Transnet together present the most serious threat to much needed economic growth in the country, with load shedding and challenges on freight rail and at ports causing massive congestion. And of course, as we know, the country should be benefiting far more from the commodity boom, but rail and port challenges have largely stymied this potential. Of even further greater concern is that about 2/3 of South Africa's 257 municipalities are in financial distress and require assistance from National Treasury. According to the outgoing Director General, the Treasury cannot cope with the situation. Members, listen carefully. The Treasury says it cannot cope with the situation. Of the 257 municipalities in the country, about 170 are in dire financial distress and need Treasury involvement. Now, the Appropriation Committee's comments in this regard are telling. It states that it has on numerous occasions engaged with COGTA and SALGA in trying to understand the financial and operational challenges in order to find solutions to these challenges. It is concerned about constantly recommending that the appropriation of funds be given to local government when these funds are not helpful to poor indigenous households and not helpful to alleviate the distress situation of these municipalities. The ACDP agrees, and that the country is no closer to finding solutions for these distressed municipalities, and it is deeply distressing that National Treasury itself says it cannot cope.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. I now recognize Honorable Nkwangwa. The UDM. Absent. The ATM. Good.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, uniting South Africans of all races and classes around a common program to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality, encourage citizens to be active in their own development, in strengthening democracy and in holding their government accountable, raising economic growth, promoting exports and making the economy more labor absorbing, focusing on capabilities of both people and the country. Capabilities include skills, infrastructure, social security, strong institutions and partnerships, both within the country and with key international partners, building a capable and developmental state, and strong leadership throughout society that work together to solve our problems. House Chair, these are the key objectives of South Africa's National Development Plan 2030. According to the NDP, by 2030, there should be a reduction in the number of people who live in households with a monthly income below 419 Rand per person to zero. We have 7 more budget cycles to go to achieve these objectives, which are set out in one of the only documents that almost universally unite South Africans. If we're going to achieve these objectives, our budget has to align to an implementation plan. The budget cannot be business as usual. Last week, during the presidency's budget debate, we were reminded of a horrifying media report of children eating sand in order to survive in parts of KwaZulu-Natal. The president has twice spoken of his fruitful engagement with opposition parties last week. And in that meeting, I implored the president to re-examine our country's spending priorities. I shared my own experience of a visit to an informal settlement in Nyanga in Cape Town, where I met a young man who slaughters cats and dogs to survive. House Chair, none of us can ignore our collective failure to address a level of poverty and food insecurity that forces our fellow South Africans to eat sand or slaughter a domestic animal or someone's pet in order to survive. We have no choice but to re-examine our budget and spending priorities and to budget for the most basic human needs first. We have to conduct the most difficult budgeting task ever. We have to strip our budget back to bare bones, to zero, and rebuild it, making sure that our rights to sufficient food and water and social security are secured. Before anything else, we have to secure the social security of our people. The first thing that should go into our budget is universal basic income or basic income grant, so that no one is forced to eat sand or dogs and cats. The former Minister of Finance committed our Treasury to zero-based budgeting, but we haven't heard much more about this since. Food, basic income, water, healthcare are rights. They're not gifts. They must be prioritized in our budget because they are the most basic things a human being needs to survive. It's too late for this budget, but we urge the Minister and Treasury to go back to that promise to introduce zero-based budgeting and implement it. We cannot continue business as usual if we are to turn this around and achieve our NDP objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Heron. I now recognize the NFP, Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I sit here sometimes and listen when some of my colleagues, all they do is attack and attack and attack. And I think what I find very funny, some of them that are in governance, in different levels of governance in the country, attack, but don't look back and look at the weaknesses in the areas where they govern and the quality of life that the people live in these particular areas. Now, in order to boost economic growth in this country, we need to create jobs. In order to create jobs, you need to create a conducive environment. I've said this time and time again that we cannot create jobs if we allow the imports of goods at the rate they are coming in at the country, which is not competitive, together with the difficult working conditions, the stringent labor conditions in the country, and the fact that our local people cannot compete with the imports that's coming into the country. The second thing is that the number of people that migrate because of the lack of development in rural areas to the urban areas, which impacts in the urban areas itself, and you're not planning to accommodate these people. That's the other problem. It is not the responsibility of the state to create jobs, but it's for them to create a conducive environment in the private sector to actually create jobs. And let me give you a good example. I've heard the minister talk about Russia and Ukraine war and wheat, yet South Africa has such beautiful, arable land with all the necessary resources. Lesotho has just taken advantage of cannabis growing and hemp. South Africa is lagging behind to that. We have beautiful land to create and to grow our own wheat, yet we choose not to do that. Let's look at the quality of education for the skills in this country. Basic education is not preparing the learners for higher education. TVET colleges have 60% dropout. Let me tell you why, Chairperson. Because there is no control measures in place. These learners that are coming in are partying weekend after weekend and paying very little of no attention to their studies. That is why there's a dropout of 60% in the first year of TVET colleges. And that's the other reason why you're not dealing with the skills needs of this country, and you have to import more and more skills into the country. We're talking about gender-based violence. I cannot understand why we continuously blame the police department for it. It is not their responsibility. They are supposed to be preventing crime. It's the socio-economic conditions, the availability of drugs, the high unemployment rate, the poor special living conditions of our people almost living on top of each other. No proper roads, no electricity, no water in some of the areas. These are the root causes of the gender-based violence that you know. No man is born a murderer or a rapist. The question we need to ask, how did he become a rapist, or when did he come? What went wrong in this dysfunction? 78% of black fathers are not in the lives of their children in this country. And we're expecting a child to be brought up in a normal way, in an abnormal society, and expect him to be productive and be an asset.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now recognize the African National Congress, Honorable Matafa.
House Chair, honorable members, South Africans, I greet you in the name of Monty Mutroum, George Mahlangu, Solomon Kalushi Mahlangu, who on the 11th of June 1977 bravely planned to give the 1976 uprising a befitting first-year anniversary, and thereby giving the struggle for our liberation more impetus. House Chair, let me state from the onset, the ANC supports this report. The support is motivated by the fact that the budget remains very distributive in nature and takes the needs of the most vulnerable of our society into cognizance and acts accordingly. Secondly, the bill responds to the priority areas as identified in the SONA, the medium-term expenditure framework, and the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. This is seen in the more than 50% allocation for the social wage against the total consolidated expenditure of about 2.2 trillion rands. Honorable Singh, it is not accurate to say that the most vulnerable and poor are neglected in this particular budget. The total of 257.001 billion rands appropriated to the Department of Social Development, with 96.6% or 684.4 billion of this destined to reach 18.6 million social grants beneficiaries. It is correct that the effects of COVID-19 are still with us, and the President, together with the Minister of Finance, committed to extend the social relief of distress grant until end of March 2023. And for this, 44 billion rands is allocated. On Agriculture, House Chair, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development receives an allocation of 17.287 billion, a welcomed increase of 367 million rands. The sector supported the economy by contributing 13.4% in 2022, 8.3% in 2021, and employs 860,000 with potential for more growth. In this allocation, 1.2 billion rands goes to agricultural research for food security and research related thereto. This intervention is in line with the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, Priority Intervention Area number 8, strengthening food security. To continue giving life to the purpose and objects of the Restitution of Land Rights Act of 1994, the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights will receive 3.7 billion, a shot in the arm for land restitution claimants. The plight of emerging farmers for government support in addressing their challenges is addressed with the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, namely CASP, allocation of 1.2 billion rands. As the ANC, we urge Cabinet to look at ways and means of speeding up permits for hemp and cannabis, and also to ensure Black farmers and retailers in these products are not marginalized. Over the weekend, Chair, farmers like Elekanyani Motobo, a Black female entrepreneur and owner of a company, Kano Ketwa, from Centurion in Gauteng. The company produces rolled cannabis blunts, cannabis sweets, skincare products, and famous raw gin named Genius, have to forego valuable revenue due to market barriers that still exist from historical ownership patterns of our economy. In her relating her story to me about the barriers that exist in the farming, producing and selling of cannabis products, she states that some instances, Black entrepreneurs like herself have to give up their intellectual property and product formulas as payment in kind to laboratories and distillers due to emerging entrepreneurs not having the means to pay for the fees charged in the market. And also having to compete with the international capital, which has identified South Africa as a place to use for export. The 400 million allocation to the Agri-Industrial Fund, for me, should give hope to Elekanyani and others, particularly those in the Eastern Cape and KZN, that the ANC government has put agri-processing in the center of developing competitive, economic, viable activities in agro-processing. House Chair, priority 2 in the MTEF calls for economic transformation and job creation. As the ANC, we are encouraged by the improvement in the Q1 unemployment rate from 35.3 to 34.5 in the first quarter compared to Q4 of 2021, showing that the government's economic reconstruction and recovery plan interventions are bearing fruit. Honorable George, this is proof that we do plan and we do apply our actions to the directives given by the President and the planning strategies. As such, the 9 billion rands allocation to the Presidential Employment Intervention aiming to create 514,000 short-term jobs for the financial year 2022-2023 and 9.4 billion in the financial year 2023-2024 is squarely in line with the ERRP priority area of mass public employment programs. House Chair, youth employment remains one of the country's biggest challenges. In response to this challenge, the President in Isona gave an account of the progress made through the introduction of the Presidential Stimulus Program, which saw 850,000 opportunities being supported, and the South African Youth.mobi platform growing to 2.3 million young South African users. As such, the committee welcomes that additional 18.4 billion allocation for the employment stimulus from the Presidential Intervention Program, together with the 76 billion rands allocated for job creation programs. In conclusion, on small business support, to support small business, the bill introduces new business bounce back scheme with a commitment of 15 billion rands to small business loan guarantees. This will be facilitated through participating banks and development finance institutions. And given the failure of the previous loan guarantee scheme, we are really pleading with the stated financial institutions to do everything in their powers to ensure that the bounce back scheme succeeds. Over the MTEF period, the Small Business Enterprise Development Agency plans to support an estimated 10,500 SMMEs and cooperatives to be competitive in local markets and create 17,500 jobs within the SMME ecosystem. To achieve this target, expenditure is expected to increase at an average of 2.9% annually as compared to the previous 2 financial years. Once again, Honorable Chair, the ANC supports this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. I now recognize the Independent Congress. Cope. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair Al-Jama supports this budget. Honorable House Chair, we're looking forward to examine all the items in the budget to find where we can access funds so that the youth can tell us that we have provided for them. It's no good having a pro-poor budget if you don't at the same time have a pro-youth budget. So Al-Jama, we are sure that there are many line items that we can use to meet the aspirations of the youth, because they are saying young people died for us in 1976. What is there for us? You remember that in 1976, Honorable Chair, South Africa for the first time had TV, and what happened in Soweto was on the screens in Cape Town. And Cape Town soon afterwards also started to protest. So in Cape Town, we need to tell the youth what is in the budgets for them. And I'm very excited because Al-Jama has already identified several areas where the youth can be assisted with cooperatives, and they can use those cooperatives to take their families out of poverty. I see hope for the fast tracking of claimants returning to District 6. The Deputy President lobbied for more allocations for land reform. I did not waste my time to bring him to District 6. So Al-Jama will lobby for a full return in 2 years' time, not 4 years. Deputy President, you delivered. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. I now recognize the DA, Honorable Sarupen. Just before you start, Honorable Sarupen, the platform on which you normally stand is here. Should they bring it?
I will be fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. House Chair.
Oh, things change. Thank you.
I don't need the boost today. Thank you very much. Honorable House Chair, last week, Monday, we woke up to a letter from the President who told us that the temporary reduction of the fuel levy was unsustainable. And if the President is so deeply concerned about the fuel price for citizens, I suggest he look into his heart and into his couch and reach down there. He might find $1 or 4 million to help the rest of us out. But the way the President and the government describes this, they use the term fuel price relief. It is not relief, because the government is not subsidizing fuel. They're reducing the tax on fuel, but they portray it as something it's not, because the government doesn't understand its social contract with the citizens. Government views South Africans as people who have to work for the state, who owe everything to the state and whose income belongs to the state. They don't care about how much is left at the end of each month for families to buy food, to pay for water, to pay for transport, and pay for electricity. And on the topic of electricity, this budget is the fourth consecutive year of annual bailouts for Eskom at 20 billion rand. However, this is the same government that since load shedding started in 2007 has increased electricity prices by 520%. They do not care about how much families pay for electricity at the end of each month because they see the job of citizens as having to work for the state. This budget provides 150 billion rand and direct funding to local governments. But this government has left 61% of municipalities in a dysfunctional state. They do not care that their cadres have stolen all of the money that should be used to providing water or repairing potholes. They don't care about the cost of replacing tires and repairing cars from pothole damage because they think the citizens work for them. And lastly, this budget will pay for more in debt service costs than it will for any individual set of public services. Let me break this down. For every rand that is spent on police, 3 rand will be spent on debt. For every rand that is spent on sports, arts, culture, and recreation combined, there'll be 25 rand spent on debt. For every rand that is spent on social security funds, 3.50 rand will be spent on debt. And why are we in this situation? Because over the last 12 years, the government has done nothing but borrow money only to allow the Guptas and other state capturers to steal it. And do they care? Do they care? No, because they think the citizen's job is to pay for their mistakes. And the fundamental problem with this budget, the budgeting process, the public participation, and so on, is that we have a government that is unaware that the social contract that is spoke about at the start of the speech is at breaking point. And as citizens suffer with hyperinflation, and this hyperinflation is triggered, as the NC keeps telling us, by war in Ukraine, a war which they are doing nothing to prevent and actually prop up in some ways, they don't understand that South African citizens cannot be hacked at and squeezed for more and more money. South Africa needs reform. And for that to happen, it is now apparent this government needs to leave. So I'm very grateful that we've only got 2 years left of this. And we've got 2 years left of having to oppose these budgets, which the DA will oppose today, so that we can finally get some reform in. So we don't need to listen to ANC speakers tell us that we oppose transformation. The way told us over the last 10 years that when we were standing up against state capture, that we were opposing transformation, the boys who cried wolf here. We don't need to do this, and we don't need to listen to these hollow, empty platitudes because we've got 2 years left. The DA opposes this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sarupen. I now recognize the African National Congress, Honorable Peters.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable ministers and deputy ministers who are here, honorable members, the young people of South Africa, Bashaba South Africa. Let me quickly remind honorable vessels that there's a saying in English that the empty vessels makes the most noise. And also from where I come from in Khalishiwe, they say if you are forever, as jy gedurig so kwaad is, dan sal jy vrek van hartseer. So I want to say to him, he must just relax a little bit because he is too cross for anybody's liking. Because he is meer kwaad as Eugene Terreblanche. So I want to say to Honorable Sarupen, we don't expect anything from you, and that is why today you actually can show that you have nothing to say. And immediately you indicated that you have run out of ideas. But honorable Chairperson, the EFF has got nothing to raise. They are here thinking that for them, they think that they are fighting because they are in opposition. Being in opposition doesn't mean you have to fight. You have to oppose with concrete
Honorable Peters. Honorable Peters, take a seat, Honorable Peters. I see, Honorable Peters, you've brought some vuma, but I want to ask the members.
There's no vuma here.
Please go ahead so that you can hear the speaker. Go ahead, Honorable Peters.
I just want to say to Honorable George, he comes here and delivers a speech that his great-grandfathers were supposed to deliver during the apartheid times. I want to say to the EFF, how do you say all or nothing? There must be services that get rendered in this country. So once we are dealing with the challenges of this country and the remaining vestiges of apartheid, we need to be able to deliver services. This being the 46th anniversary, Chairperson, of June 16, allow me to preamble my debate by borrowing revolutionary words from the former president of the African National Congress.
Take a pause, Honorable Peters. Honorable, take a seat. Honorable Khadebe.
Person, I know that it is allowed for the people to heckle here, but the speaker has been drowned out. You cannot even hear what she said.
So take a seat, Honorable Peters. Honorable Peters, take a seat. Please complete your order, Honorable Khadem.
I was referring to the running comment which is coming with Assad.
Thank you. Your order, Honorable Peters, sit down. I will ask you to stand up. Your order is sustained. Honorable members, I repeat, heckling and interjection is allowed, but let us not run commentary whilst the speaker is on the podium. Honorable Paulson, please rise. Please rise. I am on the platform as a presiding officer. I'm making a ruling. Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson, I did not ask you to speak. Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson. I'm asking you, Honorable Paulson, and I will not repeat this. I'm asking you to conduct yourself as a member in this house. Do not, Honorable Paulson, sit down. I will not repeat this. Thank you. Honorable Peters, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. This being the 46th anniversary of June 16, allow me to preamble my debate by borrowing revolutionary words from the former president of the African National Congress, Comrade O.R. Tambo. This is a tribute to the fearless young people of 1976. And I quote, "Tear gas, bombs, bullets, and guns were the redress they got." Close quotes. He continued to say, and I quote again, "Since then, no less than 1,000 of the cream of our people have been shot down in cold blood in the streets of our towns and cities in the far-flung villages. Thousands are held in Foster's prisons. The systematic murder of patriots of South Africa continues behind the secrecy of these prison walls," close quote. Tambo see these words addressing the United Nations National Assembly in October 1976. The struggle of these martyrs cannot be complete until the last vestiges of apartheid and neocolonialism are dealt a fatal blow. Chairperson, this appropriation bill is an attempt by the ANC to deal with the stubborn remnants of that brutal system that O.R. Tambo was reporting about to the UN. It is a tribute to these young people that the appropriation bill allocates 29.6 billion to basic education and 136 billion rand to higher education and training. This is on top and above the resources allocated to basic education through the provincial equity share. Honorable members, The African National Congress understands that the foundation of all successful nations in the world is their investment to human capital formations. No substitute for education. That's why the consolidated government expenditure on education is about 24.3% of the total MTEF allocation. We welcome the allocation of 29.656 billion rand to basic education, which is 10% higher than the previous year. These allocations will, among others, provide for math, science, and technology teaching, education infrastructure grant, accelerated schools infrastructure delivery initiative, national schools nutrition program, and early childhood development. The infrastructure spent will contribute towards economic recovery and to the provision of employment opportunities. The 49 billion rand NSF allocation is most welcome. CETAs are increasing the allocation for the missing middle, 1 billion rand this year, an increase from about 700 billion rand last year. Infrastructure spent in the DHEC is 7.5 billion rand, which will, among others, help student accommodation and also the building of new university campus in Giyani, Limpopo. The biggest beneficiaries of this targeted expenditure will be the sons and daughters of the poorest of the poor. And the EFF and the DA say, then they must not get that money for the university. When the opposition says they are not supporting the budget, they are basically saying no to NSFAS, no to ECD, no to the provision of accommodation for these children. They are saying that the children of the poor should not go to school and not provided with food. We as the ANC are saying, indeed, the doors of learning and culture are being opened. Honorable members, the health system of our country proved to be resilient. This is despite the fault lines in our health system, which again still shows apartheid legacy. COVID-19, an unknown virus, wreaked havoc not just in our country, but throughout the world. We have lost over 100,000 people to the virus. This has resulted in many orphans, widows, and widows. As you know, honorable members, COVID-19 also puts brakes on our economy, and this led to higher rates of poverty, unemployment, starvation, and worsened inequality. Despite the fact that this was a shock never budgeted for, by the end of March 2022, 42.7 billion rand had been spent on fighting COVID-19. Resources were mobilized through reprioritization and higher than anticipated revenue collection. We joined the Minister of Health, Joe Parker, in saying that this pandemic has taught us a lot. But the biggest lesson is that when we work together, when we pull in the same direction as a nation, nothing can defeat us. Standing together, we are strong. We also say, while vaccinations have given us some respite, we dare not lower our guards. We must be vigilant. We must always be on the lookout. The total budget in the appropriation for health department is 64.5 billion rand. About 55.5 billion would be transferred to provinces as provincial grants to strengthen the health system in the provinces through infrastructure funds, medical interns, and for community service doctors. This budget to national department is not the full story. The full story is the consolidated expenditure in health is 259 billion rand in the current year. This is our investment in the health of our country. Honorable members, payment for capital assets is 1.4 billion rand. This is meant for construction, maintenance, upgrading, and rehabilitation of health infrastructure. This is very important because it also positively affects our ERIP initiative. This also provides jobs for our people. In this appropriation bill, honorable members, there is an allocation of 7.4 billion rand to provincial health departments to support their fight against COVID-19. We urge the departments to use our resources, both intellectual and physical, to enhance local production. Our scientists outperform themselves with them discovering the Omicron variant of COVID-19. We would like to see departments promoting increased local production and procurement. Let's manufacture as many drugs in our country as possible. By doing so, we will be contributing to more job creation, economic growth, better revenue collection, and better life for all. It is important that the drugs that we use actually are produced locally so that our people can get the jobs. And when they get the jobs, they can then be able to also invest in a better life for themselves and their children and have a robust body that can withstand diseases. So honorable members, those who are opposing this bill are saying nurses should not be paid, doctors and interns should not be paid. They are saying it is wrong to build hospitals and clinics. That's what it is. And I hope the people of South Africa are listening to you, Honorable Paulson. Deputy Speaker or Deputy Chairperson, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, led by Honorable Mantashe, gets 10.34 billion from appropriation. This is a 10.4% increase from the previous year. In the SONA address, among the priorities that His Excellency President Ramaphosa mentioned was, and I quote, the rapid expansion of our energy generation capacity, close quotes. This was echoed by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwana, when he said, and I quote, our first and immediate task must be to ensure stable energy supply, reduce the risk of load shedding, and accelerate the transition to renewable energy resources, close quotes. You may also want to add that it's also imperative that we get all households connected to the grid. It's a pity that the DA never talked about the sins of apartheid as far as keeping our people in perpetual load shedding. For the white minority government, it was normal for them that the majority of our people in townships and rural areas did not have electricity. It is heartening that in the past year, more than 666,000 households were electrified. 45,000 households will have solar over the MTEF. Honorable members, it is important for South Africans to know that there are initiatives to deal with electricity security. In the past year, to deal with this challenge, the following happened. 200 municipalities are participating in energy efficiency and demand-side management grant program. 1,850 megawatts from bid window 4 of the Renewable Energy IPP Producers Program were connected to the grid. 2,600 megawatt of renewable energy bid window 5 expected to be connected to the grid within 24 months. There are many other initiatives which collectively are expected to add 13,000 megawatts to allow private sector generation and allow diversification. Government gazetted 100 megawatt embedded generation. NERSA has registered 6 generation facilities with total capacity of 24 megawatts. I told you megawatts, not megahertz. Honorable members, we are happy to recommend the passing of this bill to allow this department to continue its work. The 10.4 billion allocation to the department will assist the department to procure 2,500 megawatts of nuclear energy by 2020.
Thank you, Honorable Peters.
You can try and drown me out, but I have delivered my message.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. I now recognize the Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, I want to take this opportunity first to thank the chairperson of the portfolio committees, both in appropriation and finance, for the diligent work done in processing everything until we are where we are. Our appropriation bill is unique as it is part of our social compact, which binds us together as society. It is indeed our agreement that our spending as government must be to the benefit of all South Africans, yet still protect the most vulnerable for South Africans. The appropriation bill, Honorable Chair, was tabled in Parliament together with national budget on the 23rd February 2022. Since the tabling of the appropriation bill, we have collectively approved the fiscal framework, approved the division of revenue bill, and now we need to approve the appropriation bill And I must thank honorable members for such a robust and exciting and illuminating debate that has taken place. And we have heard, Honorable Chair, from political parties represented in this august House. We have heard from Parliamentary Budget Office, the Financial and Fiscal Commission. We've heard from the people of South Africa in presentations made to parliamentary committees. Thank the chairs again. There have also been various budget votes where departments have outlined how their spending plans will realize their priorities. We now, Honorable Chair, stand ready to approve, hopefully so, this appropriate bill on behalf of the Minister of Finance. What is being proposed is appropriation of money from National Revenue Fund for the requirement of the state, for the requirements of the state for 2022-23 financial year, through the prescribed conditions for spending of funds withdrawn from 2023-24 financial year before the commencement of the Appropriation Act for 2023-24 financial year. Again, 3, to provide for matters incidental. But I would say, having thanked members for the robust debate, I thought it is not a mistake that some of the honorable members tended not to affirm or acknowledge what they know as the economic indicators that move in the positive direction in this country. Be it the 1.9% growth, first quarter 2022, be it the increase in consumption expenditure of 1.4%. And I'll jump others and go to one other significant one. The capital fixed formation, which has increased by 3.6%. And of course, positive indications from rating agencies that have been reported recently. And all these indicators, Honorable Chair, to say this government has got no clue in what it's trying to do, you must divorce these indicators from the following: that the president pronounced 100 billion over 10 years to unleash the economic infrastructure from the private sector so as to leverage on the blended finance. You must divorce this from the fact that the Minister of Finance proposed 17.5 billion going forward in the MTEF for infrastructure. And you must also divorce this from the 1.8 billion committed to unlock 130 billion infrastructure, which is actually taking place all over the country, be it in Baywell, in Prebecha, be it in around Swan and a number of other areas. These are 7 projects, major projects. To say this government has got no clue, you must divorce these indicators from these interventions. And again, if you deal with the phenomenon of austerity, Honorable Chair, as repeatedly over years, which I call now a chronic pronouncement by EFF, I have realized that maybe the problem is not that the budget is austerity. Maybe the problem is to educate EFF about the concept of the social wage, because more than 52% of our budget goes to social wage, and we have never gone less than this. To say this is an austerity budget, from the numerical point of view, you know you will not make sense. But maybe from understanding the meaning of social wage, we can succeed to find one another. And again, you will not ignore the fact that for you to say these indicators, this government again is out of tune. This government has demonstrated, Honorable Chair, that economic cluster, security cluster, governance cluster in particular, are a burning platform to turn around the economic challenges of this country. That also finds expression even in the budget. In the MTEF, no less than 7.4 billion go to security cluster. Maybe just to pick up one figure of 1 billion going to the justice section, to this justice section NPA in particular. All these are the interventions of the government, which for you to be able to say is out of tune. And you must divorce these interventions from these positive indicators. Remember, an increase of 3.6 in fixed capital formation. This is actually a positive development with regard to productive capacity in the country. Because those are tools for production, mainly. Again, when rating agencies say our ratings are improving, again, those are factors that improve conditions for investment in the country. All those issues are positive indications, which is difficult to dissociate from these interventions. That's in 2020, Honorable Chair, during the Sustainable Development Symposium, out of 50 gazetted projects, 29 were reported to be under implementation, which amounted to no less than 119 billion. And in the very symposium last year, 55 projects were added, in totality having an amount of no less than 500 billion in the capital, what to call space, investment space. So all I'm saying, all these are indications of a government that has actually demonstrated that it is at work. And this government has also understood from the social expenditure that finds expression in the social expenditure, that whilst you implement these other projects which have got medium and long-term impact, our people in the meantime must continue to have the minimum plate on their table. The 44 billion, therefore, of SRD for 12 months, extending from the COVID period, is a response to that. Even the increment, the intervention, for instance, by the president of no less than 18 billion in this financial year to employment stimulus, riding on the success of last year of no less than 500,000 people being employed, 60% being young people. All these are interventions of government. And then you must say these interventions have no relationship with these positive indications before you can say this government has got no clue. Only when you succeed to make sure that that relationship doesn't exist, then we are aligned to your view. Having said all that, may I take this opportunity again to thank all of you honorable members, your stewardship, Honorable Chair, in ensuring that a healthy debate and which our democracy is a bastion of continued as usual. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Looking forward to the adoption of the Appropriation Bill as tabled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you, other members. Are there any objections to the Appropriation Bill being read a first time?
As Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF Plus.
The FF Plus objection is noted.
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
The DA's objection is noted.
Thank you.
House Chairperson, note the objection of the EFF.
The objection of the EFF is noted.
And the ACDP, thank you, House Chair.
The objection of the ACDP is noted.
And the United Democratic Movement, Chair, though I got cut off earlier. Thank you.
The objection of the UDM is noted.
Chairperson, the NFP will fully support it. Thank you.
I have not asked for that, but thank you. The report is agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill the first time.
Appropriation Bill.
Thank you. Honorable members, before we proceed to the next item, just to take you back a bit in item 5, the second reading, that honorable members, just in case it was not properly recorded, the second adjustment appropriation bill has been read the second time, and the bill will be sent to the NCOP for concurrence. I thank you, members. As I call upon my next presiding officer, Honorable Ntombela, we are now going to proceed. The time now is 15 minutes to 1. I'm told lunch it was scheduled for 1, unless you have a request. All right. Thank you. With that, honorable members, can we then resume the business set 2? Thank you. The House is adjourned until 2.
Recording stopped.
Long live Richard, long live.
Recording in progress.
The House Chairperson.
Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable members, let's have order. Let's have order. Can you please take your seats? As the secretary, let's just not forget, we still care about health. Secretary, will you please read the 8th order? Is it? Okay. Are you ready?
Consideration of votes and schedule appropriation bill.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me first, let me first thank the parties for advising the staff on which votes they will make declarations, on which they will record their objections, and on which they intend dividing. Because this information will greatly assist the process for the day. I will put each vote, and those parties that have requested to make declarations, I will call them according to the submissions. Your hand is up, honorable member. I don't know.
House Chair, just as a point of clarity, where would you like the members to make the declaration from? Would you like it from their seats, or would you prefer that they come to the front table?
Actually, it's up to the members. Usually we don't use the podium for declaration, but if you feel like you want to come, it's up to members.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The process will be like this, honorable members. I will put each vote and ask for declaration of vote as they have indicated. Members who are in the chamber may make declarations of vote from the floor of the microphone or the podium, and those on virtual platform will be recognized based on the list submitted by parties. After this, I will put the vote for decision. Honorable members are reminded that in terms of Rule 1085, a global time for declarations of vote has been agreed upon, and parties will be allowed to make declaration as the agreed time allocation. Once a party has exhausted its allotted time, it will no longer be recognized to make further declarations. For divisions, bells will be rung from 5 minutes and thereafter for 1 minute and thereafter for 15 seconds for further divisions. For the first division after the break, the bells will again be rung as I've just said. Honorable members, let me assist you as we start this process. There are parties that did not indicate whether they will be declaring, objecting, or what, but you can now get your opportunity to approach the NA's table and record if you want to do that. We don't want to leave anyone outside, although we know we really requested that these things must be on in time. Because if I'm not told by the table staff that you have registered, that opportunity won't be given, because the time that we give for these orders it will be really affected if we don't do that. Let's know how we work. Thank you, honorable members. I now put vote.
House Chair.
Honorable Kwankwa.
House Chair, those of us who are on the virtual platform, how are we going to go about doing it, informing in case whatever we submitted did not reach the NA table, for example? How are we going to attend to that challenge?
Hey, ungiphi inkinga wena chawe. And inkinga yami ungipha yona ngoba uyawazi lo mthetho ukhona unyaka nonyaka. Sihlala suyenza really. Please try to find somebody from the office of Mr. Kass or anybody from the table staff to do that. Because really, it's not the first time we do this. And it's not only coming, it's not only coming in today. Thank you.
House Chair, Member Weinthring here.
Okay, Honorable Thring.
Thank you, House Chair. I did have my hand up for quite some time, so you may not have seen it.
I'm sorry. I think my staff have not logged in yet. Please log in so that you can assist me, the secretary. Yes.
House Chair, just a point of clarity on the virtual platform. We are struggling to hear, particularly the members of the opposition, Honorable Mazzoni included. So if we could ask when they are speaking, if they could either sit down closer to their mics, because it's really difficult to hear what they are saying on the virtual platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's not the first time we talk about this. And we hope that when we come back in August, all these microphones shall be put at the right length for people. You know, it doesn't augur well when you are speaking in this house and you are seated. So those who are in here, if you can, just maybe try to come to the podium and speak from the podium, because really, it's not that we are forcing you to stand, but because of the mics, you have to sit. If you feel you can sit and you can talk, it's fine. But I sikhulumi kahle ngathi asinayo inhlonipho asazi ukuthi senzani la ekhaya. But anyway, it's fine. Let them come to the podium if possible, because it's difficult to speak when the mic is too far from you. I know that. Let's clarify everything. Are we clarified? Because night to my are we fine? Okay. I will now put vote number 1, the presidency. Are there any objections? Can you please record your objection?
House Chair, please note the objection of the DA.
Objection of the IFP chairperson. Thank you.
Noted.
Objection of the FF Plus.
Noted.
And the ACDP, thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much.
Of the UDM, Chair.
We thank you. Honorable members, that's not your duty. Please don't do that. Don't start. Honorable members, with all the objections, the vote 1 presidency is agreed to. We now proceed to vote 2 Parliament.
But this
we proceed to vote 2 Parliament.
Honorable Chairperson, at which stage will you require declarations?
Oh, honorable members, I thought it's a change of mind because nobody said we want to declare. I will call those parties that have asked to be recognized to do declarations. Then I will go back to vote 1.
Thank you very much.
The first party I have here is the IFP. IFP.
First, I thank the Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Allow me first to thank His Excellency the President for his commitment to talk to me to seek rapprochement after the vicious attack launched against me by the Honorable Premier of the KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. Sihle Zikalala. In last week's debate, the Honorable Chief Whip of the ANC, the Honorable Pemi Majodina, quoted from Mama Winnie Madikizela's book entitled 491 Days. Perhaps, Madam Chairperson, I should quote from the book as a timely reminder. Mrs. Madikizela Mandela wrote, and I quote verbatim, he said, Buthelezi was one of the greatest fighters in his day. He was entrusted with fighting the system from within. And that is what the people do not know. The Premier may plead ignorance, Madam Chair, but only a fool refuses to be educated. Honorable Chairperson, in the absence of any opportunity to ask and receive answers of the details of this budget, the IFE cannot be expected to tell South Africans that it is sound. In the 3 years prior to lockdown, travel and subsistence within executive support services was kept. Now there is more travel than ever before, perhaps because the e-cabinet system enables the executive and support staff to work from anywhere. Accordingly, expenditure on computer services has grown to 9.25%. Policy and research services too has skyrocketed. Travel costs as well has increased. Consultant costs. We appreciate the President and Deputy President forfeiting a salary increase last year. We admire that in solidarity with the many who lost their livelihood entirely. But the President's salary bump now is from 2.9 million to 4.1 million. That is rather jarring, particularly when the Independent Commission for the Remuneration of Public Service Bearers actually recommended R1 million less. Perhaps all this is necessary, one must say, perhaps it is justified, but we are not afforded the opportunity, Madam Chair, to ask. Thank you.
Sithokoze mhlonishwa Mntwana. The UDM.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, partisanship and duplicity have no room in the office of the President of the Republic of South Africa, for they contradict its very essence. Right? Like Caesar's wife, the President must be above and beyond suspicion. Going to last week's Thursday's budget vote with the presidency, the UDM gave the President the benefit of the doubt and had hoped that he was going to use the budget vote to deal comprehensively and honestly with the allegations of tax evasion, money laundering, and defeating the ends of justice against him. Unfortunately, in our view, the President failed dismally to do so. And in light of this, we cannot, with a clear conscience, support this budget vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The ANC.
Modulasetulo ha ke lebohe sebaka le motsotso ona. Ho bohlokwa hore budget ena re tshehetse budget ya president ho ntshetsa pele molaotheo hore o tshireletswe ka nako tsohle ka kakaretso. Ntate president le ofisi ya hae ba shebane le boikarabelo ba setjhaba, ba shebane le ho ntjhafatsa wa setjhaba. Ke ka baka leo African National Congress e supporta vote 1 ya presidency. Uqinisekisa into yoba urhulumento lonke lusengela thungeni linye khona ukuze abantu bakowethu baphuhle. The evidence of an overarching role of coordinating the work of government and building a social compact among social partners in order to achieve the national development objectives has been brought before the National Assembly committees on a quarterly basis, and we therefore have the evidence of progress assessed against each budgeted program. Honorable House Chair, we as the ANC still maintain that let the law take its course. Let's allow the law enforcement agencies to deal with the matter that has been reported by Mr. Fraser and not interfere at this current moment. Masiyeke umthetho uthathe indawo yawo. Simake ngokuyixhasa le budget enkosi.
Siyabonga. Those were the parties, and already we have done the objections. So with those objections that were noted, the vote is therefore agreed to. We proceed now to Parliament Vote 2. We have got, or let me start with the declarations, what I have. We have got the UDM. UDM.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you very much. Chairperson, as this House is already aware, we wrote to the Speaker of the National Assembly asking it to inquire into the allegations I've mentioned in the previous budget vote. Unfortunately, once again, we feel we're of the view that this House has missed an opportunity to properly hold the President to account and to exercise its oversight role in terms of the Constitution. And because this House consistently fails to do so and has consistently failed to do so since the last time and continues to do so even now when given an opportunity to devise ways and means in which we can make sure that we hold the executive to account. For those reasons, we cannot support the budget vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. A budget vote of Parliament is about whether the transformation project of Parliament is on track and whether we have the necessary financial resources to do the work. Our role is one which understands that oversight is continuous and act in which there is a reinforcing working relationship between the legislature and executive. ensuring that the government policies and programs are implemented effectively and efficiently. On the budget of Parliament, we have stated before that the current arrangement is unsustainable. The Parliament must be part of determining its budget, internal priorities and alignment of its needs. The current issues that create the shortfall in the budget of Parliament must be addressed before the February 2023 budget. There remain line items in the budget of Parliament which Parliament has no say over and are the cause of the shortfall in the budget of Parliament. We call for the speedy resolution of these matters with the National Treasury to enable Parliament to have a budget that addresses the actual needs of the institution, members and the people of South Africa. Therefore, the ANC supports vote 2.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, when it comes to objections, we have to note the objection of the DA as indicated and the objection of the ACDP. Do we have any other party that wants to object to Parliament?
The objection of the EFF?
Noted. Thank you.
Of the UDM, Chair.
Thank you. With all those, the vote is agreed to. We proceed to vote number 3, cooperative governance. We will first allow the FF Plus to make their declaration.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC government has established a clear and very distinctive footprint throughout South Africa. Local communities and provincial residents have no difficulty to recognize the evidence of ANC rule in our towns and most of the provinces. The ANC footprint is one of potholes, dilapidated infrastructure, a breakdown of basic service delivery, and a general decay. COGTA could not come up with a single successful intervention at either provincial or municipal government level, not one. On 29 May, the MEC of Finance in North West said the majority of municipalities are in such a financial crisis that the provincial government have to intervene. These municipalities normally continue to adopt unfunded budgets against every prescript of the MFMA. In the current budget process, it has become clear that municipalities such as Matlusana, Rustenburg, and JB Marks also following the same route. These municipalities as economic hubs of the Northwest are deteriorating daily. The ANC footprint of decay and destruction is spreading at a steady rate. Job losses and disinvestment by small and medium to large businesses due to incompetence and spirit of self-enrichment of local ANC administrations are the order of the day. Legislation passed in this House are supposed to protect our communities from the greedy government, but are blatantly ignored by the ANC-ruled municipalities. As a matter of course, it is clear that the ANC have no respect for legislation, the rule of law, or the interest of citizens of South Africa. They are effectively governing against the people of our country. The ANC footprint of decay is non-compliance, can only be the fault of the ANC and no one else. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Good. Good. You have indicated.
Yes, sorry, House Chair.
Okay.
I can't get my video on, but can I speak?
Yes, you are. You can. You now muted yourself. Order, I can't hear. Honorable Heron.
House Chair, I'm not muted on this side.
You are visible. You are now fine. We can hear you. Proceed.
Okay, thank you, House Chair. House Chair, if the various fires, droughts, and the most recent KwaZulu-Natal flooding crisis has taught us anything, it's that our preventative methods as well as our disaster risk management is not up to the standards we require. The COVID-19 pandemic was not the first of its kind, neither will it be the last that we struggle to find solutions to global disasters in their various forms. It's imperative that we improve our disaster management infrastructure and planning. No human being deserves having their lives thrown into turmoil from circumstances out of their control, but our core function as government is to be the champion of the people who go through such a harrowing ordeal. With a rising population, depleting resources, and the undeniability of climate change, one can expect that there's an inevitability of another crisis, perhaps even worse than that experienced in KwaZulu-Natal. It is time for the department to manage its disaster risk management in a way that protects and makes its citizens the priority. This is not a fund that should be tampered with, defunded, or forgotten, but should be a preventative measure between life and death. The fund aids in supplying basic needs, not luxuries, to those who've lost everything. Our hope for the future and their children's future is the only thing that no one can take away from our citizens. Let us be a champion of that hope. Thank you.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, a report by civil society group Corruption Watch reveals that municipality managers commit the most corruption in local government. Corruption Watch makes this claim on revelation based on the more than 5,000 whistleblowers that have reported cases of corruption within the local government to the organization since its inception in 2012 until the end of June. In its 9 years of existence, Corruption Watch has received almost 33,000 whistleblower reports, 16% of which represent allegations of local government corruption. The highest number of allegations of corruption in local government, a record number of 857, were received in 2020 alone. Now, this is during the time of COVID-19. So I think what I'm saying here is this, that corporate governance must do a lot more, first of all, to ensure that we have capacity in these municipalities, that the people that are employed, they are best able to do the job. And then we need to ensure that those that are tasked with the responsibility of delivering services do it with the highest level of ethics and morals. Coming to that, I'm talking about the value for money, Chief, that we are not getting at local government, which is resulting in billions of rands being lost. Measures must be put to ensure that we get value for money and no one unduly enriches themselves. We will support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The ANC.
I deserve also aparang coat Fandakanayon. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress. Hi, thank you. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to support Budget Vote 3. This budget fundamentally responds to the State of Local Government report by funding municipality support and intervention plan, which have been developed to assist 64 dysfunctional municipalities and 30 municipalities currently under Section 139 intervention. The newly remodeled Community Works Program, which provides short-term employment, transfer of skills, development in poor communities, is an apex priority of this budget. This demonstrates government commitment to resolve the triple challenges, that of unemployment, inequality, and poverty, as outlined by the National Development Plan. The budget also supports the implementation of district development model. One plan for 44 districts, 7 metropolitan municipalities. This will foster practical intergovernmental relations to plan, budget, and jointly implement to provide coherent response, maximize impact, and align plans and resource. We also encourage by the commitment to the infrastructure development management support in the midterm, responding to water and sanitation challenges in our communities. The African National Congress supports the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we note the objection by the DA and the ACDP. Honorable Vessels?
Chairperson, we call for a division.
Thank you, is indicated. Honorable members, the division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, even before I proceed, I just want to say that I think we know the drill now. Nobody will be coming in when we are voting. And from this vote that I've given 5 minutes, ensure that your members are always logged in, because we are going to 1 minute and we will be going to 15 seconds. 15 seconds, I'm correct, not minutes. Please, let's work together so that we save ourselves a lot of time. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have a requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual platform to take this decision. Yes, we are. Party whips will be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed that we have a requisite quorum, I will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote 3, cooperative governance, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. The doors to the chamber will remain locked, and members are allowed to enter, are not allowed to enter the virtual platform until the voting is concluded. And whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform, and indicate if they vote for or against the question? Honorable members, we will make sure that the numbers that we get, the table staff are communicating with ITC to ensure that we get the correct numbers that corresponds with what is the ITC has. So let's help one another on that. I will now, the party whips are now ready, and I will record the votes. The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, ANC on the virtual platform is 160. In the chamber here is 58, totaling up to 218. We vote in support of vote 3. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chairperson, in the House we have 16 members. On the platform we have 58 members. That gives us a total of 74 members voting against.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. On the virtual platform we are 16. In the House we are 13 and voting fully against.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. In the House, 1, 9 on virtual, that's 10, voting in favour.
Thank you. The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 6 members on the virtual platform, 3 in the House, that's 9 in total, voting against.
Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. 2 in the House, 1 on the platform, voting against. Thank you.
Honorable members, if you are going to do that, I don't want to wait for result forever. So allow members to speak so that they can be heard, because there's recording taking place here. They have to record and calculate at the end. So please allow us to do that. I ended up with ACGP. UDM.
50% attendance record on the virtual platform, Chair, voting against.
Unfortunately, I don't know how many you are. Thank you, Chawe. I know, 1. ATM. Good.
House Chair, 2 on the platform, voting in favour.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 1 in the House in support.
Thank you. AIC. Cope. PAC? Al-Jama?
One on virtual, we vote in favor.
Thank you. I will wait for the results. Honorable members, let's wait for the division. Oh, I forgot. Honorable members, is there any member who wish to vote against their party? None. Calculate. Okay. Honorable members, we will have an understanding that those who did not respond when I was asking for the numbers are deemed to have abstained. So we must get that. It's not a no, it's an abstention. Silungise sakala. Honorable members, there were no abstentions. The no's 117 and the yes 232. So the vote is therefore agreed to. We proceed now to vote number 4, Government Communication and Information System. And I have got no party that wishes to declare. I will go straight to the objections that we note, the objection of the DA, the FF+, the ACDP, and the EFF.
A point of order, House Chair.
Yes.
You can never call the FF+ and all of those other smaller parties before us. It's first DA, then EFF, and then you can call all of those other ones.
Honorable member, listen. Let me explain to the honorable member. Honorable members, this request to submit was given weeks ago, and the EFF didn't submit. And they did it now. Should I just jump and go to the EFF? I even forget. No. Honorable member, don't respond to me like that. Honorable member, we have an agreement that we all take, that your whips took in the Chief Whip Forum. Honorable member, please don't do that. Please. Honorable member, please. We do this to assist ourselves. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read it like that. What is your problem? Okay, let's proceed. Honorable members, I have noted the objections, and there was no party that gave indication for a division. So Government Communication and Information System, vote number 4 agreed to. We now proceed to vote number 5, Home Affairs. We have the FF+ for declaration.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Department for Home Affairs is currently competing for a first place or a possible runner-up position in stealing the limelight for the most dysfunctional department. The department failed its mandate as custodian, protector, and verifier of the identity and status of citizens and other residents in South Africa, and is staggering under an enormous backlog with the issuing of passports and other travel documents. House Chair, the Department for Home Affairs has failed its mandate as far as the regulating and facilitating of immigration and the movement of persons through the ports of the country is concerned. The department has also failed to adhere to the ruling of the Constitutional Court 3 years ago to amend the Electoral Act to comply with the South African Constitution in time. Honourable House Chair, extraordinary measures need to be implemented by Parliament on an urgent basis. The Freedom Front Plus will not support vote 5. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I must reiterate that I do not support those that say that Home Affairs are performing dismally. I think there's been a lot of progress in Home Affairs recently. And let me tell you, I know why, because I deal with them all the time and I know the success. Yes, all right. But let me tell you some of their successes. First of all, the tender that was going to be awarded, Home Affairs, in the intervention of the minister, has stopped it, running into hundreds of millions of rands. That's the first success. Second success is just every week without fail, buses leave South Africa going to Zimbabwe, carrying passengers that do not jump out of those buses without any documentation. Minister has intervened, not a single one goes past now. I can tell you that because I was the one that complained about it. Thirdly, let me tell you, work permits were being in this country being sold for 30,000 rand each. He has identified those that were responsible. It's not happening anymore. Fourthly, the issue of the passports. You know, the syndicate that has been brought down, all intervention of the minister. Yes, there are challenges in the Department of Home Affairs. It can't be sorted out overnight. What we need is to ensure there's adequate resources, and very importantly, the IT system needs to be dealt with. If you don't sort these problems out, and yes, again, the minister has now called for intervention where he's going to have those offices open on a Saturday as well in order to be able to provide to them. So my view is just let's support this budget board. Let's support the minister and his team so that we can provide a better quality system. We support this. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the ANC in support of Budget 5 on Home Affairs. Chairperson, all South Africans are dependent on the Department of Home Affairs because of its own mandate to secure and manage official identity and status. The Department of Home Affairs services are divided into two categories: civic services and immigration services. The department's mandate is to manage citizenship, civic status, international migration, refugee protection, and the population register. Much progress has been done on the implementation of the Border Management Authority. The BMA model will be implemented at land, air, and sea ports of entry. The BMA will create a platform for proper coordination between government departments. We welcome the department's fight against corruption and encourage it not to relax its effort in ensuring a safer country. The department set up a series of roadblocks in an effect to address the challenges of undocumented immigrants near the Bay Bridge border post. This is also welcome, Chair. As we have said before, everyone who enters South Africa legally will be welcomed. And once again, I rise to support the budget vote. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, we now note the objection of the GA, the EFF, and the ACGP. The FF Plus, are you still having the appetite?
Yes, Chairperson, we call for a division.
Thank you. The bells will be rung for 1 minute. Thank you. Thank you. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I think so far we know the drill. And having confirmed that we have a requisite quorum, we will now proceed. Honorable members, the question before the House is that vote 5, Home Affairs, be agreed to. The voting will now commence. The doors will remain closed, and all the other drill that we made before. The ANC?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, on virtual platform, ANC 161, ANC here in the chamber, 58, totaling up to 219. We vote in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA?
House Chairperson, in the House we're 17 people. On the voting platform we are 58 people. That gives us a total of 75 people voting against.
Thank you. The EFF?
Thank you, House Chair. In the House we are on the virtual platform we are 16. We are 16 on the virtual platform, and then in the House we are 12, and we are voting against.
Thank you. IFP?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I believe we're still 9 on virtual, 1 in the House. That's 10 voting in favor.
If you say I still believe.
Yes, according to the figures I got.
Anyway, they are checking.
Yeah.
They will tell me if there is any mistake made by you. Okay. FF plus?
Thank you, House Chairperson. 6 on virtual, 3 in the House. That's 9 voting against.
ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP has 1 on virtual, 2 in the House voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM? ATM? Good.
House Chair, 2 of us on the platform and we're voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP?
House Chairperson 1, Phil in the House in support. Thank you.
AIC? COPE? PAC? Al-Jama?
1 on virtual, Honorable House Chair, and we vote in support.
Thank you. Is there any member?
Sorry, House Chair. On a point of order. Can I just add 1 with to EFF in the House? So we are 13. I said 12. So I'm doing a correction. I said we are 12, but we are 13 actually.
Okay.
Thank you.
Recorded. Honorable members, is there any member that wishes to abstain or vote differently to their party? None. Honorable Singh, they already gave me an answer. You were correct with your numbers. The voting session is now closed. Thank you, honorable members. No abstentions. No, 116. Yes, 233. That is, the vote has been agreed to. We now proceed to vote number 6, international relations and cooperation. We don't have any one to do declarations. I'll note the objection of the GA, the EFF, the IFP, the FF Plus, and the ACDP, and there is no call for division. As such, the vote is agreed to. We now move to vote number 7, National School of Governance. No declarations. We note the objection of the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. And there is ACDP, and there is no call for divisions. Noting those, the vote is agreed to. We now on vote number 8, National Treasury. We will ask the EFF for their declaration.
Chairperson, we don't have a declaration, we've got a question.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, let me. Okay. No. I think there's been an agreement that there won't be questions, but there will be declarations. Yes.
Okay. Then if that's so, then I'll still do it anyway. Last Chair, when Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, also known as Mama Pala, went to KZN in April after the floods, he promised 1 billion to rebuild homes and critical infrastructure. It is almost 3 months now and the National Treasury is refusing to release the money. While the National Treasury refuses to release the funds, people are sleeping in halls with no food, no water, and cannot rebuild their lives. Provincial and municipal interventions are poorly coordinated because they do not have any money. Municipalities do not have the capacity to make applications for grants, and the Treasury failed to make the process practical and easy to ensure that the money is released on time. Why is the National Treasury failing to release the promised 1 billion rand? Did Mr. Ramaphosa lie to the people of KZN about the 1 billion rand disaster relief? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes, honorable member.
People cannot be given new names in this house. People cannot be given new names in this.
Oh. Okay. No, I heard him. Honorable member Paulson, please, let's not give members new names. That's Rule 82. We have to use the names that we know in the House, please. No. I don't need your answer.
If it's relevant to...
I don't need your answer, Honorable Paulson. Please sit. It's just a warning to say, please. Can you please switch off your mic? Right. Honorable members, we were on...
Chair. Actually, Chair, on that point, there was a ruling earlier on this. There's a ruling. Okay. And I hope that there is no warning, there's a ruling that must be implemented.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I'm sorry that I didn't know about that, but as I'm here, I have warned the member, and should it be repeated in this House, there will be consequences made. Let me proceed. Honorable Hendricks, please. Okay, it's fine. UDM. Honorable Hendricks, please switch off your video and your mic. UDM, it's your opportunity for declaration.
Thank you, House Chair. The South African
Honourable
economy
members.
fails to deliver what is... Okay, Chair, all right.
Honorable members, I can't hear. Even the order that was said, I didn't actually hear what was said. That is why I allowed it to go that way. Please, I must listen to every member. Honorable Paulson and Honorable Mfundiswam, as a belief. UDM, please proceed.
The South African economy fails to deliver what is expected of it. While we acknowledge that certain fundamentals to some extent are in place, but it is equally true that the urgently required jobs and economic growth are not materializing. It is a fact that since 1994, hundreds of thousands of jobs have been destroyed and the formal employment shrinks at an alarming rate. There are signs, obviously, that the South African economy is held afloat by potential that has not been properly unleashed. In our view, the problem with the South African economy is that with the privatization of SOEs, is that we're failing to recognize that a responsible government cannot depend on market forces alone and sit back while the economy and the quality of life of all citizens are being destroyed. In the final analysis, the needs of every South African are rooted in the need for a decent job and a decent income, which this government has failed to provide over the past couple of years. We are of the view that up until we have an economic endeavor, it is not possible for us to address all the economic challenges facing South Africa at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Al-Jama.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the budget for the years 2022 and 2023 has been approved. I would like to thank the Honorable House Chair for giving us an opportunity to make a declaration on the Treasury slot. It is Treasury that releases the money finally for every line item of expenditures in all the votes. So Al-Jama feels is making a declaration on the right slot. We want Treasury to, with haste, release money that will make the youth feel that the sacrifices of the youth of 1976 for them in 2022 was worthwhile. Al-Jama will get the full pound of flesh that Shakespeare wrote about in The Merchant of Venice. As a member of Parliament, I and my support team, Professor Harun, Asha Ali, Khafsan, Fazila, will find opportunities in the minister's budgets to assist youth get funding for projects to take their families out of poverty, get their full pound of flesh. I've been invited to the after party of the Social Welfare Ministry, and I hope to get my full pound of flesh for the youth, because that's what they are holding us accountable for. I don't know if honorable members know the song Mami Ons Gaan Perel Toe. Honorable members do know that the honorable member of the Freedom Front Plus asked His Excellency President Ramaphosa if he hated Afrikaans. We must ask the honorable members who are Afrikaners why many people say, "Maar julle is dan vir Engels." It is my constituency that keeps Afrikaans alive, and the Minister of Police will confirm that there's a lot of DNA when he does these labs found in nearly every Afrikaner family. Al-Jama is having 11 events to commemorate June the 16th, and the Western Cape Parliament is funding the signature event in Paarl, where the Afrikaanse Taal Monument is, but where there is no indication of the struggle of the Black Consciousness movement. So in Paarl, we're going to unfold the untold story of June the 16th and its aftermath. So I'm asking Parliament, gaan julle ook Pero toe? I'm asking the nation, gaan julle ook Pero toe? That's the place to be at 10 o'clock at the Charleston High School in Klein Nederburg, and in time for a documentary on June the 16th, the untold story told by the community of Salt River. For all of us who lived and experienced apartheid, what happened on June the 16th in 1976 in Soweto, and the solidarity marches and protests that followed on the Cape Flats in townships such as Bointieville, Salt River, and Hanover Park, the heroic struggles remain embedded in our minds. Honorable House Chair, I'm not sure if you remember that 1976 was also the year when we had TV in our homes. So what happened in Soweto spread rapidly to Cape Town, to the Cape Flats, and we saw how young learners were slaughtered. Alzama honored the family of Christopher Truter, who lived in Bointieville, when he took up a seat in Parliament. Part of his skull was split, and his brains and tongue had to be pushed back by his sister and paramedics as they tried to save his life. That photo is now on our T-shirts for June the 16th. The Truter family and the Bointieville community are aging and asking whether Christopher Truter died in vain. And when they watch on their TV, budget by budget, vote by vote, which you are now getting honorable members to approve one by one, they may see very little in the budgets that benefits the youth. The youth of today are joining us in the commemoration, but don't see their legacy. I honored the youth of Soweto by publishing a table book of most of the 500 iconic photos, the best on record taken of the Soweto riots by Peter Magubani. I gave His Excellency President Ramaphosa and other ministers like Honorable Tisenda Law a complimentary copy. I ask them humbly today again to study the photos if they have not done so. All ministers must do so. I have 2 copies in my office at Parliament, room 490. 649, sorry. They must study it to be reminded of the struggles and sacrifices of the youth, and after studying it, re-look at their budgets and see if they have put in more than the previous apartheid government for the youth for the year 2022-2023. We agree with the Honourable Matey that we need a political will for socio-economic reform, and we acknowledge the youth policy for 2030 and the presidential stimulus and incentive scheme. South Africa, Honourable House Chair, needs a pro-youth budget. Many political parties are going to make declarations after me. Ministers must find time to unpack the 40 money bills or more and tell the nation if there are any direct benefits for the youth to take their families out of poverty. If ministers have not provided that, they must fall on their swords. Alzama has traversed the villages and towns to ask the youth what they wanted from the 2022-2020 budget. They told Alzama they want government programs for the youth to take their families out of poverty. So that is the initiative that we are embarking on. Alzama does not want to see proudly made in South Africa, because that means it is made by whites. We want to see proudly made by the women and youth of South Africa. The Minister of Social Welfare, Honourable Zulu, is on the right track to achieve this, and my parliamentary office is already working with our officials. We're going to use the cooperative grants that are available in the NDA to take families out of poverty by establishing dressmaking bio cooperatives. The target is 90 of them starting in Lentegee and Mitchell's Plain to revive the clothing industry, which the Ministry of Trade and Industry destroyed. President Ramaphosa is now called on to make and trim, which the Department of Trade and Industry don't like, a localization venture. We are proud to announce that we're having 11 commemorative events, and it's a challenge for us when we are held accountable what is in the budget. We were in Melville near Groundville last week for the first event, and we got a stern message from nearly 100 residents and elders that something must be done to take the youth-led families out of poverty. The Albert Otuli family have got a hectare of land along the river there, And I don't know if people know who Chief Albert Atuli is in this house, but he was a great man. He got the Nobel Peace Prize. And they want to grow peanuts, and then they want to manufacture peanut butter. So we're hoping that ministers listening to this will come to the party, like the Minister of Social Welfare has done, and tell the people of Groudville, where Chief Albert Atuli was banished, this is what we've got for you in the budget. These youngsters, we understand you want to take your families out of poverty. Here are peanut seeds, and we will provide all the assistance so that you can manufacture peanut butter. We also supported a careers day in Umzinto for 200 learners. According to Councillor Azra Khan, our PR councillor with Chair of Impact, these youths wanted to know what will be in the budget for them to pay for their registration fees to institution of learning. They also wanted to know what is the appeal process when applications are turned down, because the year of so many applications turned down from people in the rural villages. Alzheimer has not taken the amendment by the Minister of Justice, the Honorable Ronald Lamola, lightly, that one should not have to be a pensioner to be a president or deputy president of South Africa. So Alzheimer is asking the question for the year 2022, 2022, do we have opportunities for the youth? How can they access positions in government? We know that millions of youth are unemployed, nearly 65%. And we're also having an event in Dimbaza where activists were thrown into this desolate place in King Williamstown. Now, there is an industrial park, but the Minister of Trade and Industry have dumped that community. The youth are asking Alzheimer whether there will be money in the budget to revive the desolate industrial park. There's so many job opportunities there, but people call the Department of Trade and Industries a lame duck. This, I hope, is one of the first pro-youth budget speeches ever, and Alzheimer is proud to take the lead. The ministers...
Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, don't do what you have been doing. A party has got a right to use whatever minutes. Al-Jamaa has used their global 10 minutes. We can't stop them, it's their wish. So don't raise your hands. Okay, the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The budget vote of the National Treasury is about providing the financial resources to support the safe and strategic management of the nation's financial resources and to act as a center to transfer funds to the three spheres of government. It is this budget vote that performs the critical functions of the provincial equitable share, a significant portion of which is adjustment for the compensation of employees for the implementation of the once-off non-pensionable cash gratuity. The vote of the National Treasury has at its core the financing of responsibilities for the sound control and management of South Africa's public finances. 60% of this budget vote has to do with provincial transfers. When taken together with other transfers under different programs, it is this budget vote that can claim to significantly redistribute finances to ensure crucial functioning of the state. The review that National Treasury is undertaking with regards government's macroeconomic policies since the global financial crisis of 2008 to the present must be welcome. We need to add that Parliament must be involved in this exercise. We shall remain informed by our need for inclusive economic growth and a vibrant mixed economy of state and private sector. The ANC supports the budget vote, National Treasury. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, we note the objections of the GA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and ACDP, and there was no indication for the call of the division. So vote number 8, Treasury, is agreed to. We now go to vote number 9, planning, monitoring and evaluation. No indication of declarations, and we note the objections of the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACGP, and no vote is being called. Hence, vote 9, monitoring and planning, monitoring and evaluation is agreed to. We now move to vote number 10, public enterprise. We will call on the DA.
The purpose of this vote is to drive investment, productivity, and transformation in the department's portfolio of SOEs to unlock growth and more. And so the President tells us we are firmly on track to implement the reforms outlined in the SONA. Slots are available to private rail operators, and that we are on the cusp of a fundamental transformation in the electricity sector, and that Eskom and the private sector is set to accelerate embedded generation products and cut red tape. We are also told that 68 projects with a combined capacity of over 5,000 megawatts are being developed. Now, even if we park SAA Albatross and the dead dodo that is Denel, with regard to Transnet and Eskom alone, based on the past and the present, don't believe a word, because the road to hell's darkness is paved with good intentions, and the proof of the pudding is in the eating. The reality is that more than 30% of Eskom's generation capacity has been offline due to unplanned outages for the last 4 weeks, and the average generation fleet availability so far this year is only 59% compared to 62% last year. So much for Eskom's reliability, maintenance and recovery program. And in case you are wondering where all the money will come from for these bold new ideas, it seems pretty unlikely that Eskom will be able to take on any new debt unless its current debt level has been reduced significantly. So spare us the pipe dreams and fix what you can and privatize aggressively now in both Eskom and the crumbling Transnet on terms that will attract investors. There is no other way. We cannot support this vote.
The IFP. Oh, yeah. The EFF.
As Chair, you can never call that dying party before the EFF.
No, don't reflect on dying parties. You may soon get there.
No, yeah, you are going to die here. Chairperson, the disposal of 51% of government shares in South African Airways is continuing as a secret. At a meeting of SCOPA, committee members were told that the 51 rand sale to Tokatso was above board and there was nothing wrong with it. But we know this is not true. We know that state-owned entities are weakened so that the assets are sold to cronies of the ANC for a fraction of their real value. We also know that the plan to strip the state of strategic assets is political and seeks to put a future socialist EFF government at the mercy of the white capitalist establishment. Two burning issues remain and South Africans need to know. Is the sale of 51% of SAA shares still ongoing? Has the council paid any money towards the operation of SAA? If not, SAA is operational as we speak, even though it is operating at a minimal capacity. Surely SAA is able to operate without the council as it is doing now. The council brings nothing strategic to the table. It's just another ANC looting spree. We object to this budget debate.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I make this declaration on behalf of the committee member, Honourable E.M. Buthelezi. Chairperson, we certainly do not rejoice in the failures of our state-owned entities. We have a duty to our country as members of this House to ensure that our entities such as Eskom, SAA, and Denel do better. But, Honourable Chairperson, they can only do better when there is sufficient political will to do so by our government. The IFP have long held the view that these state-owned entities need a total overhaul and funding model. We have on numerous occasions suggested in this House that the privatization or a public-private partnership model would work best to turn these entities into profitable and sustainable companies. While these suggestions remain ignored, the IFP will not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM.
Thank you. Thank you very much, House Chair. An independent valuation report on SAA with all its subsidiaries and assets, including routes, aircraft, technical and aircraft spares, duty-free, apron services and properties will show that 51% cannot be just handed over for nil consideration. As we understand it, SAA's engineering division alone might be worth at least 5 billion rands in assets and intellectual property. The question, therefore, is how much is this 51% stake actually worth, or is it the true value of the value of SAA? The other issue that we've always wondered is why has there been no transparency complete transparency insofar as this deal is concerned? What also concerns us greatly is that not only with SAA, but as is the case with other SOEs, there seems to be an agenda to destroy SOEs and then privatize them so that the comrades in corruption can actually be in line to actually benefit from these SOEs, which is something we cannot support and something we do not agree with. It's exactly what ESCOM is experiencing at the moment, as is the case with other entities. For those reasons, we are not going to support this budget vote, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, House Chair, the ANC supports the Appropriation Bill for the Department of Public Enterprises. The work the DP insofar is turning around the SOE shows positive results, and with the support of this Appropriation Bill, more positive results will be visible. Transnet is currently implementing the private sector partnership business model to respond effectively to the inefficiencies in the port and rail network, and this will strengthen the competitiveness, operational performance, and financial sustainability. With that said, I want to employ Honorable Mr. Begitele to really come and assist when so far as the Boysons matter, where there is informal settlement owned and taken by illegal people that are doing illegal mining. So the community really needs your help. Even Councillor Munyameni will really be appreciative if definitely those you can come down. Now on the SAA DA, we have constantly reminded Parliament that aviation business is a difficult area that has COVID-19 pandemic had a devastating effect on aviation worldwide, but the DA is deaf to good sense and blind to alternative ways of dealing with aviation, and as SAA in particular. The money appropriated to SAA is the amount needed to complete the implementation of the business rescue plan. These are legal obligations. The money is required to pay creditors and for unflown tickets liabilities. Let me repeat, these are legal obligations we have to repeat. Now, we are fortunate that SAA survived colleagues business rescue, found a better partner, and it is modestly keeping to the skies. At the same time, SAA must be careful about the impact of fuel prices. Now, Mr. Lees really you've tried to defend the majority white pilots earlier in this process. Now you continue to undermine the potential success of a unique restructuring as a state entity. SAA will survive your negativity and antagonism yourself, Honorable Kachalia. Similarly, ComAir will go through an even more difficult process with a devastating impact on staff. We extend our empathy with them, but what Mr. Lees and Honorable Kachalia don't ask themselves is what impact problematic business decisions such as deals with Boeing have on viability of the aviation business. And this is what you really have to be dealing with, Honorable Kachalia. Privatization, start to privatize DA. We support the vote.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I record the objection of the following parties: the DA, the IFP, the ACDP, the EFF, and there's also a request for division. Will the party who is requesting the division please do so now?
House Chair, please note that the DA calls for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 1 minute. It's okay.
Okay.
Honorable members, we have now exceeded the 1 minute. I'm waiting for the bell outside. It seems to me the person outside doesn't have a watch with him. So he may just continue and continue. So they must have a timer. No, thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, let me ascertain if we do have a quorum on the platform in the House. Do we have a quorum? And a table. There is a quorum. Honorable members, the question before the House is that vote number 10, public enterprises, be agreed to. Voting will now commence and the doors will remain locked and no members will be allowed into the venue or onto the platform. I'll now ask whips to confirm the number of members present in the chamber and on the platform and indicate if they are for or against the question. The ANC.
House Chair, thank you very much. The ANC on the virtual platform is 165. Here in chamber is 58, totaling up to 223 voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chairperson, in the House we are 14 members. On the voting platform we are 58. That gives us a total House Chairperson of 67 members voting against.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thanks, House Chair. On the virtual platform, 16, in the House, 13, 29 voting against.
Thank you. The IFP.
Chairperson, 10 on virtual, 1 in the House, 11 voting against.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 6 on the virtual platform and 3 in the House. That's 9 voting against.
The ACDP.
2 on virtual, 2 in the House voting against. Thank you, Chair.
The UDM. The UDM. The ATM. Good.
The House Chair, 2 on the platform in favor.
Thank you. The NFP.
House Chairperson, 1 in the House in support.
The AIC. COPE. The PAC. And Al Jama.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thank you for calling us last, 1 on virtual, and we vote in favor.
Is there any member who, do you want to change your vote, Honorable Mazoni?
House Chair, I'm terribly sorry. Honorable Mandela and Honorable April were teasing me, and I made a mistake when I did the count. It's 58 on the virtual, 14 in the House, and that actually gives us a total of 72 voting against.
Thank you. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently than their political party? Thank you, honorable members. The voting session is closed. Okay. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. There's 227 that voted in favour and 125 against, and the vote is then agreed to. We now come to vote 11, Public Service and Administration, the DA.
Honourable Chairperson.
Order, honourable members.
Last Friday, the DA did what this government, and specifically this department, has steadfastly refused to do. We declared war on cadre deployment corruption. The DA's court case against ANC cadre deployment is unprecedented. For the first time in our democratic history, we have put the entire ANC on trial. We have done so because we understand that this administration, led by a man who not only chaired the cadre deployment committee, but who now stands accused of fraud himself, has no intention to replace our corrupt and failing state with a capable state. But in many ways, this historic court case is not even really about the ANC. This dying party and its corrupt practices represent the past. Instead, with this court case, the DA has actively started to build the future that will follow after the collapse of the ANC in 2024. By outlawing cadre deployment ahead of the next election, the DA will lay the foundation for the success of the government we intend to constitute after that election. And thanks to the action we took last week, the era of reconstruction that will come after the collapse of the ANC will be free from all forms of cadre deployment. In its place will be a constitutional firewall that separates party and state. This will make it illegal for any political party to ever again perpetrate cadre deployment corruption and state capture. By outlawing this corrupt practice, the DA will ensure that our incoming administration appoints all officials on the basis of merit alone. Know how instead of know who. With this case, the DA has demonstrated that we are not waiting until 2024 to shape the future we want for the country that we love so dearly. By declaring war on cadre deployment in all its forms, the DA is positioned as the solutions-focused political home for all South Africans who not only want an end to the era of ANC-engineered decline, but who want to ensure that the country we build after the fall of the ANC is one we can all be proud of. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, the ANC supports a vote 11. The Department of Public Service and Administration is responsible for establishment of norms and standards in the public service across all spheres of government. The department needs to fast-track the finalization of the Public Service and Administration Amendment Bill and the Public Service Amendment Bill. The department must also ensure that public service regulations are complied with. Lifestyle audits in the public service were implemented to ensure transparency and to curb the blight of corruption. The department should ensure for uniformity of the implementation of lifestyle audits in the public service. We therefore commend the department for having launched the Public Administration Ethics, Integrity and Disciplinary Technical Assistance Unit to improve ethical and anti-corruption policy, strengthen ethical infrastructure, discipline management, and synchronization of all three levels of public administration. Corruption and poor performance prohibit South Africans' access to better services, and the ANC government is fighting corruption in all its manifestation. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. In the absence of any further declarations, I note the objections of the DA, the EFF, and the ACDP. Ms. Honourable Mazoni.
House Chair, the DA would also like to call for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members, order. The NA table inform if we still have a quorum. We do have a quorum. Honorable members, order. Having confirmed that we do have a quorum, we will now proceed. The question before the House is that vote number 11, Public Service and Administration, be agreed to, and voting will now commence. I will now request the whips to indicate the preference of the members in the House and on the platform. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Chair, ANC on the virtual platform is 164. Here in chamber 58, totaling up to 222. We vote in support of vote 11. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chairperson, in the House, we are 15 members. On the virtual platform, we are 59. That gives us a total of 74 members voting against.
Thank you. The EFF.
Dankie, voorsitter. In die huis is ons 13 en op die platform, online platform, is ons 16. As 29 vote against.
Dankie. The IFP.
Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. The
Thank
IFP.
you very much, Honorable Chairperson, from the party that is still alive. 10 on the virtual, 1 in the House, 11 supporting. Thank you.
The FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 3 members in the House, 6 on the virtual platform. That's 9 against.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. 2 in the House, 2 on virtual, voting against. Thank you.
The UDM. The ATM. Court.
House Chair, if there are 2 of us on the platform and we vote in support, thank you.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 1 in the House in support.
Thank you. The AIC, COPE, PAC, the Al-Jama. Al-Jama. Is there any member who wish to vote differently or abstain from their party? None. Thank you. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions, 236 voted in favour, 116 voted against. The vote is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 12.
Honourable Chairperson.
Yes.
I was just told that we had 11 on the virtual and 1 in the House. So can that be checked for the last one?
I'll ask the NA table to check it, but it doesn't have any material influence on the outcome of the vote. But we will check it. Thank you. Vote 12, Public Service Commission. There's a request for declaration from the IFP. The IFP.
Sorry, Chairperson, that must be an error. It's not on my schedule.
You are not making a declaration?
No declaration.
Okay. I received objections from the following parties: the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. With those objections, the vote is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure. Request for declaration, the DA.
Honourable Chairperson, this is the 3rd budget and annual performance plan that we have been asked to approve in the 6th Parliament. And while the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is absolutely central to the functioning of government at every sphere, it has been beset by problems, scandals and disasters over the last 3 years. Under the leadership of Minister Patricia de Lille, the DPW has lurched from the Beitbridge washing line debacle to the destruction of our National Assembly by fire. From the ongoing battles between the Minister and the Director General of the Department, Sam Vukela, who has spent over 2 years on paid suspension, to the failure of the minister to address the claims of abuse and sexual harassment at the South African Council for the Architectural Profession. The land invasions on public works property in Knoflokskraal in the Western Cape, spearheaded by members of Good in the run-up to the 2021 elections, placed the minister in direct conflict with her department, a fact she denied. It seems that under her leadership, both her department and her party are in crisis. At every available opportunity, Honourable Brett Heron of Good has demanded that the DA act with transparency in investigations, appoint external investigators, and widen the scope of the current investigation dealing with sexual harassment claims against a DA leader. And yet, in dealing with the allegations against a Good MPL and a Good deputy mayor of sexual harassment, skinny dipping in front of party members, and acts of gehoorderij, I quote, we are required to be satisfied with a blanket claim of the confidentiality of their internal processes. To quote the Honourable Heron, the hypocrisy is astounding. At least the members of the minister's party now have a use for the washing line. It seems it's needed to air good stinking panties. We do not support this minister's budget. I thank you.
Honourable members, order, honourable members. I wish order. I want to caution honourable members on the use of language. Even if you quote an outside source, you cannot bring it into the House. However, no party would object to the use of that language, but the language is inappropriate. The ACDP, honourable member of the DA at the back. Honourable member, I've just made a ruling and you repeated it. Will you withdraw that remark? No, you must get up and withdraw.
I'll withdraw it.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. In the recent budget vote debate of Public Works and Infrastructure, the ACDP called for an accelerated public-private partnership to unlock the potential of property assets worth hundreds of billions of rands. Shockingly, the department, as the largest property portfolio holder in the country, is unable to leverage the competitive and comparative advantage it has in the property sector. Billions of rands could be added to government coffers if due consideration was given to this public-private partnership to eliminate inefficiencies, corruption, graft, and contraventions of the PFMA, all too prevalent in this department. To underscore this point, the ACDP, one only has to look at the debacle of the Telkom Towers purchase for 695 million in 2016 as the SAP's headquarters, but has remained empty for over 5 years. While some progress has been made with this project, there are still numerous ongoing challenges. Furthermore, the ACDP was the only party that called for an external investigation into the 85 million rand Jersey barrier wall project along the South African-Mozambican border. In this regard, we welcome the investigation by the SIU into the tender irregularities at the Cozy Bay border post. The ACDP has continuously raised the important issue of the state's immovable asset register, necessary to contribute towards economic and social development and transformation of the built environment. This mandate will never be accomplished without a complete immovable asset register. The state cannot unlock land property for social and economic development if it has no accurate record of what it owns. The ACDP does not support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC support the budget vote for Public Works and Infrastructure, vote number 13. The ANC support the Appropriation Bill for budget vote, Public Works and Infrastructure. The programs and projects of the department seeks to optimize the value of the government property and contribute substantively to job creation through the expanded Public Works program. This program has created nearly 1 million jobs per annum and will reach its 5 million jobs target over the medium-term strategy framework period. The efficiency of the department is expected to perform better through the implementation of the 10 areas of business improvement. Infrastructure South Africa is geared towards playing a critical role in infrastructure development as part of the economic restructuring and recovery plan. Reversing poverty, inequality, and unemployment is important to the people of the country, and therefore supporting the budget of the department is supporting the infrastructure development, skills, and job creation. Thank you, Chairperson. ANC support the budget.
Thank you. I've recorded the following objections: the DA, the EFF, the ACDP, Freedom Front Plus. The DA?
House Chair, the DA would like to call for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Any table, do we still have a quorum on the platform and in the House? Yes. The question before the House is that vote number 13, Public Works and Infrastructure, be agreed to. Voting will now commence. I request the whips to confirm the number of members present in the chamber and on the virtual platform and indicate their vote for or against the question. The ANC.
House Chair, on the virtual platform 164 ANC, here in the House 580, totaling up to 222. We vote in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, in the House, we are 15 members. On the virtual platform, we are 60 members. That gives us a total of 75 members voting against.
Thank you. The EFF.
Dankie, voorsitter. Kom ons probeer weer. In die huis, by jou 16 en op lyn as ons 13 en vote against.
En die totaal is?
29 stem teen.
De IFP?
Meneer voorzitter, 11 in the huis, 11 virtual, 1 in the huis. 12 is the number voting in favor. Thank you.
So it's 1 in the huis and 11 by the huis. So that's 12 in favor. The FF plus.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Ons is 6 aanlyn en 3 in die huis en dit is 9-1.
Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 2 on virtual, 2 in the House voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. The UDM, ATM, good. NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 1 in the House in support. Thank you.
Thank you. AIC, order, COPE, PAC, and Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa, 1 on virtual, and we vote in favor, and we hope next time you may call us first.
We must get more votes, honourable member. Is there any member that wish to vote differently from the party? None. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Thank you. Honourable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. There's no abstentions, 236 voted in favour, 117 against, and the vote is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 14, Statistics South Africa. There's no request for declaration. The objections of the following parties have been received: the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. The vote is thus agreed to. I put to you vote number 15, Traditional Affairs. There's a request for declarations from the IFP.
Yes, I think my member is on virtual.
Thank you, Chairperson. The IFP has consistently and adamantly called for the strengthening of
of cooperation between traditional leaders and former government structures. Traditional leaders speak on behalf of millions of South Africans, and they cannot play second fiddle in the developmental agenda. The president, in his recent budget vote speech on the presidency, held that we also sought to engage at the presidency level with traditional leaders to address their specific challenges, including the issue of land, end quote. And that the deputy president would apparently provide feedback on this process. The lack of detail on such engagement is astonishing, and we submit that the government is simply paying lip service to this commitment. The department's annual performance plan revealed that guidelines have been published on Section 24 of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, providing detail on the partnerships between the government and traditional leaders. However, this act already came into operation in April 2021. Why did it take more than a year for the government to publish these regulations? Lofty promises of involving traditional leaders mean very little. We need to see clear commitments and actual involvement of these traditional leaders. Lastly, the IFP wishes to stress its deep concern over the murder of traditional leaders in KwaZulu-Natal. We have been vocal about brutal killings of these leaders, and we submit strongly that much more urgent intervention is needed from the government. The time for promises is over. We need the government to act now. I thank you.
Thank you. The NFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable House Chairperson, let me start off by talking about the new Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Bill that was signed by President Cyril Ramaphosa. Many people on the ground have raised concerns about this, particularly the fundamental rights and shoring up of the power of unelected and predominantly male traditional leaders in rural areas, who we know, despite the fact that many of us come into this house and promote the interest of women particularly, but we know in traditional areas and rural areas, of course, women's rights are violated because it's a male-dominated society. But let me also raise a concern that South Africa subscribes to the UN DRIP, and that is the protection of indigenous people's rights. The Khoi and San, who are, and without any dispute, the first indigenous nation in this country, everyone, white, colored, black, everybody came here after the Khoi and San, who were already here. And I'm not saying there's no work being done. A lot of work has been done in this regard. However, not enough is being done in this country to address the rights of the Khoi and San people. It's actually a slap in the face when we talk about languages, and many other languages are being introduced, but not looking at the Khoi and San language. Very importantly is the restitution of land, particularly if you look at what is happening in the Two Rivers project down the road, which has significance to the Khoi and San nation, where they have actually had to go to court to stop the project. The National Freedom Party wants to raise this concern that we think it is time that we deal with the challenges that the Khoi and San face. The NFP will support this. Thank you very much.
The ANC. Is a declaration from the ANC on vote number 15.
Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Just bring the mic a little bit closer, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the Department of Traditional Affairs, informed by the ANC policies, has demonstrated its commitment to the vision of a community development-oriented institution of traditional leadership. Since the promulgation of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act number 3 of 2019, we have seen progress from the department in terms of pursuing its objectives, which, amongst others, are to provide for the recognition of traditional and Khoisan communities, establishment and composition of provincial and local government, local houses of traditional and Khoisan leaders, and the development of the customary law. The department, through its budget, will be able to strengthen the progress aimed at the resolution of the succession disputes in traditional leadership. Stability in the traditional leadership is a base
from which we will be able to pursue social cohesion in our communities through programs aimed at creating awareness around gender-based violence and femicide, xenophobia, and other challenges which affect the youth of our communities. This budget also creates the basis for traditional and cohesion communities to play a greater role in development. The ANC fully supports budget.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I note the objections from the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP, and with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 16, basic education. Request for declaration, the DA.
Chairperson, quality education for our children should always be high priority as we invest in their future and the growth of our country. It is therefore important that the consideration of voting schedule in the Appropriation Bill doesn't become mere a ticking of the boxes exercise. The return on our investment in our children must realize into opportunity whilst ending poverty and unemployment. Will we achieve it if we have over 1,500 unqualified teachers? No. Will we achieve it if we have 24,000 teacher vacancies? No. Will we achieve it when many learners don't receive LTSM every year? No. Will we achieve it when the hike in petrol prices will cause an increase in food prices and our children will suffer from malnutrition? No. Will we achieve it in overcrowded classrooms? No. Will we achieve it when 45% of our learners drop out before matric? No. Will we achieve it when the greatest learning losses can be seen in the foundation phase? No. Will we achieve it if we ignore more effective, better catch-up plans? No. Will we achieve it if our children can't read with meaning? No. Will we achieve it if we continue to ignore the importance of mother tongue education to all language users? No. Will we achieve it if we continue to neglect our children with special needs? No. Will we achieve it with the rising teenage pregnancies? No. Will we achieve it if we pass the Bella Bill, which seeks to centralize powers to politicians and officials, just like the previous government school system? No. Will we achieve it when this bill forces more administrative burden on our teachers? No. Will we achieve it if we remove the powers of SGBs to determine the language and admission policies of their local communities? No. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize member of the EFF. EFF, we shall pass honourable members if there's no one.
The Economic Freedom Fighters rejects vote 16 for the Department of Basic Education as presented. Chairperson, it was the architect of apartheid who once said blacks should never be shown the greener pastures of education. They should know that their station in life is to be hewers of wood and drawers of water. South Africa's education system, even under a black government, perpetuates inequality, poverty, and indignity characterized by crumbling infrastructure, overcrowded classrooms, and poor education outcomes, with unproductive obsession with grade 12 quantitative results. For instance, a recent international survey found that more than 3/4 of children aged 9 cannot read for meaning. In some provinces, this is as high as 91% in Limpopo and 81% in the Eastern Cape. The minister will insist that the medium-term expenditure framework allocated of about 9 billion, increasing by 4.9% from 2021 to 22 overall allocation, demonstrate the department's commitment. But the department's own statistics show that out of 23,471 public schools, 20,071 have no laboratories, 18,019 have no libraries, 16,897 have no internet, 239 have no electricity, and many more have inadequate sanitation facilities. The gap in the test scores between the top 20% schools and the rest is enormous. The department cannot even adhere to its own norms and standards for schools infrastructure, that it took almost 8 years and pressure from civil society, equal education, to build a decent school at Vukile Chwete Secondary School in Keiskamahuk in the Eastern Cape to finally have flushing toilets. Beyond infrastructure challenges, lack of sufficient transport impedes poor and mostly Black learners' right to education, with learners walking over 3 kilometers, even though basic education and the transport department are required to ensure transport is provided to grade 12 to 12 learners who live more than 3 kilometers from schools. The EFF rejects the budget in its current form and calls for the review and reform of how the education budget is distributed to achieve equitable access to education. Supporting this budget will be supporting the repeated failures of the government to address the issues of lack of accountability from a minister who has been doing the same mediocre job since 2009. The EFF rejects the budget because conditions at Nyaling Zilwe Senior Secondary School in Mthatha remains crowded without adequate sanitation. Putuma Junior Secondary in Basha municipality has worsened, with children forced to relieve themselves in the field because there are simply no decent toilets. The EFF reject this vote 16. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize member of FF Plus.
Agbare huisvoorsitter, in die droewige paar oomblikies wat ek het om te praat oor basiese onderwys, gaan ek net op die Bella-bil konsentreer, omdat dit op sigself genoeg rede is om teen hierdie begroting te stem. Die Bella-bil is uitgedateer. It's been outdated before it even has become law. It ignores some realities. It ignores online schooling. It ignores collaborative homeschooling. It ignores the fact that people in education use curricula from all over the world. And it undermines one of the most important federal features of South Africa, and that is a system of school governing bodies, governing schools rather than the state or the department itself. The question is whether the Department of Basic Education is ready to absorb the whole ECD system. And the conclusion is that the Bella Bill is the emblem of the failed state ideology of the ANC, which we reject. And to end, I just want to say to the Honorable Themba Kwayo, the quote with which he has started the speech is a false quote. It has never been said.
Now I recognize member of the UTM. UTM, we shall pass honorable members. I recognize member of the ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, I stand here on behalf of the African National Congress in the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education to declare our support for the Basic Education Annual Performance Report and the budget vote number 16. We submit this declaration few days before we commemorate the 46 years anniversary of student struggles against Bantu education in June 16, 1976. The generation of 1976 was not only struggle against the use of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction, but also access to free quality education. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC government has lived up to the Freedom Charter injunction that the doors of learning and culture shall be open to all. The department annual performance plans as presented demonstrate their commitment to ensuring free, quality, and compulsory education. We have welcomed the decision that as from this financial year, The Early Childhood Development Centers will operate under the Department of Basic Education to ensure that these centers are not only money-making schemes, but centers of learning and preparation for grade R. The African National Congress submit its support for the report of the Department of Basic Education and support the budget vote number 16. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. We shall note the objection of the DA, ACDP, and the FF Plus, as well as EFF. Honorable Mazoni.
House Chair, could the DA also please call for a division?
A division having been called, the bells will ring for 15 seconds. Thank you, members. The doors shall be closed. Thank you, Bell. Honorable members, the doors shall be closed. Now the voting shall commence. May we establish whether we have a requisite quorum? We do have the quorum. Honorable members, order. Thank you very much. The doors now have been closed, will remain locked, and members are not allowed to enter the virtual platform until the voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber as well as in the virtual platform and indicate whether they are voting against or in favor or abstain? I will now recognize the member of the majority party, Chief Whip of the majority party.
House Chair, ANC on the virtual platform is 166, here in the House 58, totaling up to 224. We vote in full support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I recognize the Honorable Mazoni.
Thank you, House Chairperson. In the House, we have 14 members. On the virtual platform, we have 58 members, and that gives us a total of 72 members voting against.
Thank you. Honorable EFF.
House Chair, on the virtual, we have 21, and in the House, we have 8 voting against.
Thank you. Honorable Singh.
Ngiyabonga Hlalo. Okubonakalayo ishumi nanye leli inlukunya hlangene ishumi nambili siyavuma.
Siyabonga. Now I recognize member of the FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Anklong Bararo, Moyeng Tataro, Ufela Rabong We.
Now I recognize member of the ACDP. Order, honorable members. Members, order.
Thank you, House Chair.
ACDP. Honorable members, now I allow the
House
ACDP.
Chair, thank you. Thank you, House Chair. Have you recognized the ACDP?
Yes, I do.
1 in the virtual, 2 in the House, 3 voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I recognize member of the UTM.
Chair, I thought Honorable Swart was going to speak closer. 1 on the virtual platform, voting against. Thank you.
Siyabulela. Honorable ATM. Honorable Good.
House Chair, 2 on the platform, voting in favor.
Honorable NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 1 in the House in support.
Honorable AIC. Honorable Cope. Honorable PAC. Honorable Al-Jama. Honorable members, we shall just go and request the FF Plus to repeat their numbers, their language, they couldn't capture it. The translation. No, just continue. Thank you very much.
Apologies, Chairperson. We are 3 in the House, 6 virtual, and that's a total of 9.
Really want that.
Against.
The Asutu was correct, Chair.
Honorable members, I just waiting for the front table to give us the results. Honorable members, the yes got 239 and noes have 114. The motion is agreed to. We shall proceed, honorable members, to vote 17, higher education and training. There has been request for declaration from the IFP and ANC. Now I recognize member of the IFP.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Zondo is on the virtual platform.
Oh, honorable member from the virtual platform of the IFP, may you? I request that Honorable Singh, may you do the honors, please.
Students are up in arms across our country demanding to be heard. Students claim they haven't received their accommodation allowances. Others say that the institution's failure to submit data to NSFAS has harmed them. Many students have been denied registration. Far too many students remain financially excluded, despite this government's commitment to free higher education, fee-free. Chairperson, the situation countrywide at our various universities and colleges remain tense. This can be due to heightened frustrations of access, transformation, and financial distress. I say that campuses have become pressure cookers, and soon, if we are not to rectify the financial lifeline promised to our students, things are going to pop off countrywide. We must avoid such a student uprising. We must do what is right, and we must ensure that this budget is going to be spent on the intended items outlined in the budget. We have to support this budget because our students need to be supported, but much more can be done going forward in this department. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I recognize member of the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the ANC in support of Vote 17. The Department of Higher Education, Vote 17, has been one of the rapidly increasing appropriations, particularly the allocation for NSFAS and universities. The increase in access to universities has created an anomaly in the distribution of the vote, which is largely skewed to universities, whilst TVET and CET colleges are significantly underfunded. This is an area that requires further assessment to ensure that our skills development strategy responds to the various skills needs of our country and our economy. The socio-economic impact of our sector education training authorities requires expansion and increased capabilities, recognizing the level of youth unemployment in our country. The budget vote of the department responds to social challenges affecting students through higher health. The ANC supports these appropriations to continue with the strides of transforming our society and creating opportunities for all South Africans to realize their full potential for education or equal opportunities. We urge the department to also focus on numerous transformational issues in the sector in forging nation building and social cohesion. We must indicate, Chair, that 2022 has been much for a calmer year in as far as unrest in institutions of higher learning. Therefore, that is an indication that the department has been doing quite well. Those are challenges in terms of NSFAS, but the department spends 75% on its total allocation to NSFAS. Thank you very much, Chair. The ANC supports.
Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, we shall note the objections of the DA, FF Plus, and ACDP. There have been no division requested. We shall proceed, honourable members. No
the objection of the EFF?
and including the objection of the EFF. Honourable members, I shall not recognize an objection that is not before us. Honourable members, that will give us that the motion has been agreed to.
House Chair.
I've noted the EFF, Honourable Kangwini.
But you said you will not entertain objections.
Honourable Kangwini, is that a point of order or we are just interjecting?
Yeah, I want, no, Chair, no, don't do that. We have given also to the House that all of these votes we are objecting. Why are you saying you want entertain objections that is not in front of you? Don't do that.
Honourable
Don't want to collapse the House
Honourable
like
Kangwani, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We shall proceed.
House Chair.
We have recognized the objection of the EFF. Is that a point of order, Honourable?
Objection of the UTM. There was a ruling earlier, you might not have followed it at the time it was made, that the House Chair would then allow people to actually come in and indicate whether they're objecting to votes or not.
Are you now indicating, Honourable Member?
Yeah, objection of the UTM.
It's noted. Is there any other political part that has been omitted then? Thank you. The objections are noted and the motion is agreed to. Thank you very much. We shall proceed, honourable members, to vote 18 for health. There have been a request of the declarations from the DA, ANC, and EFF. I now recognize the member of the DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Health Department is a clear demonstration of how fraud, corruption, and maladministration has destroyed health services for the poor. COVID corruption is proof of this. At Livingston Hospital in the Eastern Cape, they've ceased to do orthopedic surgeries because suppliers have not been paid. When Dr. De Meyer penned an open letter to raise serious concerns at Rahima Musa Children's Hospital, he was then suspended for speaking out against the shocking conditions and ultimately for being a good doctor. Looking at the budget, an amount of 8.8 billion has been allocated to the NHI. Historically, this program has been underspent and has not benefited the poor, who are increasingly vulnerable to a lack of service delivery. Considering the massive irregularities in procurement and mismanagement of funds, 8.8 billion of taxpayers' money allocated will be at risk. South Africans are increasingly cash-strapped. Despite this, the department will be funding the NHI with an increase in income tax. South Africans are being taxed to death and can simply not afford another tax or levy. It is unfortunate that income tax is being targeted. Funding should rather be used to ensure our state hospitals' infrastructure is maintained and upgraded to ensure compliance to norms and standards, and in order to lower negligence claims and to ensure that we have the necessary skills and human resources to provide quality universal health care. We currently have a vacancy rate of 21,453 posts for nursing and 0.31 for every 1,000 patients in doctor services. Our medico-legal claims are amounting to around 3 billion per annum. Throwing money to the problem without addressing corruption will not solve the problems of our health system. Fix our current healthcare system so that South Africans can receive healthcare that they deserve. NHI will just become another failed SOE that will be plundered by fraud, corruption, and mismanagement by ANC cadres. The DA will not support the health budget. I thank you.
Now I recognize member of the EFF.
Chairperson, it only benefits the entrepreneurs associated with the ANC to turn a blind eye on the reality that our public healthcare system is officially collapsed. This is the reality that the President Ramaphosa administration has intentionally led us to absolutely render the state useless whilst empowering the private sector for the benefit of capitalists. We are officially in full motion in witnessing the health sector suffer a complete collapse and a transfer of our people into the hands of the private sector for monetary benefits through bills like the NHI that will see the most gruesome display of capitalist greed, putting a price on people's lives and well-being, tenderizing our people's illnesses, outsourcing our human right to healthcare to the Bill Gates and private sector faction that the president belongs to and works tirelessly for. Our hospitals continue to have a shortage of nurses, doctors, and general staff. Our clinics continue having a shortages of medicines. Even tertiary institutions like the Steve Biko Academic Hospital are suffering from complacency of this government that sees even the most basic of equipment not being serviced to cater for the health needs of our people. We will continue to drum the truth into your heads that prevention, primary health care, and education will forever remain a myth in the public sector so long as a poor person has to wait for the weekend to pass in order to be assisted in our clinics. Women in the Eastern Cape have to travel outside of their provinces in order to access termination of pregnancies, and to date, Minister Joel Pahla has done absolutely fuck all to assist the Black women who were forcefully sterilized by the ANC government.
Honourable Member,
a crime of humanity.
Point of order. 1 second, just take your seat. Please take your seat. The word that we have used is unparliamentary. I will request you withdraw. The focal one. You'll ask me and I'm telling you. No, Honourable Member, we just withdraw. Yes, allow her to withdraw.
And to date, Mr. Joel Pahla has done absolutely nothing to assist the Black women who were forcefully sterilized.
Point of order, Honourable Member. Chiro, just take a seat. Honourable Member, I have requested her to withdraw. I did. No, wait. She has done that. Then I'm explaining to the House. So you may proceed with your declaration.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Is there a point of order somewhere? Proceed, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And today, Mr. Joel Pahla has done absolutely nothing to assist the Black women who were forcefully sterilized by the ANC government. A crime of humanity of the highest order globally that we last saw during the days of slavery and apartheid. It must be known today that this is not the end. The ANC government is not our permanent destination as a country. We reject this budget report, and as much as we reject the tired, grumpy, and lazy Minister Joel Pahla and the money launderer who is hell-bent to sell this country to the establishment whilst our people suffer and die. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honourable members, we shall proceed. I record order, honourable members. Order. I recognize member of the ANC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You may proceed, honourable member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and the people of South Africa. The African National Congress rises in support of the Budget Vote 18 as the ANC will remain steadfast and committed to leaving no one behind. It is our understanding that this proposed budget vote, it is clear and solid. Therefore, we will expand government efforts aimed at supporting South Africans whose lives have been plunged into distress, especially after COVID-19 has brought the unprecedented consequences that left the people of South Africa and the global humankind that has never seen. The declaration unashamedly support the table budget vote 18 by the Honourable Minister of Health on the basis that the proposed budget contribute to the broader agenda to provide the comprehensive package of social services to the economically vulnerable people of our country. A vote for this budget is vote for progress. A vote for this budget is a vote for the proposed alignment with the agenda of universal social protection for the vulnerable, which include the universal health coverage, as understood in our context of the national health insurance, to change the quality of healthcare for all our people, regardless of socioeconomic status. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. That's the end of the declaration. We'll note the objection of the DA, FF plus, ACDP, and EFF. Are there any other objections that needs to be noted, honorable members? Honorable person?
Chairperson, we raised this earlier as well. When you mention the parties objecting, mention it in order of silence.
Honorable person, please, can I explain to you why? No, honorable person, just sit down. Thank you. Honorable members, okay, we shall proceed, honorable members. There's no indication of a division. We shall proceed.
No. We would like to call for a division, House Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. The bells shall be rung 15 seconds. Thank you very much. The doors shall be closed. The voting shall commence. May I be requested, do we have the requisite quorum? We do have the quorum, honorable members. The voting shall commence. Honorable members, the party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. And later on, a member that wishes to abstain will indicate as such. Honorable members, I now recognize the Chief Whip of the majority party, the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. On the virtual platform, we have 167 members, and in the House, we are 58. The total is 225. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I recognize.
We are voting in support.
Was just yeah. Now recognize Honorable Kwahube.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Upper in the chamber, Sinabandu by 58. I mean, upper in the chamber, Sinabandu by 12. On the virtual platform by 58. Isisa 70 as a total. See voter against. Yeah.
Now I recognize the EFF in terms of the votes.
Thank you, House Chair. The virtual platform, we are 20, and in the House, we are 9. Voting against.
Thank you. Now I recognize member of the IFP. Honorable Singh.
9 and 20 makes 27. Honorable Chair, 1 in the House, 10 on the platform, 11 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I recognize FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 6 on the virtual platform, 3 in the House. That's 9 against.
Now, thank you. Now we recognize member of the ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. 1 on virtual, 2 in the House. That's 3 voting against. Thank you.
We recognize member of the ATM.
Aye. Oh.
UTM first, yes.
One on virtual voting against, Chair.
That's 50%. ATM. Good.
House Chair, 2 on the platform voting in favor.
Okay. NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 1 in the House in support.
AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama. That is the end of the voting. Then we shall wait for the results. Thank you, honorable members. The yes have got 239 and the noes are 112. Thank you very much. The motion being agreed to. Honorable members, we shall proceed to vote 19, social development. We have received a request for declaration from the DA, IFP, FF Plus, ACDP, GOOD, and ANC. If there are any other party that feels is omitted, will indicate as such. Now I recognize the member of the DA.
Honorable Chairperson, never before was the gap between the announcements of relief from hunger and starvation and the actual fulfillment of those announcements wider for millions of people in South Africa as it is today. The Honorable President announced in February this year that the SRD grant of 350 Rand would be extended to March 2023. Today, no less than 10 million would-be beneficiaries have not seen a cent of the grant. They are starving, but we have to add to this the fact that the basic food basket has increased dramatically in the same time frame. According to the Household Food Index by Pietermaritzburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group, last year a food basket cost 4,137 Rand and 11 cents. In May 2022, the same food basket had increased to 4,609 Rand and 89 cents. The lack of caring by government is astounding, given the hardships the poor and vulnerable experience daily. First, it was appeals that date back to August 2021 that have not been paid. Then it was the closure of post offices that saw beneficiaries travel long distances to receive their grant. Now it is the delay in paying the meager 350 Rand. While these gaps continue to widen, heart-wrenching reports explode daily of children dying of acute malnutrition. It is for this reason, Chairperson, that the Democratic Alliance is calling for clarity on the actual date the grant and the back pay for the lapsed months will be paid. A caring government would do it all it takes to ensure that many vulnerable people, at the very least, are able to keep hunger and starvation at bay, even if it can't restore their dignity and protect their lives and livelihoods. That is certainly not the current ANC government. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, honourable member. Now I recognize the member of the EFF. Okay. Shall proceed. I recognize member of the IFP.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. Honourable House Chairperson, let me just first start by correcting the Honourable Paulson. The IFP more than doubled our municipalities from 12 to 29 in the past election. So when the IFP becomes the governing party in KwaZulu-Natal in 2024, his party will still be an opposition party, a party without a single municipality. So he must not mislead the House with the comments he made about the IFP earlier. The IFP is thriving. Chairperson, that being said, in response to questions sent to the Minister of Social Development by the IFP, the following disturbing facts have come to light about this department's spending habits during the past financial year. Firstly, they had cut funding to more than 1,600 NPOs in the Eastern Cape, affecting the elderly and children. Due to budget cuts in the Northwest, many MPOs are on the verge of closing their doors. One such, the Tlokwe Crisis Centre, looking after gender-based violence victims, can no longer pay its staff. And in Gauteng, a frail care centre looking after the elderly is also on the verge of shutting down due to a lack of funds. But even more alarming are the following facts. The Western Cape DSD failed to spend 20.3 million meant for its sanitary dignitary project and for purchasing vehicles for children with disabilities. The Free State, KwaZulu-Natal and the Popo failed to spend monies meant for vulnerable children through ECDs and the ECD employment stimulus package. And one of the worst offenders was the Gauteng DSD, who didn't spend a single cent of its 122 million meant to employ social workers. At a time when thousands of social workers are sitting at home, when unemployment is a national crisis and social ills are on the rise, this is an absolute disgrace. It is on this basis, Chairperson, and the fact that this department is not spending its millions it is allocated to protect the vulnerable, the fact that it's not spending its funds to fight malnutrition, to protect the elderly, to fight gender-based violence, protect gender-based violence victims, to protect those with disabilities, and to roll out sanitary dignitary products, that we record our opposition to this vote and we will abstain. Our vulnerable citizens deserve better. I thank you.
Thank you. Now a recognized member of the FF+.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. This department and its entities have had a huge responsibility during the past years and will have for many years to come. Climate change and all other disasters are putting a burden on this department, and they need to be prepared, which they are not. We have seen multiple issues with the payment of the 350 Rand SRD grant, and since its re-inception in April, many applicants have still not seen a cent. This is not taking into account the people that have given up hope of receiving these funds at all. Subsidies aan nie winsgewende en welsynsorganisasies is gereeld 'n kopseer. Uitbetalings geskied nie soos wat dit moet nie. Kommunikasie en terugvoer is afwesig en dit veroorsaak dat baie van hierdie organisasies wat 'n ongelooflike werk verrig, buitengewoon sukkel, nie hul werk kan doen nie en selfs hul deure moet sluit. Ons gaan daarop moet fokus. En dan ons ou mense is die bouers van Suid-Afrika gewees. Dit is hulle toedoen dat Suid-Afrika die voedselmandjie van Afrika is. Dit is net reg dat daar na hulle omgesien word op hul ou dag. Maar 'n verhoging van R90 in hul ouderdomstoelaag, wat nie eers die inflasie van die mees basiese geriewe soos water en krag insluit nie, is nie regverdig nie. Baie moet van hul kinders afhanklik wees, maar nie almal het daardie luksheid nie. Ons verarm ons mees weerloses. Dis nie regverdig teenoor die bouers van ons nasie nie. Ons kan nie hierdie begroting aanvaar nie. Dankie.
Now, honourable members, we shall recognize member of the ACTP.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. This is the theatre of the absurd. Theatrics in the House may get social media views, but the price is the further despair of our people. Our places in this chamber have been brought through blood, tears, and long toil years. The ACDP believes and stands on this, that we are in Parliament to serve the people of this nation in a way that honors the price paid for our seats. As public representatives, we have a constitutional duty to provide oversight and represent the interests of our communities. The politics of easy answers promises communities they will rid South Africa of unwanted and illegal immigrants by raiding small spaza shops in the Karoo, and in doing so contribute to the lawlessness that we saw in Diepsloot that cost a man his life. The politics of convenience and privilege in the Western Cape and the issues of corruption in the governing party at a national level has led to the place where civil servants can easily ignore the constitutional mandate of Parliament and the voices of the people they are employed to serve. Their powerful political networks prevent them from being held accountable to this House and through this House to the people they serve. It seems we now have to beg officials to answer phones, to appear before committees, and are regularly told they have other commitments. Then there are those outside the circles of the governing party who would rather see less done for our people than do all we can to ensure our communities are empowered to drive change. Surely, we cannot be that blind to see that we are opening the door for further collapse and failure that will plunge this country into further social darkness. We are facing the worst social crises any of us can remember. In August 2019, a beautiful young woman entered a post office, and in broad daylight, Uyinene lost her life in the most horrific manner imaginable. Both Uyinene and Jesse Hess, who died in the same month, are in many ways representative of the dreams of our young democracy. The dream is dying as young lives are lost on the flats. A body count that resembles a war zone. It goes on unabated in our country. It seems there is no balm in Gilead. Last week, a woman was murdered brutally. Her infant was left on top of a corpse, alive. We are staring into the abyss. Transformation in how we do politics is now a national imperative. If we want to avoid a systemic collapse in South Africa, the right kind of politics puts people first. We are not doing so, shamefully. We expect our people to hold their breath in between elections. They must wait for services between elections. I received a call from community organizations here in the Western Cape who are scared they will lose funding. Dare they make the wrong move by being associated with this or that branch of government? It is reportedly the same across the country. Community organizations held ransom by political allegiance. This House must drive political and social reform for the remainder of this term. We must drive it by giving power to our communities and take serious the oaths we made before God and man. Or we will go down in history as the parliament that put on a show while hunger, poverty, lawlessness, and violence are standing at the gate. I thank you.
I now recognize member of Good. Good. All members, we shall proceed. I recognize member of the ANC.
Chairperson, I have no declaration to make. Thank you.
ANC, 1 minute. Just say he has been delayed. I recognize and go back to your bench. My apology for that. Good. Honorable Good.
Chairperson, we have no declaration. Thank you.
And your mic is too low. I can see your face, but I can't hear your voice. Honorable Good. Honorable Hassan.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
You are very soft. Just switch on your volume a little bit higher.
Chairperson, we have no declaration.
Order, honorable members. Are you saying something, honorable member? I request that we shall proceed.
Chairperson, we have no declaration. Thank you.
Okay, that's much better. I now recognize member of the ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. On behalf of the ANC, I would like to rise in support of Vote 19 of social development, as it seeks to address a number of socio-economic challenges. Key to the ANC's social transformation program is the meeting of the social needs, which are aimed at strategically dealing with the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, as well as inequality, which at the heart of what is actually a social protection policy is actually to confront the number of challenges that majority of our people are actually confronted with, in particular the vulnerable and the poor communities of our people. The ANC remains committed to improving the people's livelihood through poverty alleviation and building a caring and self-reliant generation. A rejection of the budget vote, in my view, is actually a disregard of the reality that our people are facing with regard to unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And then a number of our millions of ordinary people on the ground are actually waiting and actually relying on this particular budget of social development. So I don't think it's the right time now to come here and politic from some of my colleagues in the opposition benches and my learned colleagues in the portfolio committee. I think we need to take the lives of our people very serious and then rise in support of the budget vote. Indeed, these social services that are actually being provided by the Department of Social Development are an affirmation for many that the ANC-led government cares. Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you. Honourable members, we shall proceed. We shall note the objection of the DA, EFF, FF Plus, and ACDP. Honourable Mazon.
House Chair, the DA would like to call for a division, please.
Having the division have been called, the bank shall run 15 seconds. The doors shall be closed. Thank you. Honourable members, the voting shall commence. The doors shall be closed. The voting shall commence. May I be informed if we've got the prerequisite of the quorum? We do have a quorum, honourable members. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. Any member that wishes to abstain shall indicate as such after that. Thank you very much, honourable members. Now I recognize the member of the majority party, the Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. On the virtual platform, we have 165. In the House, we are 58. The total is 223 voting in support.
Thank you very much. Now I recognize the Honorable Wahube.
Thank you, House Chair. Apa Parliament sinabantu balishumi elinantathu. Kwi-virtual platform ngamashumi mahlanu anesibhozo. Itotali ngamashumi asixhenxe ananye.
Enkosi. Now I recognize Honorable EFF Paulson. Honorable Paulson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Online, we are 18 in the House. We are 10, that's 28 voting against.
Thank you. Now I recognize member of the IFP, Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. 11 on virtual, 1 in the House, abstaining 12. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we recognize member of FF Plus. Is that a point of order?
Chair, my apologies, Chair. We are 20 on the virtual.
Oh, it's a point of correction. Thank you very much. No, the front table have had him. FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 3 in the House, 6 on the virtual platform. That is 9 voting against.
Thank you. I now recognize member of Honorable Swart. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. The ACDP has 1 on virtual, 2 in the House. That's 3 voting against. Thank you.
Honorable UTM. Honorable Kwangwa. I guess we have submarined. ATM. Good.
House Chair, we have 1 on the platform voting in favor. Thank you.
Recognized member of the NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. 1 in the House in support.
I recognize a member of AIC. COPE. PAC. Al-Jama. Honorable members, the voting has concluded. We shall wait for the results. Honourable members, order. The yes are 225, the noes 113, abstain is 12. The motion agreed to. Honourable members, we shall proceed now to vote 20. Women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Honourable members, we have received requests for declarations from NFP and ANC. Now we shall proceed, honourable members. I recognize a member of the NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Did you know that in South Africa, 21.3% of children under the age of 17 years and less do not live with their parents? And yet, most children under the age of 18 internationally live with both parents. Consequently, many children are raised by their grandparents or other relatives, especially in rural areas. In South Africa, the more children there are in a household, and that is more than 4 children, the greater the chances are that they are being looked after by extended family members, 84.5%. In South Africa, only about 22% of children have daily contact with their biological fathers. And in 2018, only 36%, which is now 22% of children, live with their fathers. So the question we need to ask, and I know many people attack South African police services and asking them to do your work. What is going wrong? What is the role of the woman of today? Because every child that might not know who the father is, 9 out of 10 times knows who the mother is and lives with the mother or with the grandparents. So what is the message that we are sending to our children? So my message today to the mothers and the women of this country is, choose the fathers for your children. Make the right decision. Because if you choose the wrong fathers for your children, you will have dysfunctional families. You have the opportunity to make that choice. If you make that wrong choice, it is the children that are going to suffer for it.
Order, honourable members, order.
Yes. Thank you. So, and the reason why I am saying this, many people raise concerns about the high crime rate in South Africa, about rapists, about murderers. And let us be honest, none of these were born rapists and murderers. And the question is, what went wrong? When did it go wrong? How did it go wrong? Why did it go wrong? Why are we allowing it to go wrong? Why are we having children with men? 78% of them don't want to play any role in the life of the child. Why are we choosing men that don't want to pay maintenance for their children?
On a point of order, Chairperson.
So I think to some extent.
Honourable Sheikh Imam, there's a point of order. The Honourable Tlangwini.
Thank you, House Chair. I think the comments that the Honourable Sheikh is making is very sexist. And then secondly to that, why is he not addressing the issue with men and say men must man up? He must stop addressing it to women. He must stop being sexist.
Thank you.
Maybe perhaps that's why he's not married.
Thank you, Honourable Tlangwini. Honourable Imam Sheikh, you may continue. I will look into the matter.
Honourable Tlangwini, thank you. But if you gave me an opportunity, I'm coming to the men. I'm coming to the men. Men are not angels. Yes, I agree. And men must take more responsibility for their children. No matter what your differences are with your girlfriends or your wives, those children are innocent. You need to pay maintenance. You need to be in their lives. You need to make sure those children are going to school. If you look at the number of children today on the streets alone that are not even going to school and we're doing nothing about it. So what I am saying is, that we need collective responsibility between mothers and fathers and men and women in order to create a better society for the future. If we're not going to do that, we are going to have what we have today, dysfunctional families. And that is why we're having so many children becoming criminals and rapists and murderers. That is what I'm saying. Thank you very much. The NFP supports this budget vote. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I rise on behalf of the ANC in support of Budget Vote 20. Gender-based violence and femicide has reached serious crisis proportion in our country. Every year we pay condolences and bury women that have been murdered by men. We need to put an end to gender-based violence in our country and effectively implement the National Strategic Plan of Gender-Based Violence and Femicide in all spheres of government, particularly local spheres, as it is the sphere closest to our people. We must continue to advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities and not to be silent on issues pertaining to belonging to the LGBTQIA+ community. As our youth is faced with high levels of unemployment, we must also pay attention to the manifestation of crime, substance abuse, and mental health that can be seen as consequence of socio-economic challenges amongst our youth. Therefore, the department should continue to undertake programs that promote youth and women empowerment. The ANC supports Vote 20. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I note the objections of the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP to this vote. With those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you Vote 21, the Civilian Secretariat for the Police Services. I know the objection of the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP, and the vote is agreed to. Order, Honourable Members. I come to Vote 22, Correctional Services. I know the objections of the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you Vote 23, Defense. I note the objections of the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP, and the vote is agreed to. Vote 24, IPIT. I know the objections of the DA, the FF Plus, ACDP, and EFF. And with those objections noted, the vote is agreed to. We now come to Vote 25, Justice and Constitutional Development. There's request for declarations from the FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. If the vision of the Department of Justice and Correctional Development was to enhance an accessible justice system in a vibrant, evolving democracy and to support organizational performance on all aspects of administration, in line with set standards, meeting the needs and expectations of stakeholders, and to facilitate the effective and efficient resolution of criminal, civil, and family disputes by providing accessible, efficient, and administrative support to courts, and Freedom Front Plus would have supported this vote. Agbare voorsitter, die visie en realiteit is in werklikheid ongelukkig ver verwyder en behoort die parlement op 'n dringende basis in te gryp om die departement verantwoordbaar te hou, omdat die departement faal in sy mandaat. Die VF Plus ondersteun dus nie stempos 5 nie. Dankie, voorsitter.
Dankie. Die ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, it is the central role of the state to protect its citizens and uphold the rule of law, and the ACDP believes that it is largely failing in this regard when one considers that the criminal justice sector is struggling to cope with high levels of crime and violence. The average law-abiding citizen feels overwhelmed by the lawlessness pervading the nation. Consider the high levels of gender-based violence, senseless murders, robberies, hijackings, and kidnappings. It is for this reason that the ACDP has called for more resources to be made available to law enforcement agencies and the NPA to respond to this lawlessness. This in the knowledge that the most effective deterrent to crime is the sure knowledge that the perpetrator will be apprehended, successfully prosecuted, and sentenced to a lengthy period of imprisonment. Sadly, there appears to be very little deterrent to crime in the country, and South Africans are understandably demanding that more must be done. They are becoming increasingly impatient to see far more criminals behind bars and stolen state funds recovered, and the ACDP agrees. Now, when the committee visited courts and buildings, we were appalled at the condition of many of the department's infrastructure. Not only are court buildings so neglected that they become structurally unsafe, a number of the courts cannot be accessed, and they cannot access running water and electricity when there are outages. And in these circumstances, courts cannot stay open, which contributes to increased backlog matters. And we know that justice delayed is justice denied. So regrettably, the ACDP will not support this budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC, good. It's good.
House Chair, House Chair, we don't have declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and other entities and institutions received their budget allocation under the Justice and Constitutional Development budget vote. Our courts remain critical for enforcing, defending of rights of people and dispensing justice. They have played a pivotal part in protecting the rights of women. The backlog of the fight against gender-based violence, sexual offences courts and Tutuzela care centers, which were introduced to focus on the speedy adjudication of cases. We welcome the efforts made by the Department of Justice and entire JCPS cluster in the fight against fraud and corruption. It was reported that a total of 36 million in 2022-23 to invest in ICT in institutions that include the Investigating Directorate, Public Protector, South Africa, and South African Human Rights Commission was made. And a total of 426 million over the medium term to intensify the fight against corruption and ensure efficient capacity for the investigation and prosecution of criminal cases. Emanating from the State Capture Commission and TRC has been set aside. Among others, this will allow the Independent Directorate to appoint an estimated 90 staff members in a permanent capacity. Indeed, these are good interventions by our caring government of ANC, which are indeed welcomed and appreciated by the South Africans, as by the words of the acting finance minister in the presidency, Honorable Gugubeli. The ANC supports the budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I know the objections of the DA, the EFF, and the ACDP.
Chairperson, please note the objection of the FF Plus.
FF Plus objection is noted, and with those objections recorded, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 26 military veterans, the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Our military veterans have every right to feel abandoned and betrayed by this government. Every right to feel no longer useful or necessary after the establishment of democracy in South Africa. The truth remains that with the transition to democratic governance, the subsequent dismantling of these liberation-resistant military wings was handled in a very poor manner. This has led to acts of insurrection where military veterans have used their skills to sow instability. Demobilized veterans remain in many instances destitute and, due to poor education, little or no skills other than soldiering, health issues and problems of reintegration, mental wellness into society, and they are left as outcasts of a society that has forgotten them. This is completely unacceptable, and reparation and redress by government must be prioritized for our military veterans. I thank you.
The ANC. Is there a declaration from the ANC? If not, I note the objection of the DA, the FF Plus, the EFF, and the ACDP, and with those objections, The vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 27, the office of the Chief Justice. There's no objections. The vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 28, police. There's request for declarations. The DA.
House Chair.
Yes.
We object to the Chief Justice.
You objecting to the office of the Chief Justice. It will be recorded. The DA on vote 28, police.
Chairperson, South Africa deserves better. The South African Police Service has failed our citizens and let the country down. The crime statistics of the last quarter, January to March 2022, indicate an increase in crime in most categories. The enforcers of law and order, the police, isn't successful in properly preventing crime or detecting offenders, and the public no longer believes that the police are capable of doing their job. Cadre deployment has already left its mark here too. The inflated top management echelon accommodates plus minus 200 generals and 600 brigadiers. Some are even deployed as station commanders with little to no effect. The reason being, competence does not necessarily correlate with rank seniority. These highly paid individuals quite often lack basic sufficient training, let alone any relevant experience. Obviously, service delivery is not the main priority for deployment, but rather payback time for loyal cadres. The outcome is unavoidable. Just as an unqualified pilot will have difficulty even getting the aircraft airborne because he cannot fly, and even if he managed to get it in the air, a disastrous crash is certainly guaranteed. Service delivery is crippled by DNA samples, backlogs, dysfunctional central firearm register, staff shortages, lack of resources, dilapidated buildings, scarcity of police stations, and the list just goes on. The South African Police Service requires transformation. It must be devolved to provincial level, and we need better political leadership. The man with the hat must go. South Africa deserves better. I thank you.
The IFP.
Thank you very much.
The IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hope I'm audible.
Order, honorable members. The IFP.
Yes, Chairperson, am I audible?
Can you try to speak up, please? We can't hear you properly, Honorable Shengwa.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, you are clear.
All right, thank you very much, Chairperson. I raise this declaration of Honorable Majosi. As the IFP, we recognize and appreciate the critical and challenging role played by the SAPS in maintaining safety and security in our communities. However, we must respond to the President's claim in his recent presidency budget vote debate, and that I quote, progress has been made in building capacity within the law enforcement agencies. He went on to mention that the first cohort of 12,000 new police personnel is in training. This is misinformation. According to the Portfolio Committee report, 10,000 will replace personnel and 2,000 will increase the establishment. Therefore, the number of personnel will increase by only 2,000. Further, the report states that the DPCI, the Hawks, is severely undercapacitated and that the DPCI functions with a 48% workforce. These capacity concerns must be addressed with urgency if the SAPS and the Hawks are to fulfill their mandates. I thank you.
The NFP.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Allow me to start off by saying the work of policewomen and policewomen in the country is very difficult. And it's not going to get easier anytime soon, given the fact that we have a very high unemployment rate in the country. People are becoming desperate, and I think the latest crime statistics speaks volumes of what we can expect in the future. And I can say this without any doubt. You can increase the police force tenfold. You are not going to solve the problems in the country unless you deal with the root causes of crime in the country. And we've said this time and time again, the socio-economic conditions under which our people live is what is making our people desperate to conduct themselves or behave in the manner in which. I give you one good example. Kidnapping used to be the forte of one particular syndicate, a big syndicate. Now you have tens of copycat syndicates all over. People are becoming more and more desperate. Now, I think the minister is here, and I just want to raise a few of my observations. First of all, salaries that are paid to and benefits that police officers, men and women in blue, are certainly inadequate. The danger allowances they get for what they do is certainly inadequate. I give you a good example. Many of these administration staff sit close to where the firearms are kept. They don't get any danger allowances or anything whatsoever. But they are at high risk because when somebody comes to hold you up at the police station, they are the first ones that get held up. Absolutely. Good example is the Goodwood police station here in Cape Town that has those problems. Added to that is the problem that the danger allowances that they get is minimal. Criminals today, and I've said this before, Minister, they don't shoot you in the head anymore. When they know that you've covered, they won't shoot you. If you knew you had a bulletproof vest, they don't shoot you. IPID does not help the situation because criminals know what to do. In other words, they will come to you with their back facing because you're not allowed to shoot. That's why I always say, shoot the criminal with the contempt he deserves. Because if you don't, what are you doing? An entire community is going to lose a police officer. He has a responsibility to protect the entire community, while that criminal is running riot with that entire community. So who do you protect? You must protect the police officer, not the criminal. So I say, shoot him or her with the contempt that they deserve. Minister, if you want to become a doctor, you will take maths and science in school. If you want to become an accountant, you will take accounting. So why not, if you want to do policing, introduce in the curriculum in school those subjects in terms of investigation and things. So what would you do? You will attract the right kind of learners to come in and join the police force. Right now, anybody and everybody, when you advertise, is going to want to become a police officer because they don't have a job.
And remember, your time is expired. Thank you.
The National Freedom Party would support this. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, honorable members. The African National Congress welcomes and supports the budget vote. And I need to say that majority of South Africans in this country still have respect for the SAPS. The budget is a very important instrument in the realization of our 2030 vision. The budget will strengthen the South African Police Service to address all crimes that are negatively impacting our communities today. House Chair, this will include the fight against gender-based violence, human trafficking, that is in the main.
Order, honorable members.
Human trafficking, that is in the main, targeting young women of our country. The fight against drug peddlers, and those who are also destroying our infrastructure. The budget will ensure that the police have the necessary resources through recruiting and in order to have increased police visibility in our streets, because people are crying that they don't see the police. So when we vote for the budget, we'll ensure that the police will have more visibility. We will see them in all our street corners and highways in the country. This also will ensure that the police will deal with their preventative and proactive strategy and further to reduce the DNA backlogs. The fight against crime in our country will never be won by the police alone, but we need to mobilize the different sectors of our society, such as business, civil society, faith-based organizations, and including those owners that are having legal liquor outlets. It is through the budget, House Chair, that the that we vote, that the budget vote that we shall make South Africa a safer place for all who live in it, women and children, and will ensure that women are not encouraged to go for self-defense classes instead of being at the workplaces and in boardrooms and engaging in their future and future of their children. So as the ANC chair, we support the budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I note the objections of the DA, EFF, FF plus ACDP. The DA?
House Chair, we'd like to call a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members, order. The honourable members sitting here in these two front rows, Honourable Mandela, the honourable members in these two front rows will have to do an eviction or remove you from these front seats. You are conversing too loud with one another and you are distracting the rest of the proceedings, so please keep it down. Honourable members, we are busy with a vote. The question before the House is that vote number 28 be agreed to. The quorum has been confirmed by the NA table. I will now give an opportunity to the Chief Whips to confirm the choice of vote of their members either for, against, or abstain. The ANC. The ANC. The ANC.
Hi, Catalia. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. ANC on virtual platform is 160. Here in plenary chamber, we are 58. Then totaling up and yes.
218.
218.
Yes. The DA?
House Chairperson, in the House, we are 13. On the virtual platform, we are 58, and that gives us a total voting against of 71.
The EFF?
Voorsitter, 12 in die huis, 20 op die virtuele platform, 32 stem teen.
The IFP?
Chairperson, 10 on virtual, 1 in the House, 11 in favor. Thank you.
FF plus?
Thank you, House Chairperson. 6 on the virtual platform and 3 in the House. That's 9 against.
ACDP?
Thank you, House Chair. 2 in the House, 1 on virtual, 3 voting against. Thank you.
UDM?
1 on virtual, Chair, voting against. Thanks.
ATM? Good.
House Chair, 1 on virtual, voting in favor. Thanks.
Thank you. NFP, AIC, COPE, PAC, and Al-Jamaa. Any member wishing to vote against the party line? None. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. There's no abstentions, 230 in favor, 116 against. The vote is thus agreed to. I put to you vote 29, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Honourable members here on my right-hand side, the House Whip, and the others around, please. You are distracting us from the business that we're busy doing. If you want to have discussions, please go outside. Vote 29, Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. The DA? There's a request for declaration.
Chairperson, based on the World Bank report, secure property rights and access to land are crucial for private sector development and job creation. On this month of June, the DA, like many South Africans, recognizes and honors our youth. We recognize the role that they have played in bringing democracy to this diverse and beautiful country of ours. The youth should be the substratum of the labor market, and land reform initiatives should be built around them. Regrettably, the divisive cadre deployment has obliterated our youth's hopes of meaningful participation in the land reform and the economy. House Chair, the policy uncertainty regarding the individual property rights, which are enshrined in the Bills of Rights, is destroying the economy for this country. Young people are suffering the most. Banks are reluctant to invest in an economy where the property rights are not protected. Land bank is the collateral damage of the expropriation of land without compensation policy that was pushed by the ANC. The youth unemployment now stands at over 42%. House Chair, the management of the Ingonyama Trust and communal property rights has shown the ineptitude of the ANC government. They chose to ignore the recommendations of the high-level panel headed by Kgalema Motlanthe. Instead, Premier Sihle Sikalala, if not stealing water, offends Prince Buthelezi and physically attacks Mr. Mchunu instead of addressing the burning land issues in his backyard. South African youth suffers the most from the corrupt ANC government's failure to address the ineffective policy on land reform and insecure land tenure right. Come 2024, the Democratic Alliance shall govern. The 10.5 million hectares of land in the department's hands shall be in the hands of the beneficiaries to provide tenure rights certainty. I thank you, Chairperson.
The EFF.
House Chairperson, South Africa's agricultural sector is often falsely regarded as one of the most developed and productive sectors, with advanced infrastructure from agricultural production, agro-processing, promotion, marketing, and investment. Firstly, what proponents of this view fail to recognize is that whilst the agricultural sector in this country is extremely unequal, on one hand, it has primitive and feudal features, mainly subsistence on former Bantustan areas, and on the other, characteristics of commercial and mechanized agriculture in predominantly white South Africa. Agriculture in this country is deeply steeped and embedded in racial and colonial planning and spatial designs of the past. This is what proponents of this falsified view neglect to mention. These colonial, racial, and class-based features, ownership patterns, and realities remain unchanged 28 years into democracy. Secondly, in the light of the Russian-Ukraine conflict with dire consequences on global food production and security, especially to 1.4 billion people in South Africa, in Africa actually in general, who are at risk of starvation and hunger, Rwanda has set to attain food sufficiency by investing $1 billion worth of farming equipment, materials, implements, and logistics to boost its farming and agricultural sector. House Chairperson, if Rwanda can achieve this, with a GDP of half than that of South Africa and a horrible history, which took 30 years back to politics of genocidal proportions and bad leadership, what stops South Africa with her often over-exaggerated agricultural advancements to do the same or even exceed Rwanda? The food economy in South Africa is dominated by white minority at all levels, from land ownership and agricultural production to the agro-processing, packaging, and retail of food. We can conclude that failure of South Africa to do what Rwanda is doing can only be blamed on lack of visionary leadership on the part of the current corrupt government of the ANC. We are told that South Africa is a food secured and can produce sufficient food to feed the population, yet there remain more than half of the citizens who suffer from food shortage, malnutrition, starvation, and hunger. As we said before, and we wish to repeat it today, EFF rejects the budget vote on agriculture and land reform and rural development. Thank you.
Thank you. The EFF Plus.
Dankie, voorsitter. Hierdie departement is steeds besig met verkeerde dinge. Die departement weier om gehoor te gee aan sy landbouers. As gevolg hiervan gaan die departement nie net sy landbouers nie, maar die land faal. Inentings, veral die beskikbaarheid van inentings vir siektes soos Afrika perdesiekte is steeds 'n probleem, maar die departement en sy entiteite ontken dit steeds. Die portefeulje komitee oor landbou is nooit oor die landboumeesterplan geken nie. Die komitee is eers verlede week, 'n maand na die goedkeuring, oor hierdie meesterplan ingelig. Tydens die vergadering het die departement vertel dat hierdie nie eintlik 'n plan is nie, maar 'n konsep van 'n plan is en dat die implementering van die plan nou eers ontwikkel moet word. Dis nie hoe ek dink 'n meesterplan werk nie, maar nou ja. Ook is daar gesê dat daar staat gemaak gaan word op buitefinansiering, dat daar nie regtig binne die huidige departementele begroting geld hiervoor is nie en dalk sal hulle geld later hiervoor herprioritiseer. Nee, afvoerster, die departement kan mos nie iets as 'n meesterplan verkoop en dan is dit net spookasemdrome nie. Met die Rusland-Oekraïne krisis wat steeds woed, is dit juis 'n gulde geleentheid vir die departement om op landbou te fokus, om die groei van die sektor te prioritiseer, om sodoende te verseker dat ons voedselsekuriteit nie hierdeur geraak word nie en ook dat ons landbou se kleinskaal en opkomende boere tot by kommersiële boere kan uitbou. Ons sal nie die begroting steun nie. Dankie.
Thank you. The ANC.
Honorable Chairperson, the ANC supports adoption of Vote 29 in order to allow for provision of equitable access to land, integrated rural development, sustainable agriculture and food security for all. This vote will improve agricultural production and revitalize infrastructure. And this includes the employment of about 10,000 extension officers over the MTEF. One of our priority concerns at the ANC is to see an increased agricultural productivity on all land reform projects to support our food security program. We have called for the democratization, improved administration and management of CPAs for the realization of improvement of ordinary lives of our communities living under the CPAs. We support as the ANC the intervention that is unfolding with regard to Ingonyama Transport that Honorable Masipa is aware of. We support as the ANC the adopted policy on vulnerable groups, that is your youth, women and people living with disabilities, that seeks to mainstream the interest of these groups across programs of the department that Honorable Masipa is aware of. This vote, Honorable Chairperson, is progressive and it will, over the MTEF, finalize more than 1,000 old order land claims. Notably, the fourth phase of the District 6 development will also be completed in the same period. Honorable Chairperson, given the current physical framework, this vote has thoughtfully allocated our limited resources towards policy programs aimed at the eradication of triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And there's no absolute reason to object to its adoption. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, I know the objections of the DA, EFF, FF Plus, and ACDP. The DA?
House Chairperson, could you please call for a division for the DA?
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Chief, ring the bell. Thank you, honourable members. The question before the House is that vote number 29, agriculture, land reform and rural development be agreed to. A quorum has been confirmed and we will now commence with the voting process. The whips will be called upon to confirm the numbers of their members and the way they wish to vote. I now recognize the ANC.
Thank you very much,
Honorable House Chairperson, on the virtual, the ANC have 160 members. In the House, we are 58. The total is 218 voting in support. I thank you.
Thank you. The DA.
Dankie voorsitter. Voorsitter, in die huis is ons 13 mense. Op die virtual platform is ons 59 mense en in totaal is daar 72 mense wat teen die.
Dankie. EFF. The EFF. EFF, are you voting on this matter?
We are objecting.
We are.
Ek is jammer, voorsitter. Ons stem teen dit.
Okay. The EFF?
Chair, we are 12 in the House and 20 on the virtual. We vote against.
IFP?
Chairperson, we are 10 virtual, 1 in the House, 11 voting for. Thank you.
EFF Plus?
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 3 in the House, 6 online, voting against.
ACDP?
Thank you, Chairperson. 1 on virtual, 2 in the House voting against. Thank you.
ATM? Good. NFP? AIC?
House Chair?
Yes, good.
Good. There's 1 on the platform voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. COPE, the PAC and Al-Jama. Are there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently? None. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions, 230 voted in favour, 115 against. The vote is agreed to. I now put vote number 30, Communication and Digital Technologies, the IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. The IFP notes with growing concern that the 30th June 22 deadline for South Africa's digital migration is fast approaching. In a recent budget vote debate, the minister celebrated various milestones, including 5 provinces where analog has been switched off. This is not worth celebrating. The ITU agreed deadline for the switch off of analog television signals was 17 June 2015. The minister also referred to the revised SA Connect model that will roll out 33,000 community Wi-Fi hotspots over a 3-year period. This deadline too seems entirely unrealistic as per our debate on this budget and the Portfolio Committee report. The department only managed to connect 970 out of 6,000 facilities in phase 1 of the project. Urgent action and consequence management for missed deadlines is needed for these key projects to succeed. I thank you.
Thank you. The ANC. Vote 30, Communications and Digital Technologies. Is there a declaration from the ANC?
Thank you, Chair. The ANC supported the budget vote 30 with all respect, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I note the objections of the DA. Order. I note the objections of the DA, the EFF, the FF Plus, and the ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. Vote 31, Employment and Labour. The DA.
Honourable Chairperson, unemployment is the single biggest challenge facing South Africa. The figures are alarming. 12 million people do not have a job. The expanded unemployment rate stands at 45.5%. Meanwhile, almost 2 in every 5 people aged between 15 and 24 are not in employment, education, or training, the so-called NEETs. They are nihilistic, exasperated, estranged, and traumatized by this government's failure to build a better life for the youth. The ANC destroys jobs. Corruption and state capture have trashed the economy. Load shedding is taking us back to the dark ages. The ruling party champions policies and laws which fuel the pandemic of joblessness. From expropriation without compensation to the mining charter to the proposed Employment Equity Amendment Bill, the ANC scares off investors, strangles growth, and kills jobs. This will be the ANC's legacy when eventually it is turfed from office. A nation scarred by poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Each of them, on every measure, has got worse since 1994. The Department of Employment and Labour doesn't work for the workers, and it doesn't work for the unemployed. The Unemployment Insurance Fund is floundering. The Compensation Fund is dysfunctional. And the CCMA is being bled of money at a time of rising retrenchments. Despite its 3.9 billion rand budget, the department isn't guided by a plan to build an environment conducive to job creation. A DA government would get the job done by cutting red tape, reforming our labour laws, exempting small businesses from the automatic extension of collective bargaining agreements, and making it easier to hire young workers. It's time for South Africans to destroy the job destroyers, the ANC, at the polls. The DA will craft a budget that puts the unemployed first. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The Department of Employment and Labour seeks to leverage its existing programs to intensify its employment mandate. It seeks to provide social protection to workers. It also continues to play the regulatory role in the labour market to promote safe and decent work. The current circumstances of high unemployment, the state has to intervene. Hence, the number of interventions that include presidential employment stimulus that has already benefited some 800,000 South Africans, that is youth in particular and women who are in the majority. The Department of Employment and Labour does its work ensuring that funds allocated are used efficiently. This department has received an unqualified audit report consistently. And in respect of the 2021 and 2022 audit that is currently underway, it is envisaged that once again, the Department of Employment and Labour will receive unqualified audit opinion. It is also, House Chair, highly encouraging to see that the Department of Employment and Labour has released National Labour Migration Policy for comment. The policy seeks to bring about harmony and stability in the domestic labour market space, where the expectations of South African in relation to the access to jobs is attended in a caring and positive manner. House Chairperson, we need to call upon business to join the social compact for the benefit of the country. The social compact is meant, amongst others, that we share the resources, and as the ANC, we are for a better life for all. That is what the social compact is about. So all the stakeholders may have to move with speed to ensure that the positive impact is in fact realized through the social compact. The ANC support vote 31, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I note the objections of the DA, the EFF, and the ACDP. Vote 31, the DA.
House Chair, we'd like to call for a division.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honorable members. We do have a quorum that's still present in the House and on the virtual platform. The question before the House is that vote 31, employment and labor, be agreed to. Voting will now commence, and I request the whips to indicate the number of the members as well as whether they vote in favor or against this budget 31. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. On the virtual platform, we have 161. In the House, we are 58. The total is 219 voting in support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chair. In the House, we have 13 members. On the virtual platform, 58. That gives us a total of 71 voting against.
Thank you. EFF.
Voorzitter, 19 op die virtuele platform, 12 in die huis, dus 31 verkeerd.
Thank you. IFP.
Chairperson, 9 on virtual, 1 in the House, 10 voting in favor.
FF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 3 in the House and 6 on the virtual platform voting against.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. 1 on virtual, 2 in the House, 3 voting against. Thank you.
Thank you. UDM. ATM.
1 on virtual, voting against, Chair.
Thank you. Good.
Chairperson, 1 on virtual, voting in favor.
Thank you. NFP, AIC, COPE, PAC, and Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their parties? None. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the revision is as follows. There's no abstentions. 230 voted in favour, 115 against. The vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 32, Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. There's objections from the DA, the EFF, FF Plus and ACDP. And with those objections, the vote is agreed to. I put to you vote 33, Human Settlements. There's a request for declaration from Good. Vote 33, Human Settlements.
Yes, House Chair. Can I go ahead?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, the Good Party is encouraged by the objectives of the Department of Human Settlements to expedite the establishment of the Human Settlement Development Bank. But if the objectives are to be achieved, this will have to be accompanied by a reimagining of the country's current public housing program to progressively resolve the national housing crisis. Although South Africa has rolled out one of the largest public housing programs in the world, we still have not learned from our own experiences that a free house is not necessarily an affordable house. We have failed many South Africans by not reversing the effects of the Group Areas Act and spatial justice. And we now found ourselves with suburbs of poverty located far away from job prospects and opportunities. Instead of resculpting and reimagining our current housing provision, we have just continued to deepen the apartheid model of spatial planning. Currently, we find ourselves in a situation where the housing code doesn't meet the constitutional requirements of providing adequate housing, and we're failing to create sustainable communities, towns, and cities while underestimating the impact of urbanization. House Chair, the current housing code is a blunt instrument that assumes we have economic equality across the country and a uniform property market. A new housing code must address the true meaning of affordability in the local context and include the future of informal settlements with a tangible informal settlements upgrade plan. We need to continuously engage with our metros across the country to identify well-located parcels of publicly owned land in inner cities to be developed into affordable housing. And we need the courage to discard that which isn't working and reimagine a new landscape of equity and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Honorable Chairperson,
the African National Congress is unambiguous on its support for the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement Budget 33. The ANC understands from the principles of the National Democratic Revolution that there can be no stable democratization without taking everyone on board. Everyone should be included in the program. Everyone should be dignified in the program. The human settlement sector is in a process of transforming itself. And in that particular process, we've got to be all patient. As we deliver housing, we need to transform. The Portfolio Committee supports the budget, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I note the objection from the DA, EFF, FF Plus, and ACDP, and with those objections, the vote is agreed to. Vote 34, Mineral Resources and Energy, the DA.
Chairperson, last week, President Ramaphosa announced that the integrated resource plan would be reviewed, that there would be a push for new generation to be added to the grid, and that the red tape hindering sub 100 megawatt generation would be removed. Sounds great, but talk is cheap. Minister Mantashe and his department have proven to be a handbrake on all such efforts. If we are to end load shedding, we need a deadline for the IRP review. We need to allow all the bidders in the REIPP to bring their generation online. We must prioritize the urgent building of new energy storage capacity, not new nuclear power stations. We need to make it easier for people to install rooftop solar like Vietnam did. In 1 year, through legislative reform, they installed 9 gigawatts of rooftop solar. We need to get rid of NERSA and municipal red tape and make it cost effective for homeowners and businesses. Our mining industry is in the doldrums. The department has failed completely and there are no signs of recovery. Licensing is backlogged to the point where it may not be cleared for another 3 years, let alone deal with new applications. The system is rife with corruption and ineptitude. Procedures are slow and expensive. The much heralded exploration strategy is a joke. It is almost impossible for our miners to raise money for projects because nobody wants to risk their cash in such an unfriendly investment environment. The department is only interested in its ongoing campaign for racial preferment under the guise of transformation. It has only retarded the industry. The DA rejects this budget.
The EFF. Order, honourable members. Order. Order.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Chairperson, we reject this budget vote as we did before when we had a full debate on it. The department has failed to catalyze the mining industry and ensure it serves all the people of this country. We have just come out of a protected strike of Sibanye, wherein they refused to give their workers 1,000 rand increase, while paying CEOs over 300 million in bonuses. South Africa has been grappling with a massive energy crisis for years, and the department has lost a plot of the agenda, allowing lobbies for renewable energy to dictate terms of the department. Fuel prices are an all-time high, and this directly speaks to the living conditions of the poorest of the poor who have been struggling to make ends meet. The department has not crafted any medium to long-term plan for dealing with these price escalations, leaving our people to their own devices. Increased prices speak directly to increased food prices, increased transport prices, and increased overall expenses, while salaries remain the same, while the majority of our people are unemployed and depend on meager social grants, and while even those who were promised 315 rands have been dealt another blow. The looting of strategic fuel reserves by corrupt ministers and their subordinates have left the country without any measures to address the rising fuel prices. And the fact that no one has been held accountable to date shows that this government has no intention of protecting its people. Glencore's admission of foreign bribery and market manipulation is yet another thorn that hovers about the energy sector. There is no reason to believe that any of Glencore's business dealings in South Africa over the years were above board. The EFF warned Parliament during the energy debate in 2016 that Eskom is collapsing because of inflated and corrupt coal prices. South Africa does not have stable electricity generation today because Glencore was central to manipulation of coal prices. When we refused to withdraw that the president of the ANC was involved with a criminal syndicate, who were chased out of Parliament to protect criminals. Because of these corrupt agreements, we now have an inconsistent electricity supply and exorbitant electricity prices. Yet we have coal mines which should have been nationalized to ensure cheaper uninterrupted electricity. We will not be shocked if similar information is disclosed in the future about Shell, whose business this administration is willing to defend over the livelihoods of our people in the Wild Coast. We reject the budget, Chair.
The ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. The ANC supports the Appropriation Bill for the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. The transformation of the mining sector insofar as implementing the social and labor plans and addressing the backlogs in the processing of mining license applications, especially for the benefit of the historically disadvantaged South African. And these two imperative priorities of the department depends on this appropriation bill for this financial year. So you can't say you don't support it. Moreover, the acceleration of both the Integrated National Electrification Program and bid windows for the renewable energy policies project all hinge on this appropriation bill. More importantly, this appropriation bill will go a long way in terms of assisting the department to improve its oversight and regulatory work amid the growing fuel theft and illegal mining. It's only an enemy of progress who will not support this progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I note the objection from the DA, EFF, FF Plus and ACDP. The DA.
House Chair, we'd like to call for a division, please.
Division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. A quorum has been confirmed, and the question before the House is that vote number 34, mineral resources and energy, be agreed to. Voting will now commence, and I request the chief whips from the different parties to indicate the number of the members and their preference of voting. The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. On the virtual platform, we have 163 members. In the House, we are 58. The total number is 221 voting in support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson Frolick. In the House, we have 13 members, on the virtual platform 58, and that gives us a total of 71 members voting against.
Thank you. EFF.
Voorsitter, elk in die huis, 19 op die virtuele platform, dus 30 teen.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. 1 in the House, 9 on virtual, 10 in support. Thank you.
FF Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are 3 in the House, 6 on the virtual platform, voting against.
ACDP.
1 on virtual, 2 in the House, 3 against. Thank you.
UDM.
1 on virtual, Chair, voting against. Thank you.
ATM. Good.
One on virtual, voting in favor. Thank you.
NFP, AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member that wish to abstain or vote differently from their parties? None. Voting is closed. Order, honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions, 232 in favor, 114 against. The vote is agreed to. I put to you vote number 35, Science and Innovation. I know the objections of the DA, EFF and ACDP. The vote is agreed to. I put vote 36, Small Business Development. I know the objections of the DA, EFF, FF plus ACDP. The vote is agreed to. I put vote 37, Sports, Arts and Culture. Note the objections of the DA, EFF, FF plus ACDP. The vote is agreed to. I put vote 38, Tourism, and note the objections of the DA, EFF, FF plus and ACDP. The vote is agreed to. I put vote 39, Trade, Industry and Competition. There's request for declarations, the DA.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. As we speak, the Minister is in Geneva, Switzerland, at the WTO's 12th Ministerial Conference, where he is most probably speaking with forked tongue about the promotion of international trade and cooperation. While back in South Africa, we have been left to discuss an isolationist budget fit for a hermit kingdom. While he pays lip service to the AFCFTA and deepening market integration, the real objective of this budget is to isolate our economy from both the continent and the rest of the world. He speaks of intensifying localization through a series of blunt tariff measures and an endless supply of development finance funding for an exclusive few. Instead of pursuing horizontal industrial policy that allows inherently competitive sectors to leverage comparative advantage and specialization, he wants to be able to pick the winners and losers. While the winners may tolerate him for their own selfish reasons, the rest of the business community despises him. The reality is that if you don't get with his program, then he will force you to do so. As remarked by the Financial Mail columnist Peter Bruce last month, localization is going so badly that Patel is now offering manufacturers full-on anti-dumping duties against any product they make, in return for promises that the companies concerned will increase and protect jobs and not raise prices faster than the prevailing rate of inflation. It is a massive failure of policy, a bona fide protection racket. If this isn't a glaring indictment on his policies, then I just don't know. Economic growth and development depend on competition and free trade. At this rate, we may never break out of that hermit shell, and we have Minister Patel to thank for that. I thank you.
The FF Plus. The FF Plus.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The Department for Trade, Industry and Competition is a department central to economic development in South Africa. The department is responsible for commercial and industrial policy, and its subsidiary agencies are involved in promoting economic development. State capture and corruption damage the economy, resulting in a large amount of job losses in South Africa. It also caused severe damage that is direct and reasonable because so many of the corrupt contracts at South Africa suppliers to replace them with imports. When a crisis hits the world, South African job losses are often larger than average. ANC government, more specifically this department, answer to job losses is to enforce broad-based black economic empowerment even more fiercely and aggressively than ever before because of a lack and the absence of political capital. Without economic growth, redistribution of resources will revert and certainly result in the redistribution of poverty. Therefore, Honourable Chair, the Freedom Front Plus cannot support this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. The ACDP acknowledges that within our constrained international and domestic economic environment, South Africa has one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, with a Gini coefficient that places us as the most unequal nation worldwide. Of the 28 years of democracy under the ruling party, unemployment poverty has increased to some of the highest levels ever. While the ACDP supports the department's master plans as an intervention for industrialization and economic recovery, we reiterate our call for the scrapping of the health promotion levy or sugar tax as a counterproductive levy, in that your affected industries purchase less sugar and then use sugar alternatives that are more harmful than the sugar itself. Our repeated call for beneficiation as a policy tool for economic and employment growth must not go unheeded. Having some of the richest mineral deposits in the world, South Africa cannot afford or cannot export the majority of our raw materials, only to import the finished product in perpetuity. Honourable House Chairperson, the time has come for the true leaders of the country to arise. The time has come to put aside petty politics and point scoring. As we stand at the crossroads of history making, the time has come to move away from race-based politics and policies. The time has come to put South Africans first in the true spirit of the Constitution, which reminds us that everyone has the right to bodily and psychological integrity, which includes the right not to be subjected to medical or scientific experiments without their informed consent. The time has come, the ACDP reminds this House, that we must ensure that all South Africans know that South Africa belongs to all who live within it, black and white. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The African National Congress support the vote 39 for the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. The budget responds to the essence of the reconstruction and recovery of our economy, with a particular focus on special industrial development and reimagined industrial policy, emphasizing the resuscitation of industrial park, the support for economic special zone, and support for various sector master plan. This is a step in the right direction, and creating a conducive environment for Black industrialists, SMMEs to strive. The appropriate budget will support the ANC-led government efforts to localize and build internal resilience in the face of global uncertainty. This is essential for our own longevity and job creation and sustainability of our country. The ANC support vote 39 budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I note the objections of the DA, the EFF, and the ACDP. The DA.
House Chair, we call for a division, please.
The division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Order, honourable members. Order. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. Order. The question before the House is that vote 39, trade, industry and competition, be agreed to. Voting will now commence, and I request the whips to indicate their numbers as well the way in which their members will be voting. The ANC.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chairperson. In the House, we are 46. On the virtual platform, we are 161. The total is 207, all voting in support. I thank you.
Thank you. The DA?
House Chairperson Froelich, in the House we are 13. On the virtual platform we are 59. That gives us a total of 72 members voting against.
Thank you. EFF.
House Chair, we are 19 on the virtual platform, 12 in the House. We are voting against 51.
The IFP.
Thank you, Chairperson. 8 on virtual, 1 in the House voting in favor. That's 9.
FF Plus.
Okay, as voorsitter, ons is 3 in die huis, 6 op die virtuele platform, dit is 9 en ons stem teen.
ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. 1 on virtual, 2 in the House, 3 voting against. Malabongwe, Gamalenko.
UDM.
1 on virtual, voting against, Chair.
ATM. Good.
1 on virtual, voting in favor, thanks.
NFP, AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Is there any member who want to vote differently from their party? None. The voting session is closed. Honourable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions. 217 voted in favour, 116 against. The vote is agreed to. I now put to you vote number 40, transport. Request for declaration, the IFP.
Yeah, the honourable member is on the virtual platform.
The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. An effective and innovative transport infrastructure is critical to economic growth. Yet, there remain many examples of unfinished projects, delayed projects, and projects that are both delayed and over budget. Government must be selective in this choice of transport infrastructure development. We must prioritize building roads and other transport infrastructure that can unlock economic development, encourage all areas of South Africans are economically viable. This must be done with the highest degree in promoting safety, strictly attention to budgetary constraints, and even stricter attention to timelines. Why we must make provisions must be made for possible delays. We must not be hurted due to corruption and mismanagement. In fact, there must be none in existence. This department is really failing in its mandate to the people. We are already seeing the disaster.
Honourable member, the time of the IFP has now expired. Good.
Oh. Only in this debate, Chairperson.
Good.
House Chair, we won't be making a declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. The ANC.
Muhulisei Murangadzulo, Chimebi, Chabutano la Rushaka, Bopemi Majodina, Mufumakaze and Afara Rupanganga Buharin, Ori Onoisanda Ubuzazeni, Mutusa Chimebi, Doris Dakude, Miradoyete Butano la Rushaka, na Rushaka wa Africa Chipembe. African National Congress, itikeza Appropriation Bill, vote ya bufuina ya muhasho wa Vuyendi una mshumo wa ndeme zvichidaka utikeza mveleziso na tema mveleziso zvichidaka badana chiporo mbekanyo mshumo ya muhasho kaive ine ya kwinisa zitandera za Vuyendi hanye na nyi tandera za Vuyendi ndi chipida cha buplani ha reconstruction na recovery plan muhasho ufanela uteveza maitele kwao ngauri zwi khwinisa ikonomi ya shango. Ṅwedzi wo fhelaho sa komiti ro tshimbila ri tshi ṱola thandela dza muhasho ngei Mpumalanga, Northwest na KZN. Ri khou ita khuwelelo kha muhasho uri murumba kha u tambele tshanḓa tshumelo kha iye vhathuni. Maṅwe mahoro mahanedzi ri nao kha komiti ri a dzula ramba ra tendelana, mara hezwi vha tshi ḓa hafha vha ḓa u hanedza ngauri vhone vha nyaga u fhiritanya hafha nḓuni na u tsisa tshirunzi tsha nnḓu. U tonga vhone a vho ngo ḓiimisela u fhaṱa shango ḽa Afrika Tshipembe. Kha vha ri ndi fhedze ngauri rine sa ANC thikhedzo yashu yo ḓitika kha u bveledzisa themamveledziso ya vhuendi na u sika mishumo zwine zwa vha ṱhoḓea kha lushaka. Ndi fhedza ngauri Vho Matamela Ramaphosa iwe phila misevhe na zwenezwi zwe ra dzula ngazwo zwi ḓo fhira. Kha vha ri ndi fhedze ngauri kha vha ri vhuse Vho Ramaphosa, kha vha ri vhuse. Kha vha ri vhuse Vho Ramaphosa, kha vha ri vhuse. Ri vhuse Afrika Tshipembe.
Kha vha ri vhuse. Mmuso wa rena mo.
Kha vha ri vhuse.
Kha vha ri vhuse. Order.
House Chair Bangcola Baba.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, we will proceed to vote 40. No, before I do that.
They say the same to Zuma. Zuma left.
Order, honorable members. I note the objections of the DA, EFF, IFP, FF plus, ACDP. And with those objections noted, the vote is agreed to. I put vote 41, water and sanitation. The DA?
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
House Chair, in KwaZulu-Natal, the people have been dealt a double whammy of devastating floods and ANC incompetence. Every additional day that it takes for government to get its act together is a further delay in the economic recovery of the entire region. Also, the provision of much-needed housing opportunities is being stalled whilst government takes its time in getting its act together. The restoration of people's dignity and their prospects of a better life is being put on the back burner while government takes its time to get its act together. Whilst the people of Nelson Mandela Bay Metro faces a future without water, the Matola Water Board, broken by cadre deployment, continues to stumble from one SIU investigation to the next. The country desperately desires delivery with urgency and efficiency. It's clear for all to see the government has overstayed its welcome. As Tembiso Msomi wrote in the Sunday Times this past weekend,
the time of the Democratic
it is
Alliance
no joke. We need to imagine South Africa without the ANC. Thank you, Chair.
The EFF? Is there a declaration from the EFF?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Chairperson, we rejected this budget vote when it was debated earlier, and we feel the need to re-emphasize our position on the uselessness of this department. We noted back then the failure of the department to build water infrastructure capable of meeting the water demands of our growing economy. And the minister stood up and rubbished our assertions. If there's sufficient water infrastructure in the country, why are we losing billions of liters of water as a result of water leak, as a result of aging infrastructure every single year in the country? People of Guyana have been without water for years, despite the investment made in that part of the world by the department. Those monies went into the pockets of the thieves in the ruling party, who steal and then defend each other as they are doing right now with the case of money stuffed in madrasas at Palapala Game Reserve. We also bemoaned by the fact that the water boards that have been used as a playground for the ruling party patronage politics and which have been factories for producing the most corrupt activities must be revamped and refocused towards building water infrastructure and delivering water services. Pollution of our river systems, spillages of effluent, dysfunctional wastewater treatment works, and water treatment plants are daily occurrences in different parts of the world. Today, in different parts of the country. Today, there are still thousands of people in KwaZulu-Natal without reliable access to water after the devastating floods in that province 2 months ago. Communities have resorted to getting their own water tankers because they have no water in the middle of a very cold winter. We reject this report and we condemn the incompetence and corruption of the ANC thugs sitting here in Parliament. Thank you.
Palas.
Honorable Khadebe.
Listen, I'm raising on a point of order here.
Order, honorable members. There's a point of order.
Rule 84 unparliamentary language. They are referred to the members of the NCS tax.
Yes. Order, honorable members. Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson. Honorable Paulson. There's a point of order. I doubt if you heard it. The honorable member was just on the platform made a reference to honorable members as thugs. That is unparliamentary language and it must be withdrawn. I'm waiting on the member to withdraw. I'll recognize you afterwards. Now I want to deal with this point of order. I'll come back to you. Please sit. Honorable Paulson, please take your seat. The honorable member referred to members of parliament sitting in this house as thugs. The honorable member must simply withdraw.
Chairperson.
Yes, honorable member.
They are thugs. It's just a fact. And
honorable member, are you going to withdraw the remark?
The President Ramaphosa.
Honorable members,
together with
will you withdraw the remark or not? If you don't want to withdraw the remark, please remove the honorable member from the platform. Thank you. Honorable members, the next speaker will be from the ANC.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson. Thank you, House Chairperson. Budget Vote 41, Water and Sanitation 2022 builds on the strength of its predecessors. It lays a foundation for building water infrastructure to secure the future of the next generation. Indeed, this is a budget that is premised on the need of the people. It thus seeks to change the lives of our people for the better. It will improve access to water and sanitation services for households, which is currently at 89.4%. This budget will provide much needed water infrastructure to deliver water to the people, industries, and businesses. The infrastructure includes dams, bulk pipelines, and pumps. The SONA 2022 and the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan called for necessary development of bulk water infrastructure and establishment of appropriate institutions. The strategic water infrastructure and institutions will accelerate water services delivery to the underserved household. In this regard, the plan to establish the National Water Regulatory Infrastructure Agency and the independent economic regulator in the medium term is a step in the right direction. That would ensure consolidation of all bulk water infrastructure activities. The establishment of this agency will also provide for holistic management of wastewater infrastructure in the country, as the recent Green Drop Report 2022 shows poor maintenance and operation of the wastewater treatment infrastructure. The independent economic regulator will also provide a platform for proper regulation of the water pricing regime that would address the current municipal water debt to water boards. This is the reason we as the African National Congress support budget vote 41 on water and sanitation.
Thank you. I note the objections of the DA. Order. EFF, FF plus ACDP. The DA.
Very last time today, we will call for a division.
A division having been called, the bells will be rung for 15 seconds.
Available. I also need to be part of the selection panel for the replacement councillor.
Order, honourable members. Order.
Wabona replacement councillor.
Honorable members, we have established that we do have the requisite quorum. The question before the House is that vote 41 water and sanitation be agreed to. Voting will now commence, and I request the whips of parties to indicate the numbers of members on the virtual platform and in the House, and if they vote for or against the question. The ANC.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu yeshamthetho. Kulendlu yeshamthetho nebantu labangemashumi lamane nesikhombisa. Ku-virtual sinemalunga lalikhulu nemashumi lasithupha nakunye. Sonke sihlangene singemakhulu lamabili nesishiyagalombili. Siyalikhasa leli phakela mali lale department.
The DA. Order, honorable members. The DA.
House Chairperson Frolick. In the House, we have 13 members. On the virtual platform, we have 57 members. That gives us a total of 70 members voting against.
Thank you. The EFF.
Thank you, House Chair. On the virtual, 12 in the House, 30 voting against.
Thank you. IFB.
Chairperson,
IFB.
we are 10 in favor, 1 in the House, and 9 on the virtual.
FF plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson. We are 3 in the House, 6 on virtual, against.
ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. 1 on virtual, 2 in the House, 3 voting against. Siabong.
The UDM.
1 on virtual, voting against, Chair.
ATM. Vote.
1 on the virtual platform in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. NFP, AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Any member wish to vote differently to their party? None. The voting session is closed. Honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. No abstentions, 219 voted in favor, 113 against, and the vote is thus agreed to. Honorable members, that completes the decision on the votes. I now put the schedule as a whole. Are there any objections? The DA?
House Chair, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Noted.
Chair, please note the objection of the EFF.
House Chairperson, please note the objection of the EFF plus.
And the ICDP, thank you.
Are there any further objections?
And the UDM, Chair.
Thank you. Any further objections? Not? And with those objections noted, the schedule and the vote is therefore agreed to. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Second reading, appropriation.
Honorable members, no. Honorable members, the House is still in session. We have not dealt with the last question that must be asked, so please pay attention. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Second reading, appropriation bill.
As there is no list of speakers, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time?
House Chair, please note the objection of the Democratic Alliance.
Noted.
The objection of the EFF.
Thank you.
House Chairperson, we call for a division.
Honorable members, a division having been called, The bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Yeah. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I've confirmed that we do have a quorum and we will now proceed. The question before the House is for the bill to be read a second time. Voting will now commence. I request the whips to indicate the number of members in the chamber and on the platform, and also indicate if they vote for or against the question. The ANC.
Thank you. We have in the House 47 members, and on the virtual platform, we have 161, and the total number is 208 in support.
Thank you. The DA.
House Chairperson, in the House we have 13 members. On the virtual platform we have 57. That brings us to a total of 70 members voting against.
The EFF.
Actually, we are 18 on virtual and 12 in the House. It's 30 EFF members voting against.
The IFP.
Chairperson, we have 9 on virtual, 1 in the House, 10 in favor. Thank you.
EFF Plus.
Thank you, House Chairperson, for the last time. We are 6 on the virtual platform, 3 on in the House, voting against.
ACDP.
It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. 1 on virtual, 2 in the House, 3 against. Thank you so much.
The UDM.
1 on virtual against, Chair.
ATM. Court.
1 on virtual in favor.
Court. Honorable members, I can't hear the member on the platform.
House Chair.
Honorable members. Court.
House Chair, can you hear me?
Just speak up, please.
1 on the virtual platform in favor.
Thank you. The NFP, AIC, COPE, PAC, Al-Jama. Any member that wish to vote differently or abstain? None. The voting session is closed. All honorable members, the outcome of the division is as follows. There's no abstentions, 219 voted in favor, 113 against. The secretary will read the bill a second time.
Appropriation Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. Order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, earlier today, the Honorable Mazzoni on behalf of the DA wrote to the Secretary of the National Assembly, querying the presence of a quorum after the division was called on the first item of the day, which was the decision of question on consideration of the recommendation of a person to fill a vacancy on the Electoral Commission. To support the query, Ms. Mazzoni states in a letter that she was shown that the Democratic Alliance had 45 members on the virtual platform, and that it was proved at the time of the division they only had 10. As I presided over that session, and to clear any confusion, I believe I should clarify this matter before the House is adjourned today. Parties are provided with their attendance at different points in proceedings. Members of the Democratic Alliance could have dropped out of the virtual platform or lost connection. The locking of doors on the virtual platform relates only to admissions of members onto the platform. It is confirmed that no admissions were done on the virtual platform while the division was in progress. The virtual platform was therefore locked as the doors of the House were also locked, and the records are available. At the same time of voting, the DA had 10 members on the platform and 7 in the chamber. The total number of members in the chamber and on the platform was thus 257, and the decision of the House is upheld. Honorable members, that concludes the business for the day, and the House is adjourned.
Long live the chair. Long live Florik.